A very warm welcome. The sun is shining today. It augurs for a very good interactive discussion for this second and last day of our LDC Future Forum, the second edition. I would like to invite everyone to take their seat. We have our panelists and moderator here ready for a very good discussion. The topic for this morning, thematic session number 3, is diversifying LDC economies into sectors with potential. So, very, very interesting topic, and we look forward to innovative ideas from all the experts and panelists today. So, while a few more of our participants are still coming in, I would say time is of the essence. And so I would like to invite my dear colleague, Mrs. Susanna Wolf, who is the team leader of our LDC team in OHR-LLS at UN headquarters, to begin. Thank you, Susanna.
Thank you so much, Margherita, and welcome everybody. We are very glad you came back for a second day of interesting research, and we promise there will be more room for discussion today. We will do our best to make sure of that. And basically, we are just continuing where we left off yesterday. We talked a lot about entrepreneurs and how they're key for productive transformation. And the Honorable Minister from Zambia mentioned that transformation should be looked at as a way of life, which I found a very, a very interesting remark. And I think we need to keep in mind for whom are we talking about making change. We are looking at transforming the lives of people This, of course, is related to diversification also. No, the sectors with potential, you might ask potential for what? So it's really potential for growth, of course, but also for employment creation, for sustainability, for everything that is associated with development and with the improvement of the life of the people. We also heard yesterday that it's difficult to pick winners, but that there is also some growing consensus that industrial policy is needed. No, we need the right skills, not only in STEM, but also management, creativity, enhanced competencies. We need ecosystems for startups, as the minister from Togo mentioned, and so on. So I don't want to bore you more. I mean, some questions also came up in the discussion on the role that services can play. So I think there are some specific services where there is room for increase in productivity and for growth and for furthering development. Also, there was mentioned yesterday with respect to integration in value chains. So we also need to look carefully, like, who really benefits from that, who reaps the profits, and how is that going? So these are some of the issues I took from yesterday as quite important. And without any further ado, we will go straight to the panel. We have 5 esteemed panelists. By the way, bios and everything is also available on our website, so I will not go into this. But we have Ms. Vasiliki Mavredi, who's economist working on economic transformation in development division at the OECD Development Center here. We have Professor Selim Rahan from the University of Dhaka in Bangladesh. We have Dr. Aimable Nsabimana, who is a research fellow at WIDER. We have Dr. Paras Karel from Sauti in Kathmandu. And last but certainly not least, we have Dr. Salamit Robi, who is a researcher with Sheffield and Manchester, kind of affiliated, if I remember correctly. So I ask all the presenters to please stick to the 7 minutes and give the floor to Vasiliki.
Okay, thank you, Susanna, for giving me the floor. Hello, everyone. Good morning. The discussions have been very rich in this forum since yesterday, and I'm very, very honored to contribute to this. My presentation will add a bit more context into what we have been discussing since yesterday about digitalization and the various opportunities and risks for transformation in least developed countries. So I will just jump straight to the point with my first slide, which is about how digitalization is changing, how value chains are generating and distributing value addition. Sorry, can I, is there a clicker?
Can you move it?
Yeah. Sorry, I can. I will continue talking because, of course, the slide is beautiful, but not absolutely essential. So, as you all know, digitalization is really changing the way that production, consumption is taking place. There are at least 3 main areas that we see that are really kind of changing things. The first is what we produce. It's not just the manufactured district output anymore, but it's also data, services, experiences. So already the process of how we produce something is really, really different from what it used to be. The second one is what does it take to generate this value addition? I don't know how many of you remember the smiley curve of the value chain. We used to talk a lot about design and R&D, but now it's not just that. It's also platforms, integrate the system, and how can you create these gateways to this data and experiences. And then, of course, how are the value chains organized? Think of the pandemic, which really accelerated things. We used to think of value chains as just organized according to where the cost is lower, But now we also have other issues to consider, including trust, reputation, and standards, of course. So this is an era, of high uncertainty and a very fast and complex technological change. And it's really changing the scenario for LDCs out there. So on the one hand, you have a risk of higher concentration. These are technologies that really encourage concentration among those that have control of technology and access to this, at the detriment of others that might not have this kind of access. And on the other hand, there are also new opportunities emerging. Think about the digitalization for encouraging sustainable technologies in the green transition, for example, or how we can use digitalization for leaner and better government functions, or how we can make our economy even more interconnected. We also have new industries and value chains emerging with the digital that are also important for LDCs. So this is not just something that happens in advanced economies. We did, for instance, we carried out the production transformation policy review of Bangladesh. We launched it in September of 2023. And while we were carrying out this review, we saw how with digitalization, there were new opportunities emerging for this country that has put so much emphasis on becoming digital. For example, the exports of digital services in Bangladesh doubled within 10 years. And now the country has a very small, nascent, but growing electronics and electrical cluster that is becoming also increasingly sophisticated. So in the face of all these big changes, the question is, of course, what to do. And what to do is change from a business as usual scenario to one where we think of strategies in the more long term, backed up by adequate resources to continue exploring. So it's not just, what is the product, what is the skill that I'm needing, but more about, can I build the capability in the economy, in my firms and in my talent, to see ahead, anticipate and adapt to what is happening? Because the change is continuous. The frontier is moving. So I'm going to talk about 3 key things because there's a lot to talk about. The first one is about upgrading infrastructure and skills for a moving frontier. Of course, it is paramount that firms have the technologies to utilize, have access to digital technologies. But how to do this when the infrastructure is still lagging behind? So take broadband, for instance. In LDCs, the speed is about 6 times lower than on average in the OECD. And when we take more advanced technologies, the gap can be even higher. For instance, when we talk about 4G, the coverage is much lower in LDCs than OECD countries. And when we talk even about 5G, which is now considered essential for the Internet of Things and new technologies, there was 5G commercial deployment in only 400 locations in Africa back in September or October of 2023, but over 82,000 locations with 5G just in Europe. It's not just infrastructure, it's also skills, and I think that is something that came up in the discussion quite a lot yesterday. Think about AI, that was also mentioned. The talent is limited in LDCs, and also it's very difficult to train it. Imagine that among the 500 top supercomputers in the world, there's just one in Africa, and that's based in Morocco, for instance. Now, the second thing I would like to mention is that we need to encourage opportunities to learn and innovate. New technologies are an undiscovered terrain, and so to make the most of them, one needs to have the capacity to experiment and learn. And of course, then continue to scale up what is working. There were some great presentations yesterday about startups in LDCs, and indeed, this is what we see also through our work. 10 years ago, this potential was minimal. Now it's still very small, but it's growing. About 1% of startups globally are based in LDC countries, but we need to step up how they are supported. Only 0.01% of venture capital globally goes to startups in LDC. So you can see the difference. There's potential there that needs to be supported. Of course, it's not just venture capital. We mentioned yesterday that to make this... speak up. Sorry, I will speed up. I just have a couple of more points to make. So the third issue I wanted to make, and this is why I think we're all here, is updated partnerships to make this work. Why are we here and why are we doing this? We need partnerships that encourage peer dialogue on an equal footing between developing countries that goes beyond treating developing countries just as markets, but to support them to enable to become makers also of technologies. We heard yesterday a lot of nice example, and I think, for example, we heard about the UN Technology Bank for LDCs and the work that they do. There are still many areas that we need to address together. The investment gaps are very large. We need to address the ecosystem gaps, business know-how, and of course, infrastructure that was mentioned. Now, I just want to finish with where does all this information come from? Of course, it comes from all the work that we do together with a lot of the partners that are here in this room. We have the global value chains, we have a dialogue, the initiative for policy dialogue on global value chains, production, transformation, and development, where, of course, we cooperate with OHR LLS to bring the issue of LDCs on the table and explore how we can advance the transformation together. In the framework of that initiative, we have developed a tool, the Production Transformation Policy Reviews. We recently launched, as I mentioned, the one of Bangladesh, and we have upcoming the PTPR of Togo, as the minister mentioned yesterday. And we also have a line of work on startups for development that look more into how governments can foster the startup transformation. These tools will also feed into the LDC 5 monitor, which is another tool of the development center, and we have a dedicated event for it tomorrow. I'm going to end here. I hope I did well on time, Susanna.
Thank you so much.
No, that was great. Just for your information, all the presentations will also be put on the website, so you will be able to find all this information that has been provided. So now I give the floor to Professor Raihan, speaking about the challenges of export diversification and structural transformation in Bangladesh. Please.
Thank you very much. So what I'm going to present, I think many other LDCs, they will also find many similarities. So by any standard, Bangladesh export basket is highly concentrated. So this is the data from UNCTAD's export concentration data. And 0.3 is a kind of considered as a high export concentration. And you can see Bangladesh, compared to many of its competitor countries, has a very high considered export basket. And this is due to a very heavily dependence on ready-made garments, which occupies more than 85% of its export, and which also now creates the situation where the country becomes vulnerable to external shocks. We also know that the country is going to graduate from the LDC status by 2026, and which is also going to add some additional pressure on or challenges on the economy. So to understand this whole dynamics of structural transformation and export diversification, this is part of my ongoing research. What I did, I actually constructed a structural transformation index. And we know that a concentrated export basket doesn't really help structural transformation. So what I did, I used 3 indicators. One is the share of manufacturing value added in GDP, and then share of industrial employment in total employment, since I didn't have a very wide coverage of manufacturing employment in total employment for a number of countries. And then I added this economic complexity index, and with risk scale between 0 and 100. So I will actually, in the question answer session, probably I will come back to the justification of these indicators, but because of the time constraint, I'm not really getting into that. I assigned equal weights to each of these indicators, and then index is constructed for the period between 1995 and 2021 for 27 years for 133 countries. Now, if you look at this very nice plot of this data, in the y-axis, what I have put is my constructed structural transformation index for 2021, and then in the horizontal axis, this export concentration index from UNCTAD in 2021. And you can see a negative association between export concentration and structural transformation. But I really wanted to get into a deep dive into this association. I will show you in my next few slides. But let's have a look at the trend in structural transformation of Bangladesh and compared to some other countries. You can see Bangladesh, the red line of the red dots, is actually moved kind of at a slower rate in the structural transformation, but at a kind of positive transformation you can see since 1995. But if you compare Bangladesh with Vietnam, they started for almost at the same level, but then Vietnam had a much faster rate of structural transformation. India always held a kind of high level of structural transformation, but I also added Sub-Saharan African LDCs average, and you can see for them, it remained a kind of flat line over these 27 years, that there was some improvement, but not really much improvement. So what I did, I really wanted to have a deep dive into this whole association between structural transformation and export concentration. So here I'm going to propose some varieties of industrial policies for different groups of countries based on this association. The first one is I call strategic. So where you see that the countries with very high level of export concentration, high or exceedingly high level of export concentration, and very low level of structural transformation, I'm proposing a kind of strategic industrial policy because they need to actually identify few strategic sectors and to promote export diversification, which can help them for further structural transformation. Then there is a group of countries who has exceedingly high export concentration, but they achieved moderate level of structural transformation. And you can see most of them are actually, a few of them are actually oil-rich countries, and they also have resources to get into new sectors. But I'm not really getting into those countries, but then there is a kind of what I call upgrading countries, where you see they have low level of export concentration, but also they achieved moderate level of structural transformation. And you can see many of the Southeast Asian countries and some of the European countries that also fall into this category. But then there is a kind of a group of countries, I call them tech frontier, and most of them are from the Western European countries or North America, who already achieved high level of structural transformation, and you can see they have a low export concentrated basket. But my concentration is this Bangladesh, where you can see this box, where only a very few countries are there, where the country has a high level of high level of export concentration, but a moderate level of structural transformation. And that's posed a real challenge for Bangladesh. And where I'm suggesting that the country needs to actually move away from its strategic trade policy, where it was focused only on ready-made garments, to get into a more broad-based industrial policy. And this is the region which I really want to highlight, that I call it non-feasible. No country with high or exceedingly high level of export concentration could achieve high level of structural transformation. So based on this analysis, I want to look at the trajectory of Bangladesh and different other countries. I want really your attention only to, I know there are many countries, but just to consider Bangladesh and Vietnam. In 1995 and between 1995 and 2021, Bangladesh actually achieved, you can see, a rise in structural transformation, but its export basket became more and more concentrated. But look at Vietnam, it was just the reverse things happened, where it moved from the same level of structural transformation, but it diversified the export basket and moved into some more of the tech frontier group of countries. But then what would the future trajectory of Bangladesh? This is a fundamental question. This is a billion-dollar question. If Bangladesh continues to keep the same trend, then it actually falls into that infeasible region where you can't really achieve high level of structural transformation. Even if you want to keep the same basket, same concentrated basket, you also fall into the same infeasible region. Only option for Bangladesh is to diversify and to achieve higher level of structural transformation. That is something I would say the country needs at this moment, is a very urgent matter for this country. So Bangladesh needs a broad-based industrial policy. Why? So far, the RMG-centric, the ready-made garment-centric stance was de facto strategic, and the incentive regime has remained narrow, and there is a strong, what we call the anti-non-ready-made garments bias, and that is something which is needed to, with the reform, and this is the areas of reform, especially in the policy and regulatory issues, the tax, tariff, and FDI. This is something very fundamental. In terms of infrastructure, in terms of financing, in the case of skilled labor development, we already heard a lot of these issues over the last 2 days. And I would like to add one more thing, is called the institutional deficiency. We must not forget the kind of political economy and the institutional challenges behind these reform issues. So all these challenges have been there for long, but not much for the ready-made garments, because the beauty of the success of Bangladesh story is that there was a kind of political settlement, and the enclaves were created for ready-made garments where these challenges were not really much for the ready-made garments, whereas the challenges were acute for the non-ready-made garments export. So my final slide is that there are potential sectors for diversification. And based on the different research, 4 criteria if we consider, for example, the sector's growth potential, sector's diversification potential, sector's employment potential, at the same time, government buy-in, we found that there is a long list of sectors where there is a high potential of diversification. And I just highlighted agro-processing, leather and leather goods, light engineering, IT, jute and jute goods. With this, I will conclude here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. for this very, very interesting example of how Bangladesh is moving and where the next frontier should be. So I give now the floor to Dr. Mablen Bimana, on the role of innovations in agro-processing.
Thank you, moderator, for giving me this opportunity to present. As you know, the LDC countries are part of those regions where agriculture is the mainstay of the economy. It accommodates a large number of economic activities. And when you look at also on SDGs, the goal number 2, which aiming to achieve food security and improving nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture, the actual farming is a business as usual, cannot sustain if we need to achieve this goal, because we need innovation. We need to introduce this innovative technology to improve agriculture sector. But the question is, why innovation agriculture or innovating industry in LDC? First, we know that innovation will help to produce more and less cost. So that's the goal. So we need to maximize the production, give more production process, providing the output using less. This will require to move from extensive agriculture to intensive agro-production, and also will lead to preserve more agro-products in those value chain. It also gives an opportunity to use the GM crops for providing more resources for farmers, but as well the consumers. So when you look at these LDC countries, there are a lot of potentials that we can take as advantage to make sure that we achieve these goals. One of them is the substantial market. So let's see an example of the Sub-Saharan Africa, where we have around 1.2 billion population. And 15 years ahead, we will have around 2 billion population. And among them, the youth will have more than 60%. This is a substantial market, both from input to output for human capital. We also think about the urbanization. This is the trend we have now, where we have a lot of urbanization trend in different countries. And this creates a lot of resources for our brand to produce, to maximize the production, to feed this urbanization trend. Also, with all these uptakes, thinking about innovation in agro-industry, industrializing agriculture basically, it will lead to move from consumption for staple food to processed food, processed fruits and horticulture product, as well as dairy products. And this will be in that process where we are able to create jobs, maximizing the income of those majority of people who are in the traditional agriculture, but also improving access, affordability, and nutrition of our population in years to come. So looking at this hypothetical example to show the role of innovation in agro-processing, just extract in South Africa and Department of Agriculture and Department of Trade, currently they have around 30% of their horticulture products are processed, okay? And all 30% can accommodate, actually they accommodate around 200,000 jobs in this value chain. And you would imagine if they use all those, the remaining 70% in this agro-processing industry, how many jobs they can be created. So looking on these horticulture products and how much we can generate in terms of jobs and other value addition of different segments, we can have people in processing, we can have the product as yogurt, we can have a product as dry fruits, we can have product as fruits and other vegetables, powders. All those segments in horticulture, they just create jobs, but also they create diversification of different food products in different categories, which eventually will have the opportunity to give for price stabilization at the market, but also improving access to food and nutrition at different levels. So the LDC have numerous driving factors which can enable the regions to really have this opportunity to innovate. One of them is the upstream market in agro-processing. We have the abundant resources that we need to really consider as an opportunity to kick off our innovation in agro sector. We also have this climate at some extent, which is really convenient for some of those products that we need to produce to maximize. And also we have abundant resources in terms of land, where we need to move all these Arab land into usable resources. And they also have active population, which eventually will play a big role in this production. We only need to provide to provide the right education, so that they can have right skills. And then we have this urbanization, which eventually creates optimal market for our production. However, we have these challenges that always take back our process, and one of them is this land fragmentation. It's a really big challenge. Most of our LDC, we have this land fragmentation, we have this subsistence farming where people eventually just produce with their intercropping system, which has an implication, negative implication in the agro industry, where we need land use consolidation, large amount of production to feed our industry to make sure that we optimize the resources. We also have limited infrastructure. This is a big challenge, especially for storage capacity and energy. So we have this problem of sustainable energy, and where it is, it's also expensive. We need to deal with those problems. Also, we have this imperfect market, the traditional perfect market and the market failure for both input and output. So what's next? I think there is a way we can just move very quickly, and one of them is to really take this stock from small-scale farming to large-scale farming, and also product specialization. That will improve our innovation of agro-processing. And also we need to have this market integration from local, regional, and international markets, both input and output. So we also need to think about the smart agriculture and precision farming. That will help to really fight against climate shocks and also improve the sustainable agriculture. But beyond this, we need to have right skills. Our colleagues yesterday talked about the STEM programs. I think we need to upgrade these STEM programs in the right way, provide relevant training like food science technologists, and above all, we need to automate our production system, which eventually will create different jobs in different segments of our agro-processing, and food security will be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now we go back to Asia and Dr. Paras Karel, who will talk about Nepal's experience with premature deindustrialization. You have the floor.
Okay. Thank you. So I'll be focusing on an aspect of the Nepali economy, which is premature deindustrialization, and its search for an industrial policy. And I deliberately put premature deindustrialization because this is happening in other countries too globally, but it is happening at a very low level of income in the context of Nepal. So Nepal is a very young country, and we are still in the demographic window of opportunity. So we entered the demographic window of opportunity around 1992, and we are about 58 to 60% of our way through the demographic window of opportunity, which closes around 2047. But so far, our growth rate is very low. In the last 10 years or so, it has just averaged less than or around 4%. And although this represents a lot of potential, we have not been able to utilize it. So if you see in this figure that the share of agriculture in Nepal's GDP or value added has gone down, and then industry's share has hardly budged, whereas there is a huge increase in the share of services. Right? And in the case of manufacturing sector, which is within the industrial sector, the share in employment has also hardly budged, around 6.6, 6.8%. right? And here is the share of value added of manufacturing in GDP. You know, it peaked around 1999, 2000, when the level of income was way below today. And right now it's just about $1,300 per capita income. And imagine what the income was in 2000. And that time it peaked, and then it has been in steady decline. And if you look at the, you know, if you decompose the per capita value added growth during the period 2008 to 2018, the latest decade for which we have data, and this is based on a World Bank research, what we see is that that growth has been driven by static reallocation of labor from less productive activities to more productive activities, which is fine. But what is of concern is that within sector productivity growth has been negative, right? And dynamic reallocation has also been negative. That is, resources are flowing from sectors with below average growth, above average growth, into sectors with above average growth, below average growth. And again, if you look at Nepal's comparative export manufacturing performance, we see that not only is the manufacturing share of GDP going down, it is at the bottom of the ladder compared to most other country groups. And the question could be, so what? If manufacturing is not doing well, maybe agriculture is doing well, or services are doing well. But if you look at exports of goods and services as a percentage of GDP, that's also in steady decline and low compared to other country groups. So essentially what's happening is that whereas service sector share in GDP has increased, and that of manufacturing has also decreased, and that of agriculture has also decreased, the increase in the services sector has been in the non-tradable variety, right, which has not been able to generate exports. And hence, remittances amount to about a fifth of the GDP in Nepal, and remittances dwarf other external flows, exports of goods or foreign direct investment, plus net ODA, official development assistance. So in the context of Nepal, if you look at the export basket, I have not shown the figure here, in terms of the export concentration index, for example, of UNCTAD, until recently, our export basket was fairly diversified compared to most South Asian peers, right? So, but that's a small consolation because exports volume are very low, and as a share of GDP, they have been going down and at the bottom of the pack. Now, question arises, is this due to tariffs, right? And what is, a resolved debate among, let's say, mainstream economists is still an unresolved debate in the context of Nepal. There are three strands of thought. On the one hand, there is the World Bank, which is the leading source of development aid, and from which other development agencies tend to take their cue. And its argument is that Nepal's tariffs are still high. It's at the top quartile. And input tariffs reduce efficiency of firms, going by the neoclassical trade models, and that it shows that there are certain high rates of effective rate of protection in a range of sectors. And this is resulting in resource misallocation, such that resources that would have otherwise flowed into sectors in which we have comparative advantage are flowing into sectors in which we do not have comparative advantage, and hence that explains our weak export performance. All right? And it suggests tariff liberalization, and it estimates that the tariff tax revenue loss would be in the range of 4 to 8%. But then if you look at the private sector's demand, a staple in their demand before the annual budget speeches is that a certain level of effective rate of protection must be maintained, going by the infant industry argument. And then, on the other hand, there is the government, which wants to protect industries up to a point, and is also concerned about revenue loss, because half of Nepal's revenue, tax revenue, is collected at the border on imports, all right? And this is a debate that's still unresolved, and there are three strands of thought. And even going by the global literature, this is also, the jury is still out on whether infant industry protection really works or not. And in terms of way forward, we have an industrial policy, 2010, but the industrial policy, I think, should be something more than the formal industrial policy with a capital INP dating back to 2010, but rather a regime that takes into account the entire environment of policies, strategies, directives, laws, and regulations that have a bearing on the export sector. It could be related to trade, industry, agriculture, services, and so on. And then so far, Nepal's determination of tariffs and taxes have been, to a significant extent, in an ad hoc manner. So a study on the import duty structure in terms of its ability to serve the government's goal, oftentimes competing goals of industrialization, export expansion, and revenue generation would be required. And then such a study would also inform an industrial development strategy. Whereas Nepal has a trade integration strategy, it lacks an industrial development strategy. And it should be anchored in Nepal's milieu of massive outward migration of people and remittance inflows, which is improving welfare, but is also resulting in, for example, the appreciation of the real exchange rate. And a production transformation policy review that draws on the entire spectrum of evidences and thoughts in the development literature, right, could be useful, but it should be inclusive. And then updating policymakers on emerging evidence on the subtleties of industrial policy, that there are varieties of industrial policy, some work, some don't work, and there is emerging evidence, for example, if you look at the works of Danny Roderick also, using new data. And finally, a trade adjustment fund to help workers and firms that will be hurt by trade liberalization is necessary if the government is to take a bold decision and to reduce tariffs and the effective rate of protection. And here the contributions as aid for trade from development agencies would be very important, especially from those donor agencies that advocate tariff liberalization. It is only fitting that they also contribute to such a trade adjustment fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can you give to me?
So now we have a presentation by Dr. Salamit Robi on structural transformation in Ethiopia and the rest of the region.
Hello, thank you, moderator, for this opportunity to present. I think the title of the presentation is a bit different from what was on the program. I'll be talking about a research project carried out by the African Cities Research Consortium that's based at the University of Manchester. As you can kind of tell from the name of the consortium, the focus is on Africa and on cities. The wider project looked at a range of themes in 14 African cities. But the focus of the presentation today is the study of structural transformation in 6 cities: Addis Ababa, Dar es Salaam, Nairobi, Accra, Lagos, and Harare. The study is still ongoing, so I'm not going to go into much depth or talk about the findings, but what I want to do with this very short presentation today is just highlight 2 key propositions that are driving the study, and also talk about the general approach of the study, and hope this will open up some discussion. So the first proposition that the study is making is that there's a need to give more attention to cities and the dynamics at city level, particularly political economic dynamics at city level within national structural transformation agendas in Africa. So the thinking behind this is generally rapid urbanization in modern times is historically linked with processes of structural transformation. We've seen this in Europe and many other parts of the world. But when we come to Africa, this is quite different, as cities have urbanized in the context of an absence of structural transformation. What this has done is created cities that host the fastest growing pool of low productivity bound labor and low value adding informal labor force, and largely organized under micro and small firms. Cities also at the same time attract the lion's share of domestic investment in non-productive sectors like real estate. So potentially this can indicate that cities can be key sites of intervention, and that there ought to be greater attention paid to the growth and graduation of urban enterprises into higher value adding, more productive firms that can channel investment into the creation of more jobs and better paying jobs that can contribute to more equitable development. So that's the first proposition that the study makes. And then the second one is that there's also a need to look at the informal business environment when we're trying to create more enabling environments for businesses in general. So what I mean by informal business environment is, firms in African cities function in environments that are dominated by all sorts of informal arrangements. This could be thinking about anti-competitive practices or corruption or different types of informal arrangements that creates uneven playing field for businesses. Well, this is not really accounted for in the formal blanket rules reform that's carried out as part of structural transformation agendas. And so the study sets out to get a better understanding of what is the informal climate within which businesses function, and then thinking about how this shapes prospects of structural transformation, both at the city level and national level, and how industrial policy may be responsive to this. So these are the two main propositions of the study. So the ACRC applied the Deals and Development Framework to try and understand this relationship between informal business environments and prospects for structural transformation. And in so doing, it uses three concepts. The first one is the political settlements concept, which tries to look at the implications of the configuration of power between contending groups within this at the city level. For who gets to access these informal arrangements or deals, and how reliable are these deals once they have been brokered. Then the second concept that is used in the study is the rent space, which looks at different business interests in the city, based on whether they're catering to the domestic market or the export market, but also on whether they rely on their own competitiveness or the advantages they get out of these deals for their profit. The final concept that's applied is the deal space, and this is looking at the overall business environment created by these informal deals. This is looked at in terms of whether the deals are open or closed, meaning whether they're available, they're widely available or limited to exclusive groups, and whether these deals are likely to be honored once they have been brokered, or whether there's less certainty of that. And based on where the climate of a city sits within this grid, it is possible to get indications of positive and negative implications for structural transformation, which can potentially inform industrial policymaking. This is just a grid to kind of show positive and negative implications. For instance, if a particular city has an informal business environment that is closed, catering to only certain groups, but then also ordered, meaning those deals are honored. So this could have positive implications by creating stability, but it could also have negative implications by creating tendencies of monopolies arising. So these are the range of possibilities that can come out of that. So just finally to conclude, I didn't really present any findings, but just the main propositions that the study is again making is to bring cities into the thinking on national structural transformation, because these are key sites of intervention and will become even more critical sites of intervention in the future. But then also looking beyond the formal business reforms that are prevalent in structural transformation agendas, to think about also what is the actual reality that firms face in terms of the different deals environments that they work in, and understanding how this dynamics of informality shapes prospects for structural transformation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was quite interesting, different angle to the whole discussion. We will hear in a moment from two respondents, Mr. Khan Chanmeta, Secretary of State of the Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovation in Cambodia, and also Ms. Latiana Raharimanga, economist at the Ministry of the Economy and Finance in Madagascar. But I think before, all our speakers deserve an extra round of applause for sticking to the time and making such interesting presentations. So, Mr. Kanchan Mehta, my colleague, yeah, okay, thank you.
Good morning. Hello. Thank you, Madam Moderator. And good morning, everyone. First of all, let me congratulate the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland and UNHCR for a nice and very good organization. And thanks also for inviting me, being part of this theme of discussion. You may know that the Cambodia has very young populations. It is about 75% of our population are under 35 years old. So what would be the best policy or strategy for us? The government, from September last year, we have started the new mandate by stipulating, by putting the economic diversification and competitiveness enhancements as our priority. But it's a paper only. So how we are going to implement? So how we are going to execute this strategy for the next 5 years? First thing. Second things, it is about the new roadmap. 2022, the government has launched the new roadmap on electronic and automotive, December 2022. Why this roadmap? Because we need to diversify our economy. We need change. We need to transform our economy toward digital economy and society by 2035. So what should we do? It's quite simple. As a Vice Minister of the Ministry of Industry and also a member of a think tank of the Prime Ministers. So I lead a team to look at the new model of upskilling and reskilling our youth. The new model which could create new jobs, which could create new opportunities for our young generation, for better future. So this new model is about the setting up the new special economic zone. We had, since 2005, we have about 27 special economic zones. But since the roadmap on electronic and automotive is coming, we need to set up the new model, which is called specific sector, specific country. So last year, the whole year, we've been working a lot on relocation of the electronic and automotive manufacturings from Vietnam, from China, from Thailand to Cambodia. So Tim, we went to South Korea because we would like to create a zone for only South Korean manufacturings. We would like to bring Hyundai Motor, Kia Motor, Samsung, LG to be coming to Cambodia. But what they are interested, we have used, of course, but what they need more is the new package of incentive. We just have new investment law also, but it's not enough. In this zone, what should we need, what should we set up? It is not only the investment law, it is not only the sub-degree on implementation of the investment law, but also the new package Y for the new specific special economic zone. We went through the whole year. We submitted the report to our Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Economy and Finance last year. We got special support. We got special package of incentive. At the same time, the government is working also with Japanese manufacturing. So last December, our Prime Minister went to Japan to present the new model to Japanese investors on specific country, specific sector. So the upcoming, I think in 2 weeks, the big manufacturings on electronic and automotive from Korea, they will conduct investment forum on 27 March. It will be co-organized by Investment Promotion Board of Cambodia and KOTRA. And I myself will be sharing this model with the other Korean investors and try to attract them to be part of this new model. We do hope that this new model could create new skills, new opportunities, new hopes, better future for our generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's very encouraging. Now, Ms. Mbolatiana, you have the floor.
Je vous remercie de m'avoir donné la parole. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, bonjour. Tout d'abord, je tiens à remercier les organisateurs de cet événement de m'avoir donné l'opportunité de partager avec vous les expériences de Madagascar concernant les solutions possibles pour diversifier son économie vu les opportunités et atouts que dispose le pays. Je félicite aussi les intervenants de tout à l'heure pour leur brillante présentation. Donc, mon intervention est orientée vers la question sur les défis de diversification des exportations et de la transformation structurelle qui a été présentée par notre collègue de Bangladesh. Certes, les PMA devraient identifier et évaluer les secteurs qui peuvent contribuer le plus à l'augmentation de la production, le PIB, afin de soutenir la croissance, créer des emplois décents et éradiquer la pauvreté. À cet effet, les PMA ont besoin d'une politique, une stratégie de développement durable réalisable, laquelle identifie les secteurs à potentialité pour les exportations, et ceci partant des matières premières à leur transformation pour créer des valeurs ajoutées, tout en ciblant des marchés où le pays aura plus d'avantages comparatifs. Pour le cas de Madagascar, le secteur de l'économie bleue est une opportunité pour diversifier son économie qui est particulièrement vulnérable. Le pays dispose environ 4 828 km de côtes et dispose également des lacs et cours d'eau à l'intérieur du pays. Madagascar a publié récemment, en novembre 2023, sa stratégie nationale de l'économie bleue et son plan national d'investissement afin de mettre en œuvre des actions et programmes pour une exploitation durable des ressources aquatiques tout en préservant les écosystèmes liés à l'eau. Les défis de l'économie bleue sont énormes, notamment la coordination des actions et des acteurs dans le secteur et la bonne gouvernance de l'économie bleue. Un comité national multisectoriel de l'économie bleue a été mis en place pour coordonner les activités sous le leadership du ministère de la Pêche et de l'économie bleue. Les opportunités pour créer les valeurs ajoutées à travers la diversification dans ce secteur sont énormes et à explorer. Les principaux secteurs porteurs pour Madagascar sont la pêche et l'aquaculture, l'agriculture, le tourisme, les transports maritimes et fluviaux, l'énergie renouvelable et les mines. Et on a déjà avancé sur l'aquaculture continentale et marine actuellement. Et il y a aussi la culture d'algues qui est déjà en cours de développement au sud de Madagascar. Donc, pour terminer mon intervention, les points clés que je voulais retenir pour l'avenir des PMA, c'est que la transformation structurelle d'une économie vulnérable nécessite évidemment des innovations dans les secteurs à potentialité afin d'améliorer la résilience du pays. Et cette résilience doit passer par les politiques visant à réduire la vulnérabilité structurelle à travers des réformes et des investissements dans le secteur clé. Ces réformes reposent évidemment sur des stratégies de développement bien élaborées et faisables, et il faut penser également à assurer les financements et les partenariats internationaux pour pouvoir réaliser donc les projets et programmes envisagés. Sur ce, je vous remercie.
Much for giving still another perspective on the blue economy and sectors we haven't talked about yet. So now we have quite some time for interactive discussion. So please, any questions, but also comments or other contributions are most welcome. Maybe you can just put up your flag so I can see better who you are. Donald, I can see you.
Thank you, moderator. And the presentation, excellent team. My question is to Dr. Karel on the subject of industrial policy. If you look at the history of successful transformation in Southeast Asia, the industrial policy was successful in the context of a very strong leadership and strong institutions. Now, many of the countries, including those in sub-Saharan Africa, and in a case like your country, we are also faced with the challenges of the fourth industrial revolution, which is led by digital transformation, making the global value chains geographically scattered and extremely difficult to implement an industrial policy in the absence of very strong institutions. How would you propose that the setup of industrial policy operate in the context that I have just outlined? Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think we will collect a few questions. I hope by now others have thought about more questions, and then we'll go back to the panelists. Maybe. Okay. Madame? Sorry, I can't see. Can you please introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you.
Was there another one?
My name is Nema, and I have a question specifically for Dr. Salim, Professor Salim, sorry. You talked about export diversification, and I was wondering how much sustainability featured into this, the challenges that potentially face Bangladesh, especially since they are very much in the ready-to-wear garments, and as I don't know, the trends in the industry or in fashion industry are going, and a lot of concerns about sustainability are being raised. I wonder if this is something that features heavily in what pushes for the diversification, and how much sustainability factors, especially as you talk about industrialization, and how a lot of markets these days and a lot of consumers are so concerned about sustainability and the linear economic model. A lot of people are really looking into the circular economic model, specifically because of all the challenges that we have seen have been caused by the linear economic model. So, yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's not limited to questions. You can also share other experiences from other countries, or any contribution you would like to make to the discussion. But, okay, Arjun. And there's
Thank you very much.
Sorry. Oh, maybe we take Ambassador from the Gambia first, and then Arjun, sorry.
Thank you very much. I want to thank all the presenters for the brilliant presentation this morning. I have about two questions to the two presenters, Dr. from Rwanda. The innovation agro-processing. You've said in least developed countries, 75% of our population is engaged in agriculture. And you look at it, most of them are in the informal sector. Now, in enhancing the value chain, which is very important to transformation, how do we integrate this informal into formal for them to be able to be part of the transformation process? Looking at the different levels of value chain and the different sectors within the agriculture sector. To Dr. Selimo, also talked about the political economy of cities and also some of the transformations that can happen at the level of the cities. But I think I just want to interrogate if the city's political economy can be looked at not only from the perspective of the city, but looking at the relations between the national and the city councils. Most of the time, the challenge is the difficult governance space to manage the relationship, to be able to bring about, for instance, looking at services in the cities, who provides the services, and in the provision of that, who suffers is the citizens of the cities. So in that, how do you manage that relationship is very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, please, Dr. Karki.
Thank you, Sujan, for this opportunity. In fact, you opened this floor for not only limiting our concern and questions to this session, but also we can go beyond this session. In fact, I would like to really talk about the various presentation, not necessarily this one. We have heard wonderful experience and expertise from different part of the LDCs. But how we can replicate these models, experience and expertise in different part of the LDCs, and some are geographically remote and some are economically very small. For example, experience of Bangladesh, huge economy, may not be applicable to in a country like Tuvalu. So how we can create level playing field and also ensure South-South, North-South and triangular cooperation so that all LDCs can benefit from experience and expertise of different countries and different experiences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe we go back to the presenters and then have another round of questions and comments. So, Mr. Karel, if you want to start.
Thank you. To the one question that was directed at me. So on industrial policy, surely many of the tools and instruments that, say, East Asian economies had at their disposal when they industrialized are not available to us, the entire range of it, partly due to the membership of, for example, the World Trade Organization. So a lot of the policy space that they had has been constrained, although there are discussions at the World Bank that space, at the WTO, that space should be expanded. But even within that, the space that we have, there's a lot we can do. And in industrial policy is partly about tariffs and subsidies, yes, but it's also about, for example, bringing together the private and the government sectors to hear each other out. For example, Nepal has a board of trade, whose goal is to promote exports, for example, right? And even holding such meetings on time, regularly, and following up the decisions, monitoring and evaluation would be part of industrial policy, though it is not just about subsidies and tariffs. Similarly, the government supports private sector to participate in international trade fairs, right? And the cost is not huge. And there are good examples of how women entrepreneurs have started to export after participating in such trade fairs due to the support of the government, right? Scaling up such initiatives, as well as making them more meaningful, providing them training as to how to utilize participation in such trade fairs, is also part of industrial policy. Going by my reading of the East Asian experience, right, the literature, just tells me, this is my view, is that coordination was key among different government agencies. But to give you from the perspective of Nepal, what's happening is that trade negotiations are done, for example, by the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Supplies, all right? But at the same time, it's the Ministry of Finance that sets the tariffs, right? That is jurisdiction. And then if you look at Nepal's list of export potential products produced by the Nepal Trade Integration Strategy, again supported by a range of donors, there is a heavy presence of agriculture products, all right? And increasing agricultural productivity or ensuring traceability, right? Or putting in place measures to navigate the non-tariff measures in destination countries is under the remit of the Ministry of Agriculture. And here, the weak coordination among government agencies is also preventing the implementation of industrial policy, right? So I think this, I don't know how this experience relates to those in other countries, but everything is there, the policies are there at times, but coordination among government agencies becomes of paramount importance. Otherwise, if all these agencies don't coordinate, then export becomes nobody's business. It's everybody's business, but there's still a tendency to see it as something that's to be done by the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Supplies, which alone cannot do everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think there were also questions to Professor Raihan, please.
Yes. One is, of course, I think it's a very good question about the sustainability issue. When it comes to the ready-made garment sector, the challenge is huge, especially, as I mentioned, that it occupies more than 85% of the export. And then most of the rules and regulations actually fall into this sector. So the sector itself has taken the initiative to kind of comply with these regulations, rules and regulations. You might be knowing that the top 10 or 15 green factories in the ready-made garments are actually in Bangladesh. But that doesn't really tell you that the huge divergence within the sector, that whether there are some small firms, they are not really able to comply with this kind of rules and regulations. So the sector is really facing the challenge how to really make it sustainable, and especially some of the growing standards which are emerging, and that's to have to comply. And I mentioned about the LDC graduation, that is an added pressure. But if you move away from the ready-made garments to go to other sectors, the leather and tannery, especially that is leather and leather goods, it has a huge potential, but this is the sector which is facing the most challenging kind of rules and regulations. One example is that, in years back, a few years back, when Bangladesh export of leather footwear were subject to different environmental standard issues in European market, because the kind of raw leather which they were using from tanneries, which were not really environmentally or sustainable, maintaining the environmental sustainable standards, or not using the right kind of centrally effluent treatment plant. I think this challenge is, when you move away from ready-made garments, I think it's huge. So I think this is a very, very right, a point in which it's challenge which needs to be addressed. Can I just respond to one question which was talked about Nepal, but I think this is a very good question for Bangladesh as well. Well, it's about the institutional capacity of the government and exercise of the industrial policy. If you look at Bangladesh, Bangladesh has a success story, and it's a very, very nice success story, to create what I call in my research that to create some efficient pockets of informal, functionally informal institutions. So for ready-made garments, things were very different. So if you look at Bangladesh's institutional capacity, according to different global indicators, is really disaster. But when it comes to performance related to ready-made garments, they actually created some pockets, and those were functional. But As I said in my presentation, that was a very narrow strategic industrial policy. But that policy can't be replicated for other sectors. So you need to actually, as you rightly said, you need to develop your institutional capacity. Otherwise, you can't really exercise your broad or extend the industrial policy for other sectors. I think this is a very excellent point what you mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Selam, you wanted to react to some urbanization questions?
Sure. Yes, the question from the ambassador from Gambia. That's a very good point that you raised, also factoring in national political settlements. And this is absolutely part of the study, thinking about the distribution of power between national and city level and how it affects access to different deals and the reliability of those deals as well. So point taken. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Aimable, something was also addressed to you. I'm sorry, I didn't get everything, but please.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador, for asking how can we integrate our local informal people to formal sectors. This is, of course, a very critical issue. It needs a lot of effort from different stakeholders. And I think one of them is the institutional governance and structure of the institutional quality, and it needs kind of joint effort to ensure that we prioritize local industries that take opportunity of local resources and then give opportunity also to local people to move from informal sector to formal sector. And this is mainly in agriculture, moving from traditional agriculture to agro-processing industry, where local farmers or people will probably be given opportunity to produce crops that are probably processed and then possibly get some jobs in those local industry processing. But this, as I mentioned, it's a little bit, it needs to take time because we need, as the institution countries, they need to provide relevant infrastructure, electricity access, and other relevant infrastructure, but also providing other institutional quality, providing association membership in all those people, helping them to put integrated agriculture system into their regional areas and to ensure that they have access to infrastructure, to ensure that they have input, access to quality input, and also they get more training about the use of all those input. I think that's a process, but that's the way we can move our population from informal to formal sector and ensure that they get opportunity in this formal sector that we need to move them, but also they benefit from consumption and also from active engagement into employment opportunity in those sectors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Masidiki, you wanted to also react to some questions?
Thank you, Susanna. I would like to take on the last question. As I mentioned in my presentation, when we created this tool of the production transformation policy reviews, one of the thinking was precisely what you mentioned. So how can you replicate the model? Countries are not the same. They don't have the same geography. They don't have the same assets, and they're developing at completely different points in time. So this is an excellent point, and I will echo what my other co-panelists said, that we need to go back and see the bigger learnings in the development stories rather than the very unique policy tools developed in each country. So for instance, we talk about 5 key issues. I think, of course, there's always room for discussion there. One is the anticipatory capacity. So when we looked at the successful experiences, they had the capacity with their own networks and governments and with the experts to see where the economy globally was going, and that helped them to see where the strategy had to go. Then there's the adaptation capacity, because it's not enough to see the possible futures. You also have to have mechanisms to make the change locally and make this happen. Then there's the network. Are you able to work in networks with the private sector? Is your private sector able to work in networks, both domestically and abroad? Then are you investing in learning? Because we talk a lot about how much investment it takes to make change happen. And the 5th point we try to make is the embeddedness. This is related to the territorial dimension and the sustainability. So what kind of development are you promoting? Is this going to stay in the country after you have a regulatory change and maybe things become a bit costlier? Because it needs to be a bit long-term. So there are some pillars, let's say some learnings that can guide new policy making. But I agree that it's very difficult to just kind of replicate. And we need these spaces are great, you know, we need the peer learning because we can learn from each other what is specifically, we can learn the inside. How can we design in our own country? What are the existing institutions in Nepal and Bangladesh that can already be utilized? And how can they be updated for new purposes? And I wanted to also make a comment for the first gentleman. There is a process of co-evolution, because if we wait for the institutions to be perfect in order to move with the policy, we will never get there. So, you know, as a structural transformation takes place, institutions also co-evolve. So I think these also go hand in hand. And
yeah, thank you so much. So we still have time for more questions. Ambassador Agnes, and then Anna, and
thank you very much.
The print is a little small, but yes, you are the next third. So please.
Thank you. Thank you for good presentations, rich indeed in lessons as well as content. I was very touched with the word mindset change. One of the presenters mentioned that, and I felt I could start from there. And really, Nepal's presentation appears to demand that mindset change in how governments and partners perceive structural transformation pathways. And even Ethiopia study is challenging us, the LDCs as well as partners, to think out of the box in terms of how to do structural transformation and what specific elements to look at and pay attention to. So what's coming out is really the need to change the way we think and manage our economies. The world, I would like to say, is already talking about possibility of the future creating a new world economic order. This being the case, I see the need for transformative policies, and I think the issue of new policies, review of policies, what to think about what policies globally, global policies, as well as national policies. And I was happy to hear from you that we need to learn from the experiences of various countries, not only the LDC countries, but also the developed countries. We don't have to take the same pathways, but we could do it differently because the current situation is really different. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anna, please.
Anna Toppari from UNU Wider. I just wanted to mention again, Vasiliki already mentioned that tomorrow we will be organizing an event on LDC 5 Monitor, and it will be exactly a process to have peer learning, have some comparisons, indicators for to support the production transformation in LDCs. So everyone who is available, please join us in this space tomorrow, 9:30. Because now is the moment to participate on that discussion, how to best support these processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you please also introduce yourself? Sorry, the light is really blurring everything.
Okay. Hello, my name is Lawrence Mafuru from Tanzania. I think my question goes to Dr. Nsabimana, talking about innovation, focusing on agro-processing as one of the sectors that could really accelerate transformation. And when you talk about agro-processing transformation, you're pretty much talking about most of the sub-Saharan countries as a block, and I'm looking at them, most of them being very agrarian, economies. So basically, we're talking about moving people, if it's farming, from the farm, if it's livestock, to get into modern ways of doing all this. But immediately when you talk about those, you're really referring to now moving very quickly into processing industries. And one of the big challenges that I'm asking you to also look into and interrogate is the balancing of energy transition as well. Most of the African countries or sub-Saharan countries pretty much have the traditional sources of energy, which are beginning to be unfriendly when you speak about climate mitigation and all environmental preservation initiatives. Now that becomes a limiting factor for most of these countries, where you've got quickly you can use coal, you can use hydro generation, but you can't really move into these other new clean energy sources because of the limitation of cost. Now, if you're going to want to move very quickly into transformation and get into better economies, your limitation really is going to be energy transition. My question is how do you balance the conundrum of accelerating your transformation and getting better economies at the same time being able to contribute to the global agenda of climate challenges? The question I'm going to put across the room is where do we get compensation when we forego immediate available sources of energy that we could use to transform our economies, but for the sake of the global agenda, we have to forego that. And how do we get the compensation to fast-track our growth? I wanted to get some reactions on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe we can take one or two more questions. Ambassador Locke.
Thank you. Thank you, first of all. I really thank all the panelists for the excellent presentations. And I just evaluate to the Professor Dr. Kharel firstly, and he talked about, very rightly pointed out that in Nepal, the coordination is always a problem. There is a lot of debate even among the government agencies that how we can bridge that gap and challenges. And having said this, I'll just come to the Professor Salim, that what is working in the ready-made garment sector in Bangladesh, why it is not working in other sectors in Bangladesh itself, when we are talking, especially when we are talking about the peer learning, experience sharing among the different countries. Why in the same country, those insurance setups are working in one sector, are not working in other sectors? When we talk about the structural transformation through digital transformation, and is it possible for the countries like Nepal or Bangladesh or other countries and to focus on the digital transformation and with the corrections, all those or learning from the ready-made garment sector, what you have done best? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yes, please. That's maybe the last question for now. Yes, it's working.
Yes, thank you. I'm Mr. Mukhtar Bakar, the PR of Chad to the UN. First of all, I would like to thank the panelists for their very rich and insightful presentation. I have two questions. One related to the issue of free trade. I think the panelist from Nepal mentioned it, the WTO membership. So we live in the age of WTO membership and also free trade agreement in many parts of the world. So we know that trade is important, and export is also important for LDCs to achieve structural transformation. And international trade is based on the idea of comparative advantage. Someone mentioned it earlier. So how our LDCs countries our countries, with all the structural barriers to development they have, can develop industrialization in the age of free trade, because they have to compete with other countries, and their firm have to compete with firms that have competitive advantage. So how we can cope with this context of free trade agreement and WTO membership to leverage free trade to achieve economic transformation. And my second question is related to climate change. I think the participant who preceded me has raised also these issues. Nowadays, the imperative of industrialization varies from the past. We live in the age of climate change. There is the imperative of climate adaptation mitigations. And as LDCs, we have difficulties to access financing, technologies. We have difficulties with infrastructure, with skills, and with institutional deficiency, as the panelist from Bangladesh has mentioned it. So how we can achieve our goal of structural transformation in the age of climate change? So this is a complementary question to what have been raised by the preceding participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think with this we go back to the panelists. Maybe we start with Amable this time.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Lawrence, for really interesting question. The LDC have different challenges for agro-processing, and one of them, as you mentioned, is to have relevant energy access, right? And when you look at what we have, I think it's to be kind of strategic investment, I would say, because all economies are integrated. So you don't forego one to take another one. But what you need to do is to make a strategic investment and make rational priorities. So you want to industrialize agriculture. So you want to move from extensive to intensive agriculture. So what's the priority? Is the infrastructure. One of them is access to energy. If you don't have energy, you don't think about industrialization. So that should be a priority if you want to think about that industrialization process. Some LDC countries have started this process. Some of them, I think Tanzania is part of those countries where they are increasing access to electricity and energy access, replacing biomass with other energy sources to make sure that people can massively move from biomass use to other energy use so that they can accommodate all those sectors. So that infrastructure facility, energy access, and also the institutional and the governance, I think that's also another key priority, because all those process of access to innovation and industrialization, we need to have quality institution and governance. That's to me, another key priority that we need to move forward, because with that governance, we are able to regulate all those markets and eliminate these market hindrances and failures. And that will give us also a room to integrate also the part of them will also to prioritize the quality education, because that industrialization also need to have that quality education with critical thinking for our population, who are able to understand why to move from this traditional agriculture to another sector where they will benefit most. They will improve the quality use of energy. They will also improve the quality services that they want to provide at the market. And also it's that the process that we need to understand that the priority should be part of the process of access to innovative agriculture. And then which one should come first? Which one prepare another one? And how can we achieve that? Do we need to develop our local energy resources, or do we need to import? How competitive we are? So we need to look at all those competitive advantages and to be able to maximize the opportunity of our population. Thank you.
Thank you. Salam, you wanted to say something more? Not now? Professor Ryan.
Okay, thank you. I think it's an excellent question. A billion-dollar question. What really worked for ready-made garments and not for other sectors? I encourage you to read my latest book from Cambridge University Press, just published in January. It has open access, so I can advertise for that. Is the Bangladesh Paradox Sustainable? The title of this book, edited volume. And it actually tries to look into this basic question. So very briefly, there are both domestic factors and international factors which really helped the emergence of ready-made garments. So we know that the international factor, MFA regime, but MFA was there for Nepal as well. And Nepal had a success of garments, but then we saw the decline. But what really happened in Bangladesh is that in 80s and 90s, there was an emergence of a new entrepreneur class who really actually got into this ready-made garments business. And they showed that if the state can provide them the support, whether it is in a kind of very rules-based system or under the deals-based system, what Dr. Ravishi was presenting, and we had a research with Dr. Kunalson as well. We did that on the rules-based and deals versus rules in the Bangladesh case. So where they showed that if incentives are provided to them, they can actually pay the state back. So they actually showed the export performance. And this various kind of political settlement centering on ready-made garments, which ensured that this sector performs well, and various institutional challenges, as I mentioned in my presentation, were removed from the ready-made garments. So unfortunately, for other sectors, they could not reach to a critical mass through which they can create some pressure on the government as a lobbying power, and they can actually make the right kind of policy making and implement them. One example is that the ready-made garments became, and I would say in a positive sense, they became so powerful, both economically and then politically as well. In the latest parliament, you would see that 50 or 60 members of parliaments are actually, they do business in the ready-made garments. So I don't know whether Nepal can replicate this model, but this is something to be, as I mentioned in my presentation, that this is a model which can't be even replicated for other sectors in Bangladesh, because that was a narrow strategic industrial policy. And you can't apply this policy sector by sector. That's why I advocated for a broad-based industrial policy where you need to actually make a level playing field for most of the sectors in the export domain. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Susanna. I would like to make a comment on the panelists that talk about the green transition and climate change, because this is a very important point, and I think it's important for all countries now in the world. I just want to say three things on this. First of all, they're right. You cannot have industrial transformation without energy access. So, priority number one is getting the energy access, and that includes the current energy sources. Of course, there's ways for this to become more efficient and better. Access can also improve with new tools that are being created to trade better, for example, energy, and the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, for instance, can help with energy trade in the continent and so on. It can also be designed in a way that is more sustainable in the future, because we already know that these energies should be phased out. So, if you're developing now these technologies, they can be done so while thinking that they can be reutilized in renewable ways in the future. The second point is that while you develop this access, you need massive investments in renewables at the same time. So this needs to go beyond the mini-grid approach and individual small-scale project to really ambitious programs for building renewables in LDCs and other developing countries. Then the third point I wanted to make is that beyond these challenges, we also have a very unique opportunity, which is the value chains that are being created from renewable energies. I know that there are value chains in oil and gas as well, but in the case of renewables, it's even more pronounced, the manufacturing component. So they're not just extracted, there's a whole innovation and manufacturing ecosystem around this. And this is an opportunity for developing countries to go beyond the extractive and do it a bit differently this time. You know, in Africa, for instance, I don't know the data just for LDCs, but in Africa, there is a source for a lot of the critical minerals and that are needed for many renewable technologies. The continent still accounts for less than 1% of exports in solar or wind or any of these technologies, or lithium batteries even. So there is some space there to use this as also an opportunity to do more structural transformation that is sustainable and inclusive.
Thank you. So finally, Dr. Karel.
So the point about the free trade agreements and special economic zones, free trade agreements, there's a mushrooming of free trade agreements and regional trade agreements. And upon graduation in 2026, in the case of Nepal and probably for others too, we'll be under increased pressure to liberalize, tariffs, whether at the WTO or on regional forums. And some of our trade partners are already negotiating trade agreements with other countries, resulting in preference erosion. So as I have argued in some of my studies, that it's time that the government come up with an objective basis for setting taxes and tariffs. Because at the end of the day, if you want market access in other countries, as they say, it takes two to tango, you have to give something. All right? Revenue concerns are there. So through a credible study and on an objective basis, it should identify certain sectors which it wants to protect up to a certain years with a sunset clause, and then also determine certain sectors that it should offer to their negotiating partner. Otherwise, there is no way out. We can get market access in important markets, and beyond that, if reducing tariffs is an inevitability if you want market access in other countries, then improving productivity is the only way out. And talking about Nepal, as much as 1/7 of the total revenue the government generates goes into, in a way, providing tax rebates, right? And those tax rebates of various types have not been adequately and rigorously assessed, all right? And who knows, part of those tab rebates may not be delivering results, and part of them could be shifted towards schemes that improve the productivity of firms and worker productivity. All right? So that industry-level benefits are generated rather than specific firms whose benefits we are not sure about. And finally, coming to special economic zones, Nepal entered the special economic zone thing quite late. It was only in 2016 that we got our first Special Economic Zone Act. Now with LDC graduation, some of the incentives that we are planning to give through SEZs, basically, for example, income tax rebates that are conditional upon exporting, would be interpreted as export subsidies at the World Trade Organization, right? So the focus now should be less on providing those types of blatant incentives that are contingent upon exports and which might run foul of WTO rules, but rather focusing on the delivery of infrastructure and services through those special economic zones, which would probably be a win-win. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we are coming to the end of this very interesting session. We have heard about a lot of sectors with potential. Definitely, we talked a lot about new partnerships that will be needed and the mindset shift, which is all important. And also, industrial policy seems to be supported by almost everybody, but it needs to be better designed than in the past. It needs to be broad with a vision and designed very carefully, especially the incentive regimes, not to be too prescriptive and be able to adapt to new circumstances and also include the whole enabling environment from the infrastructure to the skills. And lastly, the right institutions are needed, among others, to reduce uncertainty amongst the firms who are supposed to drive the structural transformation and the diversification. And in that respect, we also need to take into account informal rules and the informal sector. Just to say, the whole issue of finance and trade will also be discussed further in session 4 in the afternoon, which will talk about international support measures, so don't go away after lunch. We have still a full day. And with that, I would like to thank all the presenters again, and of course the audience and all the interventions for a very rich discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we had such a rich discussion, not only from all of you wonderful panelists, but also a big thanks to all of you, our wonderful audience, for engaging in an interactive discussion for almost an hour. Really impressive. So again, a big round of applause to everyone. Thank you, thank you. So many excellent, important issues have been raised, and we still have a second part of the morning coming up with a bit of a different setup. It's a fireside chat with very important speakers. But before that, I think we've all deserved a little coffee break. So I invite you all to please join us in the other room for a little break and a little refreshment. Very well deserved. Thank you so much, and see you back here at 11:40. Okay? Thank you.
Woke up this morning with the sunrise in my eyes, just like a new day, a breath of fresh air in my life. I don't know how, don't know why, but I'll be toasting all my life. My boots and briefcase are waiting at the door. My ride sweeter to meet the one I love. I don't know let the good times roll. One me, one ring, forever it's our show. I don't know how and don't know why, but I'll be toasting all my life. Tomorrow's never promised, but now is the time for hopes arising. Tomorrow's never promised, but now is the time for change that starts today. Whoa. Tomorrow's never promised, so seize the time. Make now forever smile. Tomorrow's never promised, so make this day a time you can't replace. Whoa. A new day's dawning, open up the sky. A new day's dawning, open up the A new day's dawning, open up the A new day's dawning.
We build our prisons, holes in the walls. Sunlight we hide from to cover our faults. We alter actions to suit what we feel. The colors slowly fading, seals in our ears. But we can hear now, we can hear loud and clear. Bells in our stomachs when truth is here. Now we can hear loud and clear. Bells in our stomachs when truth is here.
seasons that have come and gone, and you wonder how we even made it this far. Do you remember this time? Do you remember this time? Will you remember this time? Will you remember this time? Keeps the heart afraid. No matter what the change, life remains the same. As you look through seasons that have come and gone, and you wonder how we even made it this far. As you look through seasons that have come and gone, and you wonder how we even made it this far. Do you remember this time? Do you remember this time? Will you remember this time? Will you remember this time? Remember this time? Do you remember this time? Will you remember this time? Will you remember this time?
problem. I am grateful to all of you who have already taken a seat. I invite everybody else to join us. As you can see, our esteemed panelists for the upcoming fireside chat are already here. And we are really looking forward to a very thought-provoking conversation. The fireside chat will be moderated by Professor Jean-Louis Arcan. Thank you very much for your availability. And they will discuss how to manage risks and identify benefits of artificial intelligence in the context of the least developed countries, while fostering potential of AI to increase productivity. Professor Arcan, the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm kind of disappointed we don't have a fire, but even on the screens, I think that would be something to add next time that we do a fireside chat. So my name is Jean-Louis Arcan, so I'm the president of the Global Development Network, which is an international organization which supports researchers in the Global South, created by Joe Stiglitz 25 years ago. And when I saw the topic of this fireside chat, it reminded me of when I was a graduate student many decades ago, more than I would like to admit. And one of my thesis advisors at MIT was a guy called Paul Krugman that some of you may know of, who won a Nobel Prize in economics. And I think it was precisely 35 years ago, he wrote a paper with a classmate of mine called Elise Brésis on leapfrogging. So I'm a development economist. I'm not an AI person. I am not a technologist. But this was something which is on the radar screen back in the early 90s, the leapfrogging issue. And we have a wonderful panel today of people who I think will be able to give us some feeling for this, for this leapfrogging issue, and for the risks which are involved. Also, I mean, this is a hot topic, right? AI is something that you read about every day. I don't know about you, but every time I open up the New York Times, I see something on AI in some part of the world. And our panel is uniquely qualified. I would say this is, if you pardon the Americanism, I happen to be Canadian, born in the Cameroon, but if you pardon the Americanism, it's a dream team on this topic. So we have Professor Chiridzi Marwala, who's the rector of UNU, who's seated here. We have Professor Hassan Mandal, who's the president of Tubitak. We have Professor Millimaki from the University of Helsinki, who wears also various other hats. And last but not least, we have Karol Mattila from Nokia, so we're going to get a private sector perspective as well, which I think is extremely important in this context, and we tend not to have enough of a private sector perspective. So the way, the rules of engagement, if you pardon again the expression, we're going to, Professor Mandal has a presentation, so we're going to start off with his presentation, then we'll go to Rector Marwala, then Professor Millimaki, and then Mr. Mattila. So, Professor Mandal, you have the floor.
Okay, so good morning, so dear chair and the panel members, and also the audience. So it's a great pleasure for me to be in this, attending this event. I am currently the president of TÜBİTAK, is the main funding agency of universities, industry, and fellows and schools as well in Turkey. And also at the meantime, I am currently the chair of the UN Tech Bank for LDCs. Turkey is hosting country for the LDCs, UN Tech Bank. So I'll do my best. As a university professor, still I enjoy to keep my timing and also the format. That's why I am, although it's a fire chat, but I'll go from my presentation. So I am just trying to put the emphasis on, what we can do, of course, using the technology, and what are the potentials, especially when we are talking about how it will be. We know what and we know why, but I think to find the right answer to how we will be achieved. So in this case, technology is an instrument, but how we will use the technology and this co-creation is what we are trying to do in this respect. Okay, so from the recent UN SDGs report, and showing that pluses and minuses again, and showing that the role of the science and technology is critical in all aspects. In terms of talking about different type of the challenges in terms of the SDGs, and in terms of looking for of course, in one side, the science and technology is they're promising, but in the other side is no one left behind. So the critical role for the LDCs are becoming much more important. So, and also in this respect that so the AI may be a kind of, we have been discussed, also listened from yesterday, some criticisms as well to AI in terms of some risks, but also is giving certain potentials. So this is from this every yearly report from the January year 2024, that the short and the long time of period of the challenges. In the x-axis is for the 2 years period, and the y-axis for the 10 years, and especially looking for the right-hand corner is showing that the type of challenges, and they are much more relating to the extreme weather events and the critical change to the earth systems and environmental, technological, and societal. So what we have been talking about in terms of environment, technology, societal, economical, and also the geopolitical issues. So the type of challenge which we have been facing in globally, of course, including the LDCs especially, but it's globally, it is a kind of a challenge which we have been compared to our past experiences, it's much more complex, more dynamic, and more variable. So therefore, the type of answer to give the question for the how, I think is becoming more critical compared to the answer given to the questions of the what and why. And in terms of the dimensions for the multidimensional poverty and the possible solutions with AI, so it is it's given again a report from the Global Multidimensional Poverty Index for year 2023. So it's most recent one, especially for LDCs. All the LDCs has been named in here. Of course, each of them has a different, but in terms of the 3 areas, I think it's becoming a kind of an AI that can be, of course, has been discussed also in education and very strongly, and it's very clearly from yesterday as well. So, the issue has been changing from country to country, but it is in terms of the percentages, 21% maybe more for health in terms of the poverty in LDCs, and the 31 about in education, and nearly 50% on standard of living. So how the AI can make health in this respect on health, education, and standard of living, and as you can see from the different, so the privilege and it may be changing, but of course, so these are also given a very recent update in terms of the health, education, and the standard of living, how the AI can help to the process. So you can see that in the health, in the education, and the standard of living, there are many type of potentials that the AI is giving is an answer. And I have been also checked what are the potential for LDCs in terms of knowledge creation. And I have been found these are for the year 2023 mainly, and also including the year 2024. And these 45 LDCs, I have seen that, in terms of the knowledge creation, knowledge potential, it is well advanced. I mean, at least more than I expected. So it is a good sign. But the problem is that implementation side. So therefore, that in terms of the knowledge creation on the AI-based type of solutions. So as I said, I mean, so I can see these areas, and it's becoming much more focused. So there is a knowledge is created by AI by LDC countries. But as I said, more challenging issue is that how it is going to be implementation. And so type of an approach in here, so it has been named in generally, so changing the ecosystem from linear to reiterative. So especially when we are talking about AI solutions, is not only a role of the knowledge creator as a universities or academics or research centers, create the knowledge and transfer, should be a reiterative, reversible type of interaction to find the right solution. And therefore, the open innovation, I think, is one of the common understanding to answer the question of how, which we can answer in here. And therefore, more than the collaboration, the co-creation, I think, is a kind of maybe giving the right answer to the question of the how. So the collaborative approach is okay, but the co-creation, I think, is much more important. And in this respect, also the technology is an instrument, but not the solution. So therefore, the societal point and societal awareness, I think, is quite important as a driven. My organization of Tubitak is a 60 years old organization. We have been main funding agency, our ecosystem, and we have been collaborating with 70 countries around the globe, and also including the LDCs. So we have been trying to be engaged with more LDCs in terms of bilateral or multilateral type of engagement. And this is from the Doha. From the last year, and there was a session also on the UN Tech Bank. It's still a new organization for the UN, and trying to find the right solution or best practices for the LDCs by transferring technology or co-creating the technology together. And of course, you can see that some of the action items from the Doha program in here, has been mentioned also from the yesterday. And also, UN Tech Bank and our USG also thank her very much. He's one of the council members as well. So there are 13 council members, and I think the 5 of them is in this room that I'm in. So I think this is a kind of a right organization, of course, as I said early. So therefore, I hope that I am trying to be engaged with the different type of members or the expertise in here that what we can do together in terms of working on LDCs, especially on technology-based, and of course AI is one of the point. And also has been mentioned by Frederica, acting chair of the UN Tech Bank. And one of the good example, I think, from the education side, at least it is working. For maker labs, so especially for improvement of the human capacity, because as I said, there are health, education, and also standard of living, and not only talking, but what we can acting. So this is, for example, an example, so is an action point, and our aim as UN Tech Bank to increase this number to the other 8 countries, other 8 LDCs. So it's only one example now is under process. So I think it's a good example, especially you can see the type of qualifications. It's been robotics to design production material, science and nanotechnology, advanced robotics, electronic packaging, and IoT software technology, cybersecurity. So these are given to those students or youngsters on the primary school or the middle school age. So this is giving a sustainable capacity. And some other potentials as well. I'm coming to the end my contribution, and also some kind of other potential by means of the TUAS. So we are trying to be encouraged to the more PhDs and postdocs to come and get to be trained in our research centers. And yes, so my final slide is that in terms of the type of the recommendation, so AI-based approaches could target, we should more on the root causes, so of the multidimensional poverty, so when we are dealing, and especially on health, education, and standard of living. and to give the right answer, so how we should do that. So the co-creation is, I think, kind of maybe an approach. I mean, so we should learn from each other, not only say that, I mean, what we have been professionalized, I mean, more expertise, so changing the roles, otherwise we cannot achieve the success. And in this respect, the UN Tech Bank, I think, is one of the critical stakeholders or interface in this ecosystem, especially when we are talking on technology and specifically on AI. And also I gave one example on especially for innovative education experiences, as this technology maker lab is a good example. It's already been started and can be scaled up to other LDC countries as well. So these are the kind of my contributions, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mandal, and thank you for the concrete example, because concrete examples is also what we're going to try to maybe focus on also. Rector.
No, thank you very much. I hope everybody can be able to hear me, and thank you very much, USG, for inviting me to come to Helsinki, a place where United Nations University has an institute, wider. And of course, today we are talking about a very important topic of artificial intelligence that I've been working on for almost 30 years. And we are trying to make sense of it. What exactly are we trying to do? I think what we are trying to do is to maximize the good things that come out of this technology, but at the same time minimizing the bad things that come out of this technology. And for those of you who studied optimization, you will know that this is a multi-objective optimization, and how you weigh the risks versus the opportunities actually depends on your values. In fact, there was an Italian philosopher, Professor, you will know, Pareto. He has a Pareto frontier. And where on the frontier you are depends on your values. Some countries are much more risk averse. Some countries are much more opportunity seeking. But I think the answers lie not in the extremes, but in the middle. Now, what are the key issues that we need to deal with? I think the first key issue is data. And data, when you go to the global south, I was educated in the global north and spent almost all my career in the global south. There are issues around measuring data, but there are issues around access to data, issues of missing data, imperfect and missing data. And people will say, no, you can use synthetic data to deal with issues of missing data. But the fact of the matter is, an AI system that was trained using synthetic data performs poorer than an AI system that was trained using real data, which basically means these devices that are being created work best in the global north compared to the global south, especially least developed countries. So that is very important. Issues of cross-border data. We have forgotten about issues of cross-border data. That in order to enhance, if we are going to use AI to model climate change, we need to know what is happening across the border. In fact, the COVID-19 pandemic told us that if you don't have data from across the border, then all of us actually can potentially suffer. Issues of how to store the data. Then the second issue is really about algorithm. And these algorithms require the know-how of algorithms. And one of the examples that I can use is an organization in Africa called Deep Learning Indaba that is teaching in over 33 different countries about these AI algorithms so that people can actually be able to understand them. It turns out that many of these algorithms are available for free. TensorFlow, you can download all of these algorithms. So education is key for people to use this algorithm. Secondly, computational capabilities are key. And computational capability, now I'm talking about high-performance computing. When we were working in South Africa to run complicated simulations, we had to go to Amazon Web Services and buy computational power. It's very expensive. But it turns out that South Africa has its own high-performance computing, which was enough for what we were doing. But what happens to other countries? And that is where regional bodies can come together. And I was being told that here you have collaboration around high-performance computing and so on and so forth, resulting with the most effective or the most powerful high-performance computing in Europe. And then the third aspect is about applications. Where do we apply this? We know where we don't want to apply this. I don't think we should apply it in militarization, because I think that is bad. But there are applications in agriculture and so on and so forth, and that we need to unlock. So to do all these things, to deal with issues of data, to deal with issues of algorithms, to deal with issues of good applications, we need several things in place. We need good education, very important. So USG, your proposal for the university in the least developed country is actually spot on, and we support you, in that regard. We just have to make sure that these technologies form part of the curriculum. We just need to ensure that we form an ecosystem where we can be able to contribute different skills levels so that the people in the LDCs also have access to these technologies that will make them be able to handle data, algorithms, and good applications. And then the second issue is about infrastructure. So the infrastructure is quite key. So as we are talking about the high-level advisory board on AI, we should not forget that we have the Global Digital Compact that is dealing with issues of infrastructure, that is dealing with issues of the digital divide, which is actually quite real. That is dealing with issues of the financial aspects of unlocking access, especially by least developed countries, to these technologies. And then the other thing that we actually need is actually good laws, regulations, laws, policies, very, very important. And of course, this means educating the people who are already at the workplace, educating the lawmakers who are going to make these policies, who should understand. And it's not about algorithms now. It's not. We don't teach them about a deep learning multi-layer perceptron. We teach them about the big issues of the interfaces of these technologies with the rest. So in conclusion, and I say this knowing that we have a leader in the high-level advisory board of AI. I think what needs to come out is on the behavior of the producers of this technology. We need to do something about that. How do we shape the people who are producing this technology to be able to do the right things and to be able to share this technology, to make sure that they are aware of all the biases and the bad things that are happening, and they are also aware of the good opportunity. And the second instrument that I think is important is about mechanisms, incentives and disincentives, so that we can be able to ensure that this technology is shared even in the LDCs. And then the third thing is about policies, and then the fourth thing is about laws, because ultimately what happens must end up as some of what happens must end up as laws in countries. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If you'll allow me, I'm going to add one more thing to your holy trinity, or the four things you were saying, and that would be continuity. As a development, but continuity as a development economist, I've seen, who works mainly on Africa, I've seen so many examples of capacity building in various countries. I have a very specific example in mind. A country in Africa in the south of the continent, a development cooperation institution from a Nordic country which supported, not Finland, which supported the Statistical Institute. You were talking about data. They supported the Statistical Institute for 2.5 decades. There was a change in government, the support vanished. This was not something which cost a lot of money. This is not necessarily an issue of money. The statistical capacity in this country vanished essentially overnight. So I would add continuity to what you're saying. There needs to be a long-term commitment because, as we know, in some sense, what you're talking about, it's like child health. A temporary shock can have a permanent negative effect. And that's why continuity is needed. But anyway, thank you very much for being so clear and explicit. And also thank you as a geek myself, when you start off a talk, when you start off a contribution talking about optimization, you've already conquered my heart. Professor Millimaki.
Yes. Also, good afternoon, everybody. Very nice to be here, also on my behalf. So I'm a local professor of AI and machine learning at University of Helsinki. I have been professionally doing this for over, oh gosh, I just realized, how much is it? I started 87, so it's, I mean, reaching 50, no, 40, yeah. I'm just a professor, so I cannot calculate, so yes. So anyway, and in last October, I was nominated in this UN high-level advisory body on AI, and I just thought that maybe I couldn't agree more with what you were saying earlier, and maybe just reflect from this advisory body point of view what is going on. We had during the first 1.5 months, like a hectic period. We had like 40, 50 online meetings, one physical meeting in New York, and as a result, we published the first interim report at the end of December. And what is happening now is that we are asked to engage and ask for feedback. So that's what I'm doing here now. So that kind of, I already heard many great comments. The next report, which is going to be the final report, should be out in May or June to serve the Summit of the Future in September. So the first report, we were setting the stage. We were talking about like what are the guiding principles that we should obey globally, and then the next report is about like what to actually do. So now it's time to give us feedback. There's on the UN advisory body page, there's a feedback form for anybody to fill it in or come to talk to us. So that's where we are. And the guiding principles that are listed in the interim report, I can just cheat a little bit and read them out here. They are 5. AI should be governed inclusively by and for the benefit of all. I guess, I mean, coming from the UN, this is very natural, and it's also pretty much defines who is able to do this. It's basically UN is the most inclusive organization we have in the world. This is not to say that also within UN and outside UN, there's a lot of things happening regarding AI, but maybe what we are missing is kind of a holistic view and kind of guidance in the way people are, like you were saying, like prevent bad things from happening and support, incentivize good things to happen. Maybe this could be the role of UN, but we haven't discussed this yet in the advisory body. Second point, AI must be governed in the public interest. So to me, this is kind of obvious, but like I guess it should be said out loud that if we are now dealing with the most disruptive technology of our age, then it's very important who is leading this development. And currently we know that there's a handful of companies from a certain country who are very much leading. And I guess UN is saying like we want to take back the lead. We want the lead, development to be governed by public interest. AI governance should be built in step with data governance and the promotion of data commons. I guess what you were saying, like we could also say that data and machine learning belong together. Without data, there's nothing, there's no machine learning. And then the computing resources come into play immediately. So this is the kind of the, I mean, who governs all these different components governs AI. So we should think about this very carefully. Fourth principle, AI governance must be universal, network, and rooted in adaptive multi-stakeholder collaboration. So everybody is welcome to join. And finally, AI governance should be anchored in the UN Charter, international human rights law, and other international commitments such as the Sustainable Development Goals. So like this very much also anchors that the point of view when we try to minimize risks. It's like humans, citizens, human rights are critical, not for profit. I mean, this shouldn't be the leading guiding principle. So that's where we are in the UN advisory body. And then based on these guiding principles, we defined 7 functional requirements that are not kind of actions yet, but they are like what should be done in some manner. Like, well, I guess one is that you were referring to that we should be able to pool resources together and give them out to those who need them most, like AI expertise or the algorithms and the data and the computing resources. How can we pool the resources together and make good for the humankind? This is one of the functionalities. It's kind of an abstract level, but in the next report we will kind of make it more concrete. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me also just sort of throw a cat amongst the pigeons. When we're talking about minimizing risk, maximizing social benefit does not necessarily imply minimizing risk. We have a nice historical example of one of the most important technological changes of the past century, which was the Green Revolution. The fact that most people in the world still have enough kilocalories per day to eat comes from the introduction of high-yielding varieties. And yet we know that given that these high-yielding varieties are very much in need of chemical fertilizers, there's today a huge carbon footprint. So we have this example, this historical example of a technology which has done enormous good, and the agricultural specialists in this room know this better than I do. We now have a new technology. There's always unforeseen consequences. The French have this term principe de précaution, which I dislike intensely, simply because minimizing risk is not necessarily what's going to be good socially for the LDCs. It may be for developed countries. I don't know. You guys know this a lot better than I do. Let's get a fourth perspective.
Maybe just
jump in right away.
Yeah. No, I think minimizing risk is very important. I will just give you an example. Now they are developing an infrastructure to do diagnosis, medical diagnosis. And this is very important in hospitals like Chilizini Hospital in my village, where there's only one doctor who comes on Friday. Now, if they are using data that is not representative, it has an existential consequences.
Agreed.
So we need to minimize that.
But if we minimize it too much, we may not get the benefits that we're looking for.
Well, that's where the balance comes in.
Agreed. You have the floor.
Sure, thank you. And thanks for inviting a private company to this conversation. It's humbling to be here with the professors, and I hope I can bring in private sector view. I'm doing government affairs topics, so I think I also relate to things that are in your mind in your respective countries on how to leverage AI and other technologies. Nokia is not an AI company as such. We do use it. We have our own AI models that we use in our own operations. But you may remember us from the mobile phones, but nowadays we are mostly a network equipment manufacturer and vendor. We operate in every corner of the world selling the digital infrastructure. And without that infrastructure, as it was already discussed, this whole debate wouldn't make much sense. We will need that infrastructure, and we're there to provide it. I've had discussions with some of the participants here also on how to make it happen. There are varying different ways to incentivize investment in this digital infrastructure, and it's a big question on how to get the money, how to find the investment, and it's been discussed on several forums. We have competitors here in Europe and in China. They have obviously their own way of doing things, but we participated. There was a G7 summit last year in Hiroshima, and Commissioner President von der Leyen took our CEO with him to discuss on how to get that investment in the developing countries. The G7 project called the Partnership for Global Infrastructure Investment. Similarly, there is such a work being done within the European Union with global gateways that I hope you are all aware of. So hopefully that will help to get that infrastructure out there in all corners of the world to make this happen. But then on the specific case of AI and our approach to it, so as I said, we do use AI in our own networks. It's sort of a given. You can really manage your network much more effectively. You can predict behavior, network usage in certain areas, and make it more effective in many aspects, energy consumption, performance, and even privacy. But of course, AI as a technology is much more, I would say, pervasive, and we still don't know where it might be used. I would define it as a general purpose technology, so a GDP, not from chat GDP that we all know of, but and that's sort of where it's in my mind it's sort of in the same category as digital connectivity. It will be in the hands of all of us, and time will only tell on who finds the most intelligent way to apply it. We will certainly do our best in finding it, and in the beginning, and I go back maybe I think back to 2017 when Finland announced its strategy on AI. It wasn't something that, we will dominate this, but I think the main focus was in the application and the education part of it, so that people would understand what this is all about. And when Finland held the EU presidency back in 2019, they gave the gift. They didn't want to give any leaflets or any gifts other than virtual ones, which was great for the environment, but there was this online course made by University of Helsinki and others on artificial intelligence. And at that time, chairman Risto Siilasmaa said that he mandated every one of us to take that course. And for a lawyer, actually, it was fairly demanding. It was a real university course, maybe not for the professors, but for me it was challenging. But the goal there was to get an understanding. The chairman said we need to have an intuition of what AI is. We don't need to all know the technology deeply, but to understand what is it about, so we can find those ways to apply it. So I think, and this was also at the core of what the Finland strategy on AI was to educate and then also cooperate, so find good partners. Then on this question of risk and then opportunity-seeking approach to AI, it's a difficult balance, and we now have new AI regulation in Europe, and some people in our company, for example, are a little critical of that because they feel that it's preventing them from this opportunity-seeking endeavor that they want to do. But I would agree with Professor Marwala, and I appreciate your view that I think it's critical that we do it right, because having control of your digital infrastructure, you want to have, you want to be able to rely on it. There will be such a fundamental functions of the society relying on this technology that you don't really want to build on sand. So while it takes some patience to get it right, I believe the European Union is doing the right thing by regulating and getting the ethics right. So those would be my takeaways from private perspective.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in South-South issues. So next week I'm going to be in Bangalore, and I have a meeting with Nandan Nilekani, who's sort of, well, actually you could say that Bill Gates is the American Nandan Nilekani. Nilekani is one of the founders of Infosys, and he did all of the digital identity, basically. He piloted the digital identity for 1 billion people. Okay, so this is a guy who knows technology. How important do you think, and how can we harness South-South cooperation in the field of AI? Because there's some giants, for example, in India. The term that they use in India is DPI, Digital Public Infrastructure. That's their acronym, their three-letter acronym. How can we harness South-South cooperation for LDCs in the AI sphere, whether it be in education, in medicine, etc.?
I think I can come in here. Of course, the good thing about South-South cooperation is because our problems have common threads, you know, and there is something to be said about people working on their problems. You know, you invest more if you in economics they will say if you have skin in the game, you know. So what needs to be done? I mean, we need to share expertise. We need to have a healthy flow of people between institutions in the global south, but also institutions in the global north. But now we are just talking about in the global south. We need to share infrastructure, I think computational infrastructure, because more and more it is clear that technologies such as large language models require some form of, not supercomputing, high performance computing. And if that cooperation does not happen, of course already we know that the large language models is already an English-dominated world, because simply over 55% of all the materials that are on the internet are actually in English. Even languages such as Japan don't make 5%, so which basically means their models are not going to be as effective, you know. So how do we share computing infrastructure as in the south? And then there are just specific problems that are just from the global south, issues of the quality of the data because of the quality of instruments. That technologies can be developed to solve those issues, but the demand would come from the global south, and I think global south companies and organizations therefore must actually invest in that.
Yes, so I don't have an answer, but like a couple of comments. So first of all, I was emphasizing, and the UN body is emphasizing a lot of this public interest, but this is not against making profit, obviously. We are very inclusive also as a body. The private sector is represented north, south, east, west, genders, private sector, public sector, it's all there. And I was surprised how easy it was to find a consensus, like what is important, where do we want to go. And one issue is that like if we think of like, okay, we have a very biased view of AI at the moment because of ChatGPT and all these large language models. So it's kind of, many people seem to think that, well, AI is this. It's based on publicly available text data or images, and then some company offers you a service that you can use. But like in real life, I mean, like there's much more to the world than just build chatbots or work with text and images. There's industrial data, business data, medical records, all this. So I think not only for the south, but this also applies to the north. Now the critical decision is that who is going to govern this data, who is going to build AI based on this data. Yeah. There's nobody is saying us that give this to some company, this data. This will be, nobody is forcing us to do it. If we do it willingly, we are just being naive. So I think this is the critical decision, and maybe like collaboration may be a key. Like maybe in one country there's good quality data and people know how to collect it and clean it and process it, and maybe in another country there's know-how on AI and machine learning, and if they collaborate, they don't need to give this data to these monopolistic companies. So kind of, I don't want to be bashing the big tech all the time, but like I think like well, digital infrastructure, yes, internet is not owned by any company, luckily, and it's not anti-capitalistic. It's the best money-making machine we have ever created, but it's not Microsoft Internet or AT&T Internet. It's global and open. So can we create something like for AI that is like offers you the basic tools and the basic infrastructure that are free to use, and then people can make money on top of that or offer public services? So this is a big question. Another example is elements of AI. Yeah, it came from my department, and another great result from the same department is Linux. I remember this young student, Linus Torvalds, working with him. We have Linux, we have Windows, we have Mac OS. It's good to have alternatives, so that it's good to have an open alternative, and then we can have commercial alternatives. So where are the open alternatives at the moment? This is the big question. Yeah.
Thank you. Professor Van Dam.
I mean, yes, we have been talking about on data and sharing data and infrastructure, but still one of the, I think the critical issue is on the skills development and the competences, and because one of the critical critical mass of the LDCs is the young population. So therefore, I think at the moment is in terms of the awareness, according to them, in at least what I have been learning also from the LDCs as well. I mean, awareness, yes, of course, the infrastructure should be the next point, but I think with the young population, there is more than the awareness, I think, need the skills and competences for the young generation, and also talking about not only by itself on AI, and also including the digital transformation in general. Otherwise, I mean, AI, I mean, kind of a expectation is a kind of a solve all the problems or something, but not the case. I mean, what is next? So give the right skills and competence, and I think is not so difficult. I think it's a common challenge and this also including the not only the south, also the north as well. So this is at least that, I mean, I am just making an echo what has been said, but not forget about the skills development.
Yeah. I would touch on the infrastructure and sharing the computing power and so forth. I think as we see the future, so I think there are three things to consider. I think first, these applications that we envisage, they need AI. AI needs big compute. And currently it happens in the cloud. But what we see in the networks is that this intelligence or this computing power would need to be closer to the application. So you can only go so far in doing it from the big cloud and maybe getting it somewhere and sharing it. So the trend we see in networks, and this will highlight the importance of your control over your networks and the quality of the networks, is that you will have a lot of that intelligence at the edge. So there will be an edge compute and edge cloud building up. So this will highlight the importance of control and also the cyber resilience of the countries, not only just the development part of it, but security.
Maybe just to add on that, because edge computing is very, very important. Yeah. But edge computing requires infrastructure that we don't even think about.
You want to explain to people what you mean by edge computing?
Edge is basically if your computer that you are using is closer to you, instead of it being in Silicon Valley, for example, which is what probably happens when you are using the cloud. You know, it's not really in the cloud; it's somewhere on Earth.
Or the Lumi supercomputer in the northern Finland.
Absolutely, you know. And if you are going to use AI in a car, you know, maybe if it is too distant,
yes,
then your controllers will not be fast enough. You know, so that is what edge computing is all about. But it requires infrastructure that we don't think about, and much of that infrastructure is not even digital. For example, energy, reliable energy is a big factor, and when you go to LDCs, that is not necessarily guaranteed. You know, and of course, we have not really discovered computing that does not emit lots of energy. That is why if you are using your phone, after 30 minutes, it's very hot. It's hot because it is dissipating energy that was supposed to be used for it for something else. It's not efficient, you know. And now, so you have all these cooling technologies. It's actually fluid dynamics. And I'm told that I was being told now that in Finland, because it is a cooler temperature, we don't have to spend a lot of money actually cooling it down. And people were even suggesting that we should put some of these data centers inside an ocean. But I think there are other consequences. You know, there are other environmental consequences that we have to worry about.
Yeah, as a follow-up, I think, I mean, this is a great topic, and a few years ago we established the Finnish Center for AI, where I'm working now, and it's like a Finnish flagship. And we were interviewing the local professors. We have like 60, 70 AI professors here. What are they working on? And for a small country, it was kind of surprisingly, I mean, consistent that many of them have now been kind of secretly behind the scenes. They have been working on this kind of low resource machine learning. What if you don't have all the data in the world? What if you don't have all the computing resources, even though we have Lumi now? But like, but it's a tough competition at the moment because like these big companies, it's kind of a brute force solution. We cannot compete like if you put hundreds of millions to computing power and collect all the data that you can find on the net. It's hard to make better models at the moment, but this is not very sustainable. And the digital markets, they work in a funny way. I mean, like they can have huge losses for several years. I mean, these platform companies like Ubers and those, because they just are after one thing like a monopolistic position. When the other competition is gone, they have won. So I think in AI we are seeing a little bit the same, that kind of you are investing billions and hope that there won't be a competition in the future. And kind of there is an alternative way too, based on edge computing or this kind of a more efficient, more energy and data efficient machine learning, and that should be explored more.
So let me bring the topic back to LDCs here. Okay, so let me ask an impossible question. AI, reducing the gap, increasing the gap. As an economist, sort of I think of it in technological terms. Is it increasing returns or is it diminishing returns? And if it's increasing returns, there's obviously the possibility that it can increase the gap. So this is an impossible question. The rules of the game is you cannot answer yes or no, or just up, down. Let's get the private sector perspective on this first. Let me put you on the spot. Is this something good for LDCs or bad?
I'd like to think it's good. And I'm thinking of our story from European and Finnish perspective in particular. If we look at the 150 years ago when Nokia was founded, I mean, we had families where they had to share shoes to get out on the weather like this. I mean, it was a poor country. Yet they decided to harness in our company the At that time, the general purpose technology, which was getting electricity out of a river stream and to make paper and pulp. Well, one could have thought, I mean, this should be a big game of big European or US or UK companies. Why would we even try? I mean, 150 years later, you know, it has proven worthwhile. Maybe we didn't find it in the beginning, but I think it will level the playing field. I'd like to think so.
Okay, the reason I ask is, again, if I come back to the historical example of high-yielding varieties, it's a mixed bag, right? When you think of what's happened in agriculture, in agriculture around the world, right?
True.
Yeah, there is a potential to decrease the gap, but I mean, how we can, this potential, how should be going to be an impact? I think it's a critical challenge, and should be addressed. I mean, some of us in here, I mean, whether we're really discussing or implementing, I mean, on the basis of the type of topics which we have been discussed, or the challenges. So, but I mean, definitely much more chance to reduce the gap.
I think it's yes and no, both of them.
That's waffling.
No, absolutely.
No, but it's the right answer.
No,
An economist would always answer, it depends.
No, of course, it depends on what happens. Because it is clear that what I am actually observing is that it's almost a winner takes all. It can be a winner takes all. I mean, if you look at the market capitalization of some of these big AI companies, it really does look like a winner's take all, which basically means the LDCs are going to only get the tails of the dividends that are going to flow out of this technology. I mean, the last time I checked, maybe the numbers might have changed. Almost over 80% of all investment in AI were happening either in China or United States. I don't think that is a recipe for global equality. I mean, you may call me pessimistic, but I don't think that is a recipe for global equality. But we can actually make it to also work for LDCs. Professor, you were talking about these models that they do not necessarily require huge amounts of data and so on and so forth. They are not as accurate, but they are useful. You know, they are absolutely useful. So it is, and that is why instruments that we have, whether it is the Global Digital Compact, whether it is the recommendation of AI, I think they will make a difference. The question is the extent of the difference that they are going to make, and the negotiation. Not really the negotiation, because it is not going to be a negotiation. The stake that LDCs will be able to claim in this new global economy. I was looking at the report by McKinsey where they were talking about. I think they are saying in the next 10 years, AI is going potentially will add almost $20 trillion to the global economy. Now the question, if you look at what is expected to flow to LDCs, then you are justified to be pessimistic.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. I guess, like, if it's the same report, it was this one report was saying like it's 7% increase in global GDP, and I mean, who knows? We are talking about tens of trillions anyway. So I guess the main question is like, who is going to profit? Where does this money go? If it goes to a few companies in North America, then the digital divide will just grow. But as I was saying earlier, like I think that the big game is about like, do you donate your private data to these companies or not? Maybe you should. Maybe all our countries should build our own AI services, even though they are not as good as the best there are, commercially, but build our own services, because then we keep the profits to ourselves. So I also read an article saying something like the kind of coming back, the AI is bringing back the middle class, because I mean AI tools, they help people to work professionally better. So kind of often people think like AI will replace something, so some low education jobs like supermarket cashiers or stuff like that, but they will help educated professionals. But this means, according to this report, that since they can support professionals who are not as senior or experienced as, let's say, medical doctor, if they can support them, we will have a lot more medical doctors with less education, and this is like the outcome, maybe, that the middle class will explode, and this could benefit the country. Well, I mean, it's too early to say whether which one is right. Will it destroy the jobs, or will it kind of create more jobs in the sense that it will help people with less deep education to perform well? So this is an interesting hypothesis.
So let me turn that question in another way. I've spent the past 15 years in Geneva. Okay, so we have fairly new international organizations in Geneva, such as Gavi or the Global Fund, which have been extremely successful in their very targeted area. Right? The Global Fund has worked, I think, very well. I may be biased there, but it's worked very well. Do we have currently, or what do we need that we don't have in terms of international institutions to make sure that the LDCs are not left out of this current, not even upcoming, this current revolution? I mean, it's easy to say, okay, we need a new. No, we're not going to. Do we have the institutional tools in the international arena? And what do we need in terms of strengthening maybe existing tools to make sure that the LDCs are not left out of the AI revolution?
Yeah.
Let me go from right to left.
Sure, I'd have a view on that. And I think it comes down to legislative and regulatory power of sovereign states. And so them coming together. I don't know if we need a new institution, or which would be or which might be the best institution of the existing ones. But from our own perspective, I think the European Union is doing a fairly good job. At least they're trying their best to level it out and give an example on how a human-centric approach to this, which emphasizes also the independence and sovereignty of individual states. So I had a chat with Professor Anu Bradford from Columbia University, who released a book recently on digital empires, on a global battle on how to regulate technology. I think, to me, I highly recommend it, and I did actually a podcast with her, so you can find it on Spotify or other platforms. But there she sees three different models. First is the market-driven US approach, which tends to lean towards monopolization. Then we have the Chinese state-driven model, which is motivated by control. And I know they are also keen to spread their digital infrastructure to get influence elsewhere, especially in the south. Then we have the sort of the EU rights-driven model, which is based on fair market and human principles. Basic rights. And I think that's a good starting point. And that's a right we all have to regulate things. I know that the worry then is, would we hamper innovation? Yeah, that's a big question, but I think we need to get it right. And with that, I think we can take control of these worries that we've voiced here as well, of it becoming very monopolized.
Yeah, I think in this respect, so the UN Tech Bank for LDCs has been formed to giving the right answer. Of course, as I said in my presentation, that this was founded in 2018. It's only 5 years old, still in early stage. But what is doing that? Making a technology need analysis for each country, because you can see on the base of the poverty, depending on different type of needs. So And AI, of course, is giving a kind of a tool with considering the facts and risks as well. But so this is what we have been trying. And we means that UN side and technology bank side with 13 different experience from the mainly from the LDC countries, that the finding how we can transfer the technology available. And again, one of the area, at least that which I can say that working much more closer to improve the skills of the students and the youngsters in the LDC. So yes, so maybe a kind of an entity that again that UN Tech Bank for LDC. So I think maybe kind of a right interface. So reduce this gap.
Do we have the right mechanism and institutions to ensure that LDCs and everybody is going to benefit? I think we do have instruments. The question should rather be, are they adequate to be able to do the job? For example, when we talk about the values that should guide the deployment of AI, there is no, from a United Nations perspective, we do have, that is the UN Charter and the Declaration of Human Rights. That is where our values actually are derived, and therefore AI must be based on those documents. We have United Nations, which is basically also leading the charge. That is why we have a high-level advisory board on AI. That is why we have the Global Digital Compact that is going to go to the Summit of the Future. We have regional bodies. The European Union has been a fantastic instrument to be able to make sense of this, and it's an instrument that does have an economic muscle to be able to get some of the developers of these companies to come and explain themselves. The African Union, for example, which is another body that is quite effective, has a policy. They have policies around issues of AI. It's really about implementation that we need to follow through. And we have, even countries are thinking about that. The G7 had its own. So you have all these things. And that is why we need the United Nations, because all these things are bringing about a fragmented approach to AI. In my last count, there were 67 countries that have some form of AI initiative or regulation or another. I think the number has also gone up. And that should happen, but if that is the only thing that is going to happen, we are going to have a fragmented world, and that is not going to be good for inclusivity. It's not going to even be good for business.
Yeah, so as I said earlier, I hope that this UN advisory body, the final report will, and the Summit of the Future will give a significant boost to all the good things that are already happening. But maybe what is missing, maybe we could share best practices and kind of ways of working. One example, like maybe a fresh thinking, is I'm involved with the International Computation and AI Network that was launched in Davos in January. It is like, it was, you mentioned Geneva, so this was a Swiss initiated initiative. So the idea exactly is that what will LUMI supercomputer people in Finland and the ALPS supercomputer people in Switzerland are involved. And then the LDC network of 41 best sites in machine learning in Europe is involved. So we have the AI expertise, and then we have the computing, and the other founding members are Data Science Africa and Red Cross, and we are now working on pilots. So obviously what we are still missing is like who is paying all this. But the main issue is that if we have the resources pulled together and we just miss money, maybe some technology company wants to do some goodwill PR and donates some money, or maybe some philanthropic person or something. I mean, or money may come somewhere, but like money doesn't solve anything alone. You need to pool these resources together. So we started from this point, and then we hope that the money will follow. So this is just an example of what I hope to see more in the future.
So we have there's a video that has to be projected before lunch, but I'm going to take another few minutes just to see if there's a couple of questions in the audience, because you have people in the audience. You have a unique opportunity with 4 people who actually know something about this, which is rare. So, and introduce yourself. So I'll take 3. 1, 2, 3. Let me start from the left, please. And please direct your question to who, well, I mean, it'll probably be pretty obvious who you're directing it to.
Je vous remercie. Je vous remercie et je voudrais d'abord remercier le gouvernement finlandais et le bureau de Madame Rabab pour avoir co-organisé cette importante deuxième édition du forum sur l'avenir des PMA. Je voudrais féliciter les différents panélistes pour leur présentation très très riche. Je voudrais aller directement, j'ai 3 questions. La première question sera adressée à M. Carole. C'est par rapport à l'intelligence artificielle. On a vu ici l'importance de l'innovation dans l'éducation. Et je pense qu'avec le chat GTP, quelle est au niveau de la formation des jeunes, quel est l'homme de demain qu'on est en train de former avec l'intelligence artificielle, avec le chat GTP, au sujet de la préparation des examens, des cours, un enfant, un étudiant qui utilise l'intelligence artificielle pour répondre à ces examens, quelle est la personne que l'on forme demain? Deuxième question, ça va directement à monsieur professeur Petri. C'est au sujet du Comité consultatif des Nations Unies sur l'intelligence artificielle. Et je pose la question de savoir quel est le sentiment au niveau du comité par rapport à la fracture numérique. Je sais que ça a été déjà évoqué d'une certaine façon. Est-ce qu'au niveau du comité, il y a un consensus ou bien il y a des divergences par rapport aux stratégies de réduction de la fracture numérique? La troisième question, c'est une question qui va directement au professeur Marouala. On a vu, il y a beaucoup de défis. Nous sommes à l'ère numérique. Il y a beaucoup de défis, il y a aussi beaucoup de bénéfices. Alors, la question, c'est de savoir comment, au niveau des PMA, pourrons-nous gérer les technologies émergentes tout en continuant à en bénéficier. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Let's go right away to the answers. We got 3 in 1 this time.
Yeah. So I would address. Thank you so much for the question, and I think it almost would touch my concluding remarks of the panel, the importance of AI literacy that I started with. So indeed, we have these different tools and technologies that are sometimes difficult to use or understand. But I think, like any literacy, I think we need AI literate people who would be familiar with the technology and what it can do. And for that, whether it's a high school student or a university student, I think we should have tools available for them to access this information. And I would reiterate the great course that the University of Helsinki has put in place, free of charge, and it has been translated to I don't know how many languages, but all you need to do is sign up, and you get really high quality basic education on AI.
Yeah, I guess the course is in all EU languages, so 27 languages, and over 1 million users at the moment. So it really has been a success. But thank you for the question to me. And this is a considerable concern in the advisory body, is this digital divide, and what to do about that. I can only say that obviously opportunity to fight this phenomenon is there, since, as I indicated, Global South is the majority of the humankind, and the data comes from humans. So Global South owns more than half of the valuable raw material that we have, data. So now is the big question, what are we going to do with this raw material? Who is going to benefit? Obviously, you need talented people or kind of educated people, and I would like to raise that the point that AI can also help in people to learn. E-learning is a fast evolving area, and like one of the most efficient ways to learn is to have personalized mentoring. And if we build AI tools that can provide this, then with less human capacities, you can educate more people. I think this would be an example of a phenomenon that I hope to see in Global South in the future.
I think you should have the last word.
No. Thank you very much for the question. How can we create technology while benefiting from the technology? I think given the scale of resources that are needed, it will be much wiser to shape the technology. Because just to be honest, and the professor probably will agree with me here, I really have not seen an algorithm, AI algorithm, that I did not see in the 90s. Maybe with the exception of generative adversarial network, but it's still just a combination of neural networks. So the technology is, basically AI technology was perfected in the 80s. So what has really changed is we have much more data, we have much more computational power, and therefore we can be able to build much more sophisticated instruments. So the issue is not to create, but to shape the technology. And I think, and I hope, the high-level advisory board is going to create a platform for LDCs to be able to shape this technology so that it does not only speak about the global north, but it also takes internalize the global south by making sure that out of this, the people from LDCs are involved in the room when these technologies are being shaped. I think the issue of data is very important. And I think the critical key that we need to think about is how do we monetize the large amount of data that is in the LDCs? How do we monetize it so that it's not just an extraction without any form of payment? I mean, just to give you an example, Twitter collects, I don't know how many petadata per second from the African continent. And I heard somebody saying data is the new oil, you know. Now, if it is really the new oil, would you allow somebody to just come and extract it without necessarily paying for it, you know? And I think we need to find a much more, it is clear that this business model of taking away data from people and profiting from it and they not benefiting actually does not work, you know. And I think in the future we're going to see much more richer models. So thank you very much. I think USG, this is an excellent platform to take the LDCs into the center of global technological development. Thank you very much.
Merci aux représentants burundais. Vous avez épuisé le temps à notre disposition, mais c'était avec 3 excellentes questions. Je vous remercie. So we've run out of time. So I'd like to give a big hand to the four participants here who, at least I learned a lot of stuff. So thank you to 4 of them.
Big applause really to all of you. Thank you for a very enriching and entertaining fireside chat minus the fire. So we would like to keep you here for a little tiny bit more. I would like to invite, as promised yesterday, Kelvin Doe from Sierra Leone to please come and join us. We can then show everyone the video from that Kelvin has been wanting to show us since yesterday. So thank you, Kelvin, for your patience. And then, again, we have a little bit of a surprise for everyone, so please stick around. Kelvin.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry, everybody. I know we don't have that much time, but I really wanted to emphasize on yesterday's discussion, because I feel like it is very much important to emphasize on the need to support innovative entrepreneurship to drive structural transformation and job creation. But there's also questions like funding, questions like access to resources, mentorship, and things like that. And to sort of conceptualize that, I feel like it would be an opportunity to show a video about my work during my time at the MIT Media Lab and also my journey from Sierra Leone. So I don't know if you could just pull up the video.
My name is Kelvin Doe, aka DJ Focus. Alright. It's the youngest DJ Man Focus. I'm from Sierra Leone, and I love inventing.
Kelvin is extraordinarily talented. He literally goes to trash cans, finds broken electronic parts in the garbage, and makes stuff on his own.
He's taught himself how to do incredibly intricate things with very, very little resources.
In Sierra Leone, we have not too much electricity. Lights will come once in a week, and the rest of the month are dark. So I made my own battery to power lights in people's houses.
Kelvin represents learn by making. He takes a part, looks at it, tries to reverse engineer it.
I made my own FM radio transmitter.
He made his own FM station because he wanted to give voice to the youth. He made his own generator because he needed it.
The generator supplies current to the radio station. This is the capacitor, and this is the spark plug.
This trip is his first time leaving his family's home. It's his first time leaving Sierra Leone, and it's tough, but it's an opportunity to create the future that he wants to live in. My name is David Moyni Nasenge. I'm from Sierra Leone. I'm a PhD student at the MIT Media Lab, where we have unlimited creative freedom. I wanted to ensure that young people like Kelvin also had this experience.
David has written visa letters, found places for Kelvin to stay. He's really got invested in him.
For quite many years, Sierra Leone and many other African countries receive aid, but it does not necessarily get us anywhere. We are not looking into the future. We are not designing our own future. Unless we have a host of young people who can think at any given point that here's a challenge, that here's a problem, but it's an opportunity to solve it, there won't be a steep growth in national development.
If we have a radio station in my community, the people can be able to debate about issues affecting our community and Sierra Leone as a whole.
I first met Kelvin at the Summer Innovation Camp that I run in Sierra Leone that challenges kids to think about the toughest problems in their community and have them solve it. Kelvin's team applied to build an FM radio station for community empowerment. People listen religiously to his radio station. People text into his show and he reads the text from people. It's very inspirational.
I'm DJ Focus, alright, broadcasting all the way near Boston. Alright, broadcasting all the way near Boston. People normally call me DJ Focus in my community because I believe if you focus, you can do invention perfectly. I DJ every day. Alright, for sure, for the meantime, don't forget DJ Man Focus passing through. Soundtrack done by Bobby. Upon Sierra Leonean artist. Your satisfaction is absolutely guaranteed for your ultimate priority.
So Kelvin has been in the United States for the past 2 weeks. I lined up a pretty busy schedule for him. First we went to New York. The next day we were in Cambridge. Next week we have a talk with the president of Harvard University.
It's a big opportunity for me to learn from people who have experience and to meet with them.
How do you want the antenna?
Like this.
Like that?
Yeah.
All right. Kelvin had these RF transmitters that he had made, and we spent yesterday kind of trying to figure out how we might be able to make some improvements. All right. Hopefully that's big enough.
Have you ever used a drill like that before?
No.
You be careful with it.
Yeah. We'll use this as the power cable.
Okay.
This was a microphone wire converted to a power output. I got the cable from the dustbin.
Let's give it some audio. Cool. We kind of get trapped in our own little worlds. And just as Calvin's getting his world expanded by coming here, so am I getting my world expanded by interacting with him. Good working with you, dude.
Yeah.
He loves to work hard, but he's a kid. He's 15. After a while, he also just want to play ping pong. He also just want to play football. Oh, come on. I talked to him. I said, look, Kelvin, think of me as your older brother. All right, I'm tired. Tell me what's going on. Tell me what's tough to you. This is his first time leaving Sierra Leone, so it's overwhelming.
It's just that I miss Sierra Leone.
In Sierra Leone, if you meet somebody head to head, you have to say hi. You acknowledge them and smile. Here, when he gets on the train, he says hi to people. Nobody recognizes it.
And also, I don't love the food in America.
We're here to eat some Sierra Leonean food Kelvin loves, so it's gonna be awesome. What are you gonna get, Kelvin?
Cassava leaf.
Cassava leaves. Let's see if they have some. Come. How are you, Auntie?
No, but I get beans today.
Oh.
I get beans, okra, cassava leaf. Oh, thank you.
You want to try me plantain? Take. He misses home a lot.
I miss my family so much, especially my mother. Hello? Yeah? It's fine. How are you? My mother, she was so excited because people send good comments about me. Mama.
Hello?
I want to help my family to provide the facility for them. Hello? Yes, Didi. Yeah. Just my family. Yeah. Okay, bye.
For Kelvin, his biggest challenge is going to be the scarcity of the materials and the information once he goes back. Here, he can go in and pick up a resistor or whatever he wants. He now understands that there are many people who don't have to go to the garbage, so he has to go back.
Whatever thing I've learned, yeah, I will share it with my friends, colleagues, loved ones, and do it as a team.
He's done an amazing work, but that's just the beginning.
My next invention will be a windmill for people to use for electricity supply.
I want there to be many more Kelvins. I do not want it to be a one-off thing. It's a movement. It's how do we create thousands of young people who are inspired by making stuff and solving the problems that are in their neighborhood.
That is my aim, to promote innovation in Sierra Leone among young people.
That's it. I think that's the end of the video.
Hi everyone, this is David.
So again, a round for applause for Kevin and for sharing with us his life experience and the great prodigy that he is. So can I now invite you all for a family photo before lunch? So we would love to have you come on the stage. We would love, of course, to have our USG ambassador of Finland, our Finnish colleagues and hosts, generous hosts. Please come, and then maybe our PRs from New York, and then everybody else as well. Please, everyone is invited. So our event photographer is ready there. Would you like to come upstairs from the... Yes, the UNU director, rector. There he is. Yeah. Miss. Yes. I think we are a large group, but USG will have to come a little towards the edge. Edge technology. So come towards the edge, please. And if I can invite the tall people to go toward in the back. Tall people in the back. Professor. Yes. Yeah, a little closer to the edge. Oh, somebody in the floor too. Oh, that's such a good idea. Yes, we can put them on the floor. A row in the front. Yeah, maybe in the front, Professor, it's better. Yes, yes, yes, yes, yes. Okay. Sorry.
I should get some of you guys, gentlemen, ladies, from there a little bit more narrow, like 1 meter. Like this. I mean, we could take 4 or 5 of you to that end. There is a little more space. And we have a nice balance. Is it possible to move the local cam for a second? No RoboCam moving. The RoboCam is part of the group now. Yeah, somebody moving the cam, then we're fine. Yeah, you're plus one.
Ambassador, please join us. We will share the photo with you. You have to join us. Okay.
I've had too many photos. She doesn't.
We need one more. Okay.
true reason why you are in Helsinki. Yay! Now you got the regular one. Then I'm gonna say 1, 2, 3, go. Do whatever you want. Hug your friend, wave your hands, jump, enjoy your life. All right? It's gonna be 1, 2, 3, go. All right? Overdo, don't underdo. All right. 1, 2, 3, go! I can't hear you. 1, 2, 3, go! Now I hear you.
The actual Finlandia hall is next door. It's in renovation, and it was made for in 1975. There was the big conference for security and cooperation in Europe, which started in that time. And so it's like a historic thing, but it's a renovation.
Okay, I'm done. I hope baby shows up now.
sunrise in my eyes. Just like a new day, a breath of fresh air in my life. I don't know how, don't know why, but I'll be toasting all my life. My boots and briefcase are waiting at the door. My ride sweeter to meet the one I love. I don't know how and don't know why, but I'll be toasting all my life. Oh, it's sweeter the first time around. Oh, it's sweeter the time here and now. Oh, it's sweeter the first time around. Oh, it's sweeter the time here and now. I played the dice right and let the good times roll. One knee and one ring, forever it's our show. I don't know how and don't know why, but I'll be toasting all my life. Tomorrow's never promised, but now is the time for hopes arising. Tomorrow's never promised, but now is the time for change that starts today. Whoa. Tomorrow's never promised, so seize the time. Make now forever smile. Tomorrow's never promised, so make this the day of time you can't replace. Whoa. New days dawning, open up the sky. A new day's dawning, open up the
We build our prisons, holes in the walls. Sunlight we hide from to cover our faults. We alter actions to suit what we feel. The colors slowly fading, seals in our ears. But we can hear, now we can hear, loud and clear, bells in our stomachs, when truth is here. Now we can hear, loud and clear, bells in our stomachs, when truth is here. Possessions hold us, full to the brim. The weights they keep us from flight or from swim. How vast the fields are, the oceans and skies. We lose our sight of, cover our eyes. But we can hear, now we can hear, loud and clear, bells in our stomachs, when truth is here. Now we can hear, loud and clear, bells in our stomachs, when truth is here. Now we can hear, loud and clear, bells in our stomachs, when truth is here. Now we can hear, loud and clear, bells in our stomachs, when truth is here. When truth is here. When truth is here. When truth is here. When truth is here. When truth is here. When truth is here. When truth is here. When truth is here.
wonder how we even made it this far. As you look through seasons that have come and gone, and you wonder how we even made it this far. Do you remember this time? Do you remember this time? Will you remember this time? Will you remember this time? Keeps the heart afraid. No matter what the change, life remains the same. As you look through seasons that have come and gone, and you wonder how we even made it this far. As you look through seasons that have come and gone, and you wonder how we even made it this far. Do you remember this time? Do you remember this time? Will you remember this time? Will you remember this time? Remember this time? Do you remember this time? Will you remember this time? Will you remember this time? this morning with the sunrise in my eyes. Just like a new day, a breath of fresh air in my life. I don't know how, don't know why, but I'll be toasting all my life. My boots and briefcase are waiting at the door. My ride sweeter to meet the one I love. I don't know how and don't know why, but I'll be toasting all my life. Oh, it's sweeter the first time around. Oh, it's sweeter the time here and now. Oh, it's sweeter the first time around. Oh, it's sweeter the time here and now. I played the dice right and let the good times roll. One knee and one ring, forever it's our show. I don't know how and don't know why, but I'll be toasting all my life. Tomorrow's never promised, but now is the time for hopes arising. Tomorrow's never promised, but now is the time for change that starts today. Whoa. A new day's dawning. Open up the A new day's dawning. Open up your A new day's dawning. Open up the A new day's dawning.
We build our prisons, holes in the walls. Sunlight we hide from to cover our faults. We alter actions to suit what we fear. The colors slowly fading, seals in our ears. But we can hear, now we can hear, loud and clear, bells in our stomachs, when truth is here. Now we can hear, loud and clear, bells in our stomachs, when truth is here. Possessions hold us, full to the brim. The weights they keep us from flight or from swim. How fast the fields are, the oceans and skies. We lose our sight of, cover our eyes. But we can hear, now we can hear, loud and clear, bells in our stomachs, when truth is here.
wonder how we even made it this far. As you look through seasons that have come and gone, and you wonder how we even made it this far. Do you remember this time? Do you remember this time? Will you remember this time? Will you remember this time? Running at this pace keeps the heart afraid. No matter what the change, life remains the same. As you look through seasons that have come and gone, and you wonder how we even made it this far. As you look through seasons that have come and gone, and you wonder how we even made it this far. Do you remember this time? Do you remember this time? Will you remember this time? Will you remember this time? Remember this time? Do you remember this time? Will you remember this time? Will you remember this time?
Mr. Menextout. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. I hope you have enjoyed the lunch. It is my great pleasure to open this afternoon session. For those of you who haven't met me yet or don't know me, I'm Heidi Skroderus Fox. I am the ambassador of Finland to Geneva. And it's a great pleasure to be here with you in that capacity, but also in my previous capacity. Many of you know that for the last 12 years until the October of 23, I was the director of UN OHR LLS, and in that capacity was very much involved in the early stages of putting together this LDC Future Forum from the UN side. And so I am just delighted to see the Undersecretary and all of you excellencies here in my hometown, the city of my birth, Helsinki, and for this very excellent opportunity to have a dialogue on LDC's future innovations. And I'm very much looking forward to this afternoon's discussion. So it is my great honor and great pleasure to invite my colleague and my friend, Ambassador Elina Kalkku, permanent representative of Finland to the United Nations in New York, a person who doesn't really need introductions here. All of you know her. She will continue the program with a short presentation that illustrates the development story of Finland, and which is from poverty to innovative economy. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Heidi. And in my birth town also, I would like to warmly welcome you all to Helsinki, a wintry Helsinki this time. Dear Rabab, dear colleagues from New York, from all over the world, dear friends from Helsinki also. It's been such a good idea, fostered very much by Heidi, to have these future forums, which were linked to the Doha, of course, Doha Summit. And the first one we organized here in Helsinki was just before Doha. And the plan was to continue these on an annual basis. And I'm very pleased to be able to be with you in my old birth town. I'm supposed to entertain you on the development story of Finland. And definitely, I've run into many colleagues over years who think that the Nordic countries were always rich and they were always welfare states. And this is definitely, of course, not true. And Finland, among all of them, the 5 countries, has been definitely the poorest one, the one with the most difficult history for centuries. And I will now try to explain to you what happened in Finland, what were the trial and error and successes that brought us to where we are today. We were a failed state in the beginning of last century, about 100 years ago, a fragile state definitely. And then we ended up on the top of the list of countries in the order of fragility as the least fragile country in the world. And sometimes we still ask ourselves how come this has happened. I think our interest in the LDC agenda also comes from the fact that we have an LDC background. And it is definitely a background in the north, as you can see from the map. Our capital, where you are now, is the second northernmost capital in the world. I think Reykjavik is a little higher up, Reykjavik of Iceland. And if you look at Sweden, Stockholm is a little further south than Helsinki, and most of the fertile lands of Sweden are south of where we are. So this is very much high up in the north that you are right now. This is the scenery from the 40s. This is the scenery for centuries in Finland in the winter. And I think I will start with some of the facts and some of the perspectives of what was Finland in the 20th century, beginning of 20th century, 1900s. Northern climate, definitely not on our side. Fairly short growing season in northern Finland, like 3 months long. Here, at best, 5 months long. And if you compare, for instance, with middle of England, they have a growing season of 9 months approximately. So very short growing season. Ice covering the lakes and the ocean, the sea, when you wanted to fish in the winter. And when you still want to fish in the winter, you have to dig a hole in the ice. This was the natural surroundings for our ancestors here. Geopolitically, not a very easy location. We were centuries part of what was the Nordic kingdom of Sweden. The Nordics were all together at some point, and we were the last one to stay. We have been attacked by the Tsars of Russia. We've been attacked by the Soviet Union, and we definitely hope that we are not attacked by the Russian Federation. So not a very nice, or not a very easy geopolitical circumstance, to put it mildly. Scarcity of natural resources then. We know we now have something underground. At that time we didn't know it. We just had forests. We traded in squirrel skins and tar, and that was definitely an economy that was based on very much raw material type of goods. Fragility, even a failed state with an internal war a little more than 100 years ago. A very deeply divided society, indeed. One of the poorest countries in Europe, very agrarian, lots of small farms, and growing landless population also. Still largely illiterate, and I will come back to that a little bit later on. So this was an LDC Finland and a starting point, and I know many of you have a much nicer starting point today, really. But it's sometimes useful to look back a little bit. Every country has positive assets. We also had some positive assets. One probably had to do with the climes. We had to plan, we had to store everything. You wouldn't make it to the next summer if you didn't store food for yourself and, for instance, for your cattle. The hay would start growing after September. It would start growing next May. So that was a must to try to be organized and plan. Other countries have other issues like drought. We definitely have the cold climate. There was another asset which has to do with the Nordic institutions and laws. Even when the Tsar of Russia annexed Finland as an autonomous Grand Duchy, we kept some of the old Nordic institutions and some of the laws, and that has helped a lot. Institutions have been referred to in these discussions many times. That is certainly an element that has been important throughout our history. Strong institutions. No tradition of corruption. There was never an effort to accumulate wealth in the way that happens if you have a deeply rooted corruption problem in your country. There was never a salary system based on bribes, and that helped also. No need to eradicate corruption if you don't have that. That's a positive asset we've had. And gender equality, I think it hasn't come on its own, but we got both the right for women to vote and stand as candidates already 1906, and that brought to the political life lots of female politicians, gradually though. And I think many of them, actually, we had lots of very active ladies. You don't want to argue with some of them if they say you need to eradicate poverty. There were strong ladies who actually paid a lot of attention to poor people, to healthcare, to children's well-being and education. And that was definitely an asset for development. If you feel, some of my colleagues might feel we flag a lot gender policies and gender at the UN, it's based on the conviction that we have on against the background of our own history. Innovative and diverse economy. It was a distant dream originally. This is a picture from loggers' cabin 100 years ago. Logging was definitely the forests were the asset we had. That was the natural resource, and that was definitely base for very early economy, but also very early industries in the country. Not a diverse economy or very innovative either. This is a picture of defense of not so diverse economy, a soldier milking a cow when Finland fought its war against the Soviet Union that had attacked Finland in 1939. Then what happened? And this is the economic part of my story. I will then go to other elements of our development. I think economy has been discussed almost in every session, and education has also been discussed in every session. And that is certainly the way things started to move in Finland. We did set up basic education very early on. It was compulsory to go to school since 1921. This was enacted by law, actually, and we didn't necessarily have the means to fund all that education at that point. It took a lot longer to actually have enough schools, enough transportation. Kids were skiing to school. In Lapland, the schools emerged much later. But that was the very basics. Then, of course, the politicians and the society paid attention to the universities, and a science policy followed. And it was called science policy, how to create the skills and the talents needed for an evolving, transitioning economy. And in the end, it led to what we call now innovation policies. It was definitely here a very deliberate decision to push forward innovation. And it had to do with an economic crisis in the 70s. Somebody spoke about multi-stakeholder approach in boosting innovative economy. And I think there were a number of crisis meetings in the 70s in Finland where the government, the politicians wanted to invite companies, they wanted to invite trade unions to think through how the economy would survive, how it would develop, how it would become more innovative and more diverse. And after all this came up a very, very well-planned, deliberate political will actually to support innovations, and also to couple that with private investment and private company input. We started with ICT. You listened to a colleague from Nokia, and Nokia was certainly an outcome of those years, very much indeed about ICT. Later on, other elements came in. We used to rely on forest industries, paper and pulp, also machine industries, but then came clean tech, what was called then clean tech, medical equipment, meteorology, and other areas also. And I think the diversification came step by step. But behind it was a very strong push by the government and the entire society, and the multi-stakeholder approach behind it. This does not necessarily take generations. It took longer here than it might take in many of your countries. And at the same time, I think it's honest also to say that in many ways an innovative economy is a cherry on top of a cake. We've discussed education at length. I think we have to pay attention to the skills and try to make sure that that there's doers also in the innovative economy. Very briefly on education. Very briefly on education, there is, I think, an early incentive that was mentioned already. You couldn't get married if you couldn't read. And this was already in the 19th century, a practice which was based on religion. The priests insisted that young people needed to be able to read religious texts. And this didn't mean that people could write, but many actually learned to read. A very good incentive, by the way. And there was the obligation for kids to go to school since 1921. And one social innovation that was made 1948 after the World Wars, a free school meal. It's a pull factor. Kids are lured to come to school to have the meal, but it's also a poverty eradication method. A full good meal per day, one meal per day, free at school. Other steps followed. 70s obligatory school for all 7 to 16-year-olds, and then free upper secondary education to all over 16. One element I think that went well, and I'm not sure how deliberate the plan it was, teaching became a respected profession. And teachers, even small kid teachers, have a university education in Finland. And I think that has helped a lot throughout decades to improve the quality of education and also draw talent in the profession. Also, vocational education has been underlined here and training. Very personal comment on digitalization. I think one would need to find the right balance. There's so many kids who are glued to their phones, mobile phones. There are so many who now backtrack in basic learning skills. I think it is important to remember that learning, however digitalized world you have, learning always happens in your head. It doesn't happen in the machine, except for AI, and that's not replacing our brains. So I think finding a right balance between good old methods of teaching and also digitalization and innovation is good. The very basics, another aspect, before this must be a school meal, yes, from the 60s. The very basic social safety net, and I think this is a message I want to share with you. We are the least fragile country in the world, and we have asked many times ourselves what are the elements. And of course, one element was that we had to make sure that we are resilient, we exist. Existential issues have been important in this country for so many centuries. But it was early on realized that actually the surest method for keeping the country united and resilient is to make sure that everybody has a stake in the society. Today we would call that inclusion or leave no one behind. These terms didn't exist at that time. Is the government on your side? I think this is a key message, and that's a key message for development. It is certainly a key message on stability that we would like to share with others. Of course, social safety net, the Nordic welfare state emerged. There's basic health care for all, funded by taxes and low patient fees. A social innovation maternity box of all kinds of clothing and things you need for a baby when a baby is born. Is this easy? Is there a full consensus? I think in this country there's a full consensus today that we need to have a Nordic welfare state. There is much debate now that the social and health policy reform is still underway. How much can this cost? How to get the maximum output from the system with reasonable costs? how to maintain an adequate incentive for all who are capable to work and earn their living. In fact, there's a good safety net for unemployed at the moment, and there's a lot of debate on cutting it a bit here and there. So I think these are the discussions that every country will have forever. I'm not quite sure any country will be quite ready-made ever. This is a discussion that is going to continue. But the basic idea is widely shared here. I'll show you one element of that I wanted to highlight also. Stability, definitely in high up in the north, it didn't come on its own. We had lots of trial and error and lots of good and bad experiences on how to proceed. But one, of course, one outside factor was outside threat. If you have a threat from the outside, you usually are more united as a basic approach. However, resilience had to do also very much with the way the politics work, the political system works, how their social policies work, how the government is seen to be on your side. It was a big learning curve for political parties. We ended up early on having a number of political parties. This has always been a multi-party system, and definitely the learning curve among these parties had to do with the coalition governments. You're bound to have a coalition government because nobody has the majority ever. And political parties had to learn how to share power. They had to learn to accept election results. You lose or you win. And of course, parties had to learn to take turns in government and in the opposition. And you couldn't argue too harshly with the guy at the next party seat if you are not sure that you're going to be a fellow minister with this guy in the next government. So there was coalition governments turned actually very helpful in unifying the country and making sure that developmental goals actually played a role. Local democracy as well. I think this is the last thing I'm going to say on stability. Local democracy has been a key asset, I think. There's a very interesting report prepared by the UN and World Bank, Pathways to Peace. It was published, I believe, 2017. And one of the findings was that countries that have local democracy or regional democracy are usually more stable countries, globally speaking. It's probably because people have grievances and they can address and they can approach politicians closer and have their grievances addressed. So that's I think an interesting notion that also the World Bank and the UN found together after a very thorough survey. Does foreign policy matter? There's lots of diplomat colleagues here as well. I think absolutely. Case Finland is a good example of peace as a driver for development. Every time we've had a conflict, every time we've had a war, we've backtracked and actually even been in an existential choice ourselves. I think one element that proved useful here in the north is regional cooperation. We've been part of the Nordic group, and we were part of the European Free Trade Area a long time ago, even before we joined the EU, even before the EU existed. Open trade with neighbors, it definitely boosted the economy, and it definitely also diversified the economy. And we turned into a free trader simply because our economy grew and we needed open markets for our exports. And I think for any small country, it is very helpful to find markets. And today, of course, they are more global than they were at that time. International law, the UN Charter, multilateralism, this would be a leading idea for Finland, I'm sure for any country represented here. It's about solving problems together, it's about getting protection. We have, of course, a tiny little problem with our multilateral approach. We have been in this very disadvantageous geographic position. We have a neighbor, Russian Federation, that has been looking for new territory, even if it's the largest country by territory in the world. And they went to Georgia 2008, they went to Ukraine 14, and now again 22 to Ukraine. There was a discussion here in Finland about our security. Would we call the Secretary General if we had a problem? What would the Secretary General of the UN do? Would we call the Security Council? What would the Security Council do? Would the multilateral system save us, the global multilateral system? No, it wouldn't. And the support for NATO membership grew up to 80+%, and the politicians took a decision. Finland joined NATO, and that's also multilateralism in a way, because it's a collective defense organization. And that's how we solved our existential problem for the time being. This doesn't mean that we would be less Nordic, that we would somehow be different as a country. I think we continue with the same objectives, the same ideas on development, and the same policies also as a NATO member. This is the story I wanted to share with you. Every country has a different story, I think, and it's been very interesting to listen to very many of you tell the ways that you have moved forward. I think it's a learning curve, and it's a never-ending learning curve. We are never ready as countries, and we have to listen to each other and learn from each other. Thank you so much, and thank you for coming to Helsinki.
Thank you very much, Elina, for introducing the story of Finland. And something maybe was familiar to you, but I think that it is it's a real different story than many believe of Finland today. I can tell you that Elina and I went to school together. We graduated from the same high school class, and world and Finland looked very different at that time of our graduation. So the development has been incredible since those days. And really what you said also on the fact that regardless of the political parties in lead, Finland has always had consensus that government services and policies need to be available for everyone, every citizen, regardless of your wealth and your position and so on. So these are strong principles of what I would say almost all Finns believe in very strongly. Thank you very much for that. Now it's my great pleasure to introduce another thematic session, a very important one. We will now have the privilege of hearing presentations on the international support measures for LDCs. And for this, we have a great panel discussion. And I would like to invite our moderators, co-moderators, Professor Patrick Guillamont, who is the president of FERDI, and Her Excellency, Ms. Agnes Chirimbi Molande, who is the permanent representative of Malawi to the UN, to take the stage.
Presenters. That's the only one not here. Everybody else is here.
Tu es resté à t'avoir. Is there a seat for?
It's a seat for everybody, no? Yeah.
No, he has no seat.
Well, he has a seat.
Has a seat.
Does it have a sign?
So Raisa is
Valeria, Neil, after. It's not in the order. Okay. And okay, we follow the order of the.
Yeah, but
we follow the order of the program. Yes.
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
exactly the
Yeah,
order.
yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. First and foremost, I wish to thank the government of Finland through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ambassador Elina Kalkru, permanent representative of Finland to the United Nations, for honoring your commitment made in Doha to support the LDCs strengthen their capabilities to implement the Doha Program of Action that will in turn enable them to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you so much. I wish also to thank the USG and her team at UNOHRLS for their untiring efforts to support the LDCs, the LLDCs, and the SIDS to advance their development agenda. Our session is on international support measures. This session is taking us to the level of action after the discussions we've had before yesterday and today. In the past 2 days, we have identified the challenges of LDCs that our LDCs are facing and will be facing in the implementation of the Doha Program of Action. We have heard about possible solutions and even heard about what other countries that have graduated or are about to graduate, or even those developed countries, just like we have heard about Finland just a while ago, what they've been engaged in the process. What came out clearly over the past 2 days are the key spots that need urgent action for LDCs to advance sustainable graduation. To achieve this goal, LDCs urgently need the following: sustainable and predictable development financing, structural transformation, that is, LDC economies need to transition from low productivity and labor-intensive economic activities to higher productivity and skills-intensive activities. And thirdly, productive capacity. That is, the LDC economies need to produce the highest output reaching the global level competition level. Our discussions have pointed on the need to focus on investing in people, infrastructure, and institutions for LDCs to create the needed productive capacity. In front of you, we have 6 presenters, and We have the names. You can see them since I've noted that we have spent already some 15 minutes, so I will not need to read out the names. And they are already available also on the online for their bios. And our theme has formulated the theme of international support measures. These are measures that have been formulated mostly in areas of trade, development, cooperation, and support for participation in UN and other international fora. But presenters and delegates during your interventions will need to answer the following questions. Have the international support measures been effective so far? Moving into the future, and within the spirit of multilateralism, what transformations are needed to renew the international support measures and make them impactful and responsive to the new, more interconnected and complex context of increasing structural vulnerabilities? How can LDCs be transformed into more productive economies? How can the international support measures be adapted to promote productive transformation and trade? What role can LDC 5 Monitor play to enhance the effectiveness and targeting of the international support measures to address LDC-specific challenges? What dedicated support measures, including development finance instruments, trade measures such as preferential market access, development cooperation, participation in international fora, what these measures do graduating LDCs need to ensure that their graduation is sustainable and irreversible? What support measures can we propose from this forum in relation to digital transformation, including AI, and climate and economic resilience building? What special partnerships would LDCs, including those graduating, need? These partnerships, we talked about South-South cooperation, triangular cooperation, public-private partnerships. So what type of partnerships would LDCs need beyond that? What lessons have we learned so far from the experience of implementing Doha Program of Action since the third UN conference? What lessons have we learned so far from the experience of LDCs implementing DPOA implementation since for the third UN conference on landlocked countries? And what capabilities are needed in LDCs based on the experiences that we have learned from developed countries and other graduating countries, so that we learn from them, and what change is needed in LDCs? I now hand over to my co-moderator to take us through the presentations. Over to you, Professor.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, dear Ambassador. And tell me first my congratulations for this wonderful meeting and my acknowledgements to the OHRLS to have invited Ferdi to join the organization of this meeting. We are very proud to be associated to the OHRLS. Let me go on in French because there is a lot of French-speaking people, good translation, and so I make the moderation mainly in French. Donc, Excellences et chers collègues, merci d'être ici. Je crois que les grandes questions qui vont être débattues durant ce panel ont été parfaitement posées par l'ambassadeur du Malawi, Agnès Mollandé, que je remercie, et nous sommes partagés la tâche. Je voudrais simplement poser quelques questions additionnelles plus rétrospectives et moins prospectives que celles qui ont été posées par son Excellence. En effet, quand on parle des mesures internationales de soutien, l'ISM, pour les PMA, on a souvent une vue un peu descriptive de ces mesures ou un catalogue d'intentions. Il faudrait faire ceci, il faudrait faire cela. Et les grands programmes sur lesquels nous travaillons, celui de Doha, qui a succédé à celui d'Istanbul, qui a succédé à celui de Bruxelles et puis de Paris, ça fait 50 ans que la catégorie existe et il y a eu 5 grandes conférences décennales avec chacune leur programme. Et il y a eu de multiples rapports produits par les institutions internationales sur les mesures, l'avancement des PMA. Mais ce qui est frappant, c'est que ces mesures, qui ont certes été progressives, mais qui sont aussi anciennes dans leurs principes que l'est la catégorie, plus d'un demi-siècle, sont très rarement évaluées. Et la question que nous aimerions poser aux panélistes aujourd'hui, c'est de dire quelle est votre perception de l'effectivité et de l'efficacité de ces mesures. Pensez-vous sur le terrain, de la part de vos pays, si elles ont été mises en œuvre convenablement et si elles ont été efficaces? Et je crois qu'au-delà de l'inventaire, et c'est un grand paradoxe c'est une question même posée à la communauté scientifique, pourquoi y a-t-il eu si peu d'études sur l'efficacité des mesures? Nous avons tenté à la FERDI de le faire à travers un livre dont nous préparons une nouvelle édition qui s'appelle Out of the Trap Supporting the LDCs, de dire quel a été l'impact des mesures. Alors je me permets de le signaler sans vouloir faire de la publicité pour ce livre, une version révisée dont on parlera demain lors de la séance suivante du LDC 5 Monitor, et je pense que mon ami Federico en dira un mot tout à l'heure. Nous allons essayer de donner une mise à jour de l'impact de ces mesures, et c'est une question assez difficile, mais c'est justement un des objets de cette innovation que nous avons discuté demain sur le LDC 5 Monitor, de savoir quelle est au niveau des pays l'efficacité des mesures. Et donc, aux panélistes, j'aimerais pouvoir leur dire, mais quelle est votre perception sur l'effectivité? L'effectivité, on la connaît à peu près, sur les engagements qui ont été pris et qui ont été suivis ou pas suivis en matière d'aide, en matière de commerce, en matière de transfert de technologie. On a un inventaire de cela, à peu près. Pas toujours bien argumenté. Mais comment cela est-il perçu au niveau des pays? Et nous verrons demain, je me permets de renvoyer à la séance de demain, comment il y a eu des changements récents dans l'effectivité des mesures à travers les crises que les pays ont connues, crise internationale du Covid et de l'Ukraine. Et puis la seconde question, qui est encore plus difficile, c'est celle de l'efficacité. Quel a été l'impact des mesures? Alors l'impact, on a tendance à dire combien de pays ont été gradués, mais ce n'est pas nécessairement un impact des mesures, c'est un impact des politiques qui ont été suivies, c'est un ensemble. Et faire le bilan de ce qui est dû aux mesures et de ce qui est dû à d'autres facteurs exogènes ou internes est une question assez difficile sur le plan méthodologique. Mais encore une fois, c'est important de percevoir quelle a été l'efficacité au niveau des pays. Et encore une fois, je me permets de renvoyer pour des analyses un peu plus approfondies que celles que nous pourrons mener aujourd'hui à la séance de demain. Mais derrière tout cela, il y a le problème de la perception. Comment les pays perçoivent l'effectivité et l'efficacité des mesures. Et je crois que ça va être un thème important que nous allons discuter aujourd'hui. Et pour cela, nous avons un panel merveilleux, puisque nous avons à la fois 2 représentants d'institutions internationales, le Centre de développement de l'OCDE, avec qui nous partageons ce projet de LDC 5 Monitor, et un représentant qui est Federico Bonaglia, que nous connaissons tous ici, qui est le directeur adjoint du Centre de développement. Nous avons entendu la directrice hier, et le docteur Neil Balchin, qui est conseiller économique au secrétariat du Commonwealth, avec qui nous travaillons beaucoup d'ailleurs, et je me réjouis qu'ils soient là. Nous avons là 2 représentants d'institutions multilatérales, qui ne sont pas des institutions, je dirais, onusiennes, mais qui ont un rôle très actif dans le travail sur les PMA en particulier. Et puis, nous aurons 3 panélistes venant de pays qui sont ou gradués, ou en voie de graduation, ou loin de la graduation. Nous aurons effectivement le représentant du Bangladesh, le docteur Razak, qui lui-même était naguère au secrétariat du Commonwealth, si je me souviens bien, c'est là que nous étions rencontrés, et le monsieur Funtulu Norbu, qui est chargé d'affaires à la mission permanente du Bhoutan, qui est un pays qui est récemment gradué, il y a deux mois, je crois, et donc qui nous fera part de son expérience. Et puis, mon ami, le professeur Youssoufou Daouda, qui est recteur de l'université de Tawa. Et pour conclure, je dirais que pour venir de Tawa à Niamey, la capitale du Niger, il a mis beaucoup plus de temps que n'importe qui d'entre vous pour rejoindre sa capitale, le Helsinki. Donc, et c'est une partie du problème dont il nous parlera certainement. Donc, voilà un panel extrêmement complémentaire. Et pour ne pas perdre, nous aurons ensuite, je crois, le représentant permanent de Tuvalu, son Excellence Faletou, qui doit être, que j'ai aperçu par là, qui on donnera la parole à la fin de cette première séance du panel. Et nous garderons suffisamment de temps pour qu'il y ait un débat interactif sur les sujets qui auront été abordés. Alors, on va commencer, si vous le voulez bien, par Federico Bonaglia, directeur adjoint du Centre de développement de l'OCDE, qui va nous parler justement de ce rôle du suivi et du monitor LDC 5, succédant au LDC 4, qui a suivi l'exécution du programme d'Istanbul, sur un moyen de tester cette effectivité et cette efficacité des mesures spéciales de soutien. Federico, c'est à toi.
Very much, and I would like to start by thanking the government of Finland for the very kind invitation, for having brought us here again. I was lucky to be here for the first edition, or the previous edition, if this is the first, so the edition 0, let's say. And it was the first mission after COVID, and I found it particularly inspiring to travel to Helsinki and to be able to discuss about such an important issue as the transformation and the development of the least developed countries. So it's something that is very close to our heart, and I was very inspired by your presentation, Ambassador, about the history of Finland. And I think that there are a couple of key messages that I would like to take from your presentation that are very relevant for what we're discussing here. One is the investment in productive capacities that this government did. You were able to, this country did more than the government, but you were able to turn the limited resources that you had into a strategic asset, and you did so by investing in the education of people and in the quality of the institution. That I think that is a very important lesson for every country, developing, be it. The second lesson that you mentioned, maybe, but I think is very important, is that, of course, Finland was also able to participate in a larger market. It joined the European Union and a growing integration process. And I think that these two elements should be important drivers for the discussion that we're having here today. That development begins at home, by investing in institutions and assets, but development is also very much a shared process where we engage in regional integration and in multilateral cooperation. So international support measures are certainly a very important tool for the graduation and the smooth development of the LDCs. Have they worked? As an economist, I would say it depends, or yes and no. You can see the glass half full, half empty. If you look at ODA, official development assistance, yes, ODA has increased to the LDCs. The LDC is the group that currently receives the largest share of ODA. Still, we're very far from the commitment that industrialized countries and advanced countries have made. trade as market access been a useful tool. We have here Bangladesh and other countries. I think that nobody would question the importance of duty-free, quota-free access for the development of industries. Still, as it was mentioned this morning, the production structure of many countries remain too much concentrated. And so if we are to ask ourselves, should we rethink, should we change the international support measures? I think that the answer would be yes and yes. We should rethink the measures in terms of making those that are in place work better, but we should also rethink the scope of those measures, because there are important issues that maybe at the time that these measures were designed were not so important, but have become important today. So in the first category, making the current measures work better, I would say that we need to focus very much on how trade and trade-related measures can help the diversification of the economies and the building of productive capacities. In the area of aid, of development assistance, I think that there is much more that could be done in terms of using aid in a more strategic way to leverage non-aid resources and private finance. At the OECD, we regularly do a study looking at how much private funds are crowded in through ODA, and unfortunately the numbers for the LDCs is very small, which basically confirms that we're not doing enough. So there's room for improvement. In the second category, measures that are probably not there, but that we should start thinking about, I think that there is room for considering systemic issues, notably how to deal with the mounting burden of debt. This is an issue which is affecting a large part of the LDCs, and not only. This is something of not necessarily their own making, because the cost of finance is driven by factors that are not under the control of the LDCs themselves. And so the question is, how can the international community put in place measures that would facilitate solutions of the debt situation when the situation of crisis appear, but also that looks at debt not as something bad, but as a tool for investing in the diversification of the economy, which is the other area where I think that the international support measures should change. We should have a much stronger focus on supporting the transformation of the economies through access to technology and technological partnerships. And I think that here we have excellent examples that we are working on in Bangladesh and in Togo. You heard from both countries yesterday and today, where the countries have taken very deliberate choices in developing the national economy, in promoting startups, in promoting the development of national firms and national brands. Unfortunately, these policies are very often very poorly funded, and in some cases, they do not manage to attract the investment from abroad that are necessary to promote the diversification. So if this is the diagnosis, and I'm coming to a close, Patrick, how can we work with all of you to move from a diagnosis to a solution? This is the ambition that some of us, Ferdi, you wider, I see my good friend Kunal here, the Development Center of the OECD, but also the Commonwealth and other organizations, have taken upon ourselves already in Istanbul on the occasion of the Istanbul Program of Action, where we launched something that we called the LDC4 Monitor, that was an attempt by a number of think tanks, international organizations, to monitor the implementation of the Istanbul Program of Action. We did it practically for free because we did not receive any funding to do that, but we were very effective in producing a thick book that we launched in Antalya, where we showed the progress with the implementation of the Istanbul Program of Action. So fast forward to Doha, and I would like to acknowledge the leadership of the government of Qatar in organizing a very successful event there. What have we learned? Well, we have learned two things, and I'm really coming to a close, Patrick. First is that monitoring is important. But at the same time, monitoring of commitments that are sometimes very generic and not quantified is maybe not the most useful things that we can do to support a smooth graduation or the implementation of the program of action. We need to go more granular. And so what we have agreed to do with our partners is to focus on one specific area that we believe can have a transformative impact across many of the targets of the Doha Program of Action, which is production transformation. So what we are trying to do with this new project that we launched in Doha with the initial support of the government of France, and all of you are very much welcome to join us with us, is to promote a more precise monitoring of indicators and policies related to the diversification of the economy and the building of those capacities that you, Ambassador of Finland, mentioned as successful factors for the transformation of the country. But also we want to engage in a process of peer learning, mutual learning, working with countries that have an ambition to transform their economy and promote the exchange of good practices. We have already discussed with Bangladesh, we have discussed with Togo, we were considering the possibility also of working with other African LDCs, say Tanzania, Mozambique, Zambia, to facilitate a process of peer learning about and around production transformation. So tomorrow morning, we will have, for all of you who are interested also to come back here, a very interesting discussion where we will go a bit more deeper into the program, the LDC monitor, LDC5 monitor. And as I said, you're all welcome to touch base with Ferdi, UNU Wider Development Center, or of course the Secretariat of the UN, to see how we can work together in that respect. Thank you, Patrick.
Merci beaucoup, Federico. Avant de passer la parole à l'orateur suivant, je voudrais faire une remarque et un ajout sur l'intervention très intéressante de Federico. L'un, c'est que quand on parle des mesures internationales de soutien, you refer to graduating countries. But the issue is not only for the graduating, it's only for those which are far from the graduation threshold. And les mesures sont, je dirais, presque plus importantes pour les pays qui sont loin de la graduation que pour ceux qui sont vers la graduation. Même si on parle beaucoup dans la littérature sur les PMA de la graduation, parce qu'il y a des problèmes spécifiques dont on va parler avec les pays tout à l'heure. Mais il faut penser que le problème des PMA, c'est d'abord un problème de pays qui ne sont pas encore envisagés pour la graduation. Et puis l'autre point, il y a un mot que tu n'as pas prononcé, je dirais, c'est le mot de vulnérabilité qui est au cœur du débat actuel et qui est au cœur du programme du LDC 5 Monitor. Because those let me just switch to English from French and French to English. Those countries are poor and vulnerable countries, and the vulnerability is strongly linked to the issue of structural transformation. We'll see that tomorrow, and the purpose of the monitor is to monitor also the evolution of the vulnerabilities, the multidimensional vulnerabilities of countries, and to see how the special measure can allow the countries to overcome these handicaps.
Of course, I did not mail it because I was sure that you would mail it.
Thank you. Mr. Razak, please. No, excuse me. I give the floor first to the Commonwealth. You are no longer in the Commonwealth now, but you have the floor just after. Neil.
Thank you very much, moderator, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to speak about two things today, but firstly, for you that are not familiar with the Commonwealth, we're a voluntary association of 56 member countries, and we have 14 LDCs, so it's a very important part of our membership and a significant focus of the work that we do. And on that basis, I'm going to talk about 3 different studies that we have done recently, which touch on issues around sustainability in productive transformation and in trade. And I want to refer to some of those studies with a specific focus on 3 sectors. And I'm pleased to say that all 3 of the sectors were mentioned earlier today. We spoke about textiles and garments, we spoke about critical minerals, and we spoke about renewable energy. And I'm going to go into depth into some of those and highlight opportunities for LDCs, but also where international support has been provided, where it's working and where it's not working so well. So it'll be a bit of a mix of everything in 7 minutes, so I'll try and be brief. I think we all know very clearly the productive transformation challenges that LDCs face, but there's a different layer or an additional layer that is becoming increasingly important, and that's they need to do so in a sustainable way as well. And maybe countries that transformed 100 years ago did not face this challenge, where there's a trifecta of difficulties around economic resilience, having to promote social sustainability and environmental sustainability. So it's a really challenging backdrop for LDCs. But there are also opportunities in the things that are working to promote sustainability in these industries. Firstly, in textiles and garments, it's a very important industry for a number of LDCs. Bangladesh, Cambodia, Lesotho, Tanzania, all have prominent textile and garment industries, and there are other LDCs like Myanmar that do as well. And it's often seen as a stepping stone to develop an export-oriented industrialization platform from which to structurally transform. But the industry, as I'm sure many of you know, has been plagued by a range of different social and environmental sustainability challenges. And what's interesting to see in terms of international support, but support more generally, is that there's been a strong push to try and address these, both coming from within the industry, from the private sector, but also from NGOs and the multilateral system itself. So, for example, on social sustainability, I think you're very aware of the poor labor conditions that are often come part and parcel of textile and garment production. The challenges along the supply chains often very opaque. We don't really know what's happening, especially when you go down to second and third tier suppliers. But there's been a lot of work that's been done to try and address these around international conventions and standards, around domestic regulatory reforms, particularly in Bangladesh, after the horrific accidents and fire and other accidents that have happened in factories over the last decade. There's been a strong push towards domestic reform, supported by the international community. And I think that's worked well. And I think there's a strong recognition also by multinationals that they need to be doing more to safeguard workers and promote social sustainability. And likewise, I think what's working well on the environmental side is the solutions that are coming largely driven from the private sector to try to address the environmental challenges of the industry, which are significant around huge greenhouse gas emissions, very intensive use of energy and water resources, and also, of course, the waste and pollution that are byproducts of textile and garment production. And I just want to highlight a couple of, to echo the moderator's question around what's working. I think circular business models is probably the one where I think we're seeing a lot of success currently around recycling. There's some innovative programs that are increasing the useful life of garments in production. And there's also a push towards voluntary sustainability standards within the private sector. So things like chain of custody. There's increasing use of technology. Some really interesting work around tracking the fibers from literally from their production right to the end use through blockchain and other technologies. But what's really difficult is implementing these kind of solutions in LDCs in very under-resourced settings. And I think that's where international support needs to go further. Another sector, critical minerals. This is really important for African LDCs. As you can see from the map, it's probably a little small to read, but there's a number of African LDCs that have very abundant critical minerals resources. And these are, of course, in the current economy, the global economy, in huge demand. They're key to the clean energy transition as inputs, and also into many digital production endeavors as well. So the potential, I think, here for LDCs from a productive transformation perspective is to move into processing and value addition of some of these minerals. And unfortunately, that's been a challenge that has plagued LDCs and other developing countries for years, is how to do that. And I think in many cases, it hasn't been successfully achieved. And international support, unfortunately, in some ways, has worsened that challenge. And one way, which I'll speak about again at the end, is around the use of tariff escalation, whereby tariffs are often higher on processed products versus on raw materials. So it actually disincentivizes LDCs in other countries from processing the raw materials prior to export. The third sector which I wanted to speak about was renewable energy. And again, this is something which a number of LDCs have huge, abundant resources to produce renewable energy. And this is recent work that we will be publishing in the next few months. And it's actually really interesting what we found around renewable energy generation in LDCs. If you look at all LDCs on average, the share of their total energy generation that is produced from renewable sources is much higher than the global average. It's around 56%, whereas the global average is around 27%. course, there's a lot of nuance within the LDC group, but it's an encouraging story. And there's countries like Ethiopia, Bhutan, who produce almost all of their energy from renewable sources. And the other story I wanted to highlight that's positive is that the growth in renewable energy generation is happening much faster in LDCs than it is in the global average. So here, it was mentioned this morning how important there's potential here to develop new industrial sectors around clean energy and renewable energy, also to develop green value chains. Again, it's really, really challenging for LDCs with limited productive capacity to do, but that's where I think international support needs to be intensified. There's a huge range of trade and investment opportunities which could be tapped if LDCs can export more of their renewable energy that they produce and upscale their production. So across these three sectors, I think there's four, very briefly, issues where I feel international support is not really hitting the mark right now. The one is just helping LDCs grapple with this twin challenge I mentioned around not only having to accelerate growth and productive transformation, but to do so in an environmentally and socially sustainable way. And to balance those trade-offs is very tricky. The other one is around technology gaps and access to technology, particularly, for example, in the clean energy sector, relies a lot on key technologies, advanced technologies that simply aren't available in LDCs. And technology transfer that we've seen from developed countries to LDCs has not worked, I think, to the extent that it could, if you look at what the incentives that should be provided for the TRIPS agreement, for example. Another issue which was touched on this morning was just the scale of the investment shortfalls, not only in technology, but also to develop the critical infrastructure that's needed to harness these opportunities I mentioned. And I've already touched on the issue of tariff escalation. So just to sum up around some of the potential and also what's working, I think around trade-related support, there are some things that are working nicely. One example I have is really interesting from Cambodia, where the US, around 2005, they reached agreement with Cambodia in the textiles and garments sector, where they agreed to provide incentives in the form of escalating, increasing quotas on textile exports to the US in exchange for reforms. And these were specifically reforms that Cambodia had to make in terms of labor standards to get their standards up to internationally acceptable levels. And they managed to do so, and they benefited from each year an escalation in the amount of quotas granted to them. Another issue, I think, just to sum up around aid for trade, is that it's worked very well, I think, in some instances around trade facilitation, but I think more could be done to target sustainability directly in aid for trade, particularly around green trade and promoting sort of cleaner value chains, but also around digital trade. And this is something that us at the Commonwealth has been saying for a while now, is there's scope, I think, for additional aid for digital trade agenda that would be funded not out of existing aid for trade, but additional resources. And I think that would go a long way to addressing some of the technology-related issues. And finally, just I mentioned earlier very briefly on circular business models. I think that there's great scope here to address some of the environmental sustainability issues that are facing LDC producers, particularly in textile and garments. But the reality is that many don't have the resources to implement proper recycling and sort of prolonging measures to prolong the useful life of garments and textiles that they produce. So I think there's still a lot of work for international support to do.
Thank you, Nick. It was very interesting and full review of the trade-related measures which can be helping LDCs. But what we should like to have, but we have no time to develop that, is that some of these measures, many of them, have still be implemented. And what has been the effectiveness? What has been the effectiveness of EBA? What has been the effectiveness of the differentiation of the rules of origin? We have some elements on that, and because we have a catalogue of measures, but now what we should focus on is on the measures which have been seen as effective for the acceleration of development and so. And probably we may have the response with the case of Bangladesh. For instance, EBA, what has been the impact of everything but arms on the export of garments by Bangladesh? I give you the floor now.
Thank you, Professor. Before I respond to that question, let me start with a disclaimer. I'm not doing any PowerPoint presentation. I did some PowerPoint slides, but after the fascinating discussion that we have been hearing over the past couple of days, I realized that my PowerPoints have become obsolete. So I thought I would rather let my mind to enjoy the freedom rather than being it killed by the PowerPoint bullets. So let me make 3 points, and including the response to your question. So the first thing is, as Federico pointed out, the problem that we are having at this stage is that initially the whole idea was that countries would graduate, and in the process we are going to see transformation taking place. Now we are seeing countries after countries are graduating, but only little transformation is taking place. So that's the kind of now concern, whether our initial understanding how an economy grows has to be changed. Is there any learning process, not only for the country concerned, but also for international community? So that's the first point. The second thing is regarding the understanding. Currently, I think many of us are of the view that, given that we are seeing technological transformation taking place, new technologies are coming, and for achieving structural transformation, using the new technologies is important. I think there is more or less a broad-based consensus that we have seen in the conference. And in that context, the presentation that we heard yesterday, the fascinating one, saying that the AI risks that we see are kind of hyped up. That's a good thing. But believe me, even without getting into that AI that people are talking about, I can give you some concrete examples where you need to think about how technology is leading to a different kind of transformation that all we need to be mindful about. And the example comes from my country, Bangladesh. Bangladesh has been a tremendously successful economy in terms of producing garments. Okay. But here is the thing. Between 2008 and 2024, the ready-made garment exports from Bangladesh grew from $10 billion to $47 billion. Right? That's the five-fold increase, 10 billion to $47 billion. But if you're asking what has happened to the employment, the number remains same, more or less $3.5 million. Can you imagine a situation where $40 billion additional exports have failed to generate additional employment? So that is where the technological deepening, the automation, is already taking place. You don't have to wait for the artificial intelligence that people are talking about to come and see that kind of a disruption taking place. So that is where I think the technological transformation should also be taken into consideration. Having said that, I don't want to only provide you the kind of a downside of technological engagement or technological adoption. There is also the positive side. You see, if you would ask, how many Bangladeshi women you find on the social media platform, then the latest estimate shows there are about 150,000 Bangladeshi women who are on the social media platforms, on Facebook, on YouTube, selling saris and other items. You see. So in a way, in the garment sector, we have seen the employment has been lost or foregone. On the other hand, in the other areas, new employment is being generated. But in the process, though, you see, the fundamental issue is the technological transformation that we have seen in the garment industry that has resulted in my view, the de-feminization of workforce in Bangladesh, you see. In the 1980s, 1990s, early 2000s, Bangladesh was known for a country in the garment industry, probably 70 to 80% of the women were actually the worker in the sector. The latest statistics from the National Statistical Agency tells us that that number, the share of women in total garment sector workforce, has come down to less than 50%. So machines replacing jobs, but replacing jobs of women more than men. How we are going to deal with this issue? I think that is something we need to talk about. The other issue is, Neil pointed out, the technological support that we're providing, like, in terms of circular economy, how to make the factories greener and things like that, useful thing. But to be honest, that kind of investment could also encourage, and the moment you start pressing countries for labor standards, I think we should be doing that. But the more you do so, there will be more technological deepening replacing your workforce. So at the end of the day, you could end up with a situation where you are having your outputs growing, growth taking place, but not so much employment being generated. And the one problem that we have in many LDCs, including Bangladesh, is that we cannot tax the growth centers, right? They will be giving a lot of excuses. No, we're still vulnerable. We cannot compete. And then the political economy factors, like whether you can actually tax them. So the government's hands are pretty much tied up as well. They are struggling to generate revenue. Okay. So that is also kind of a challenge, many of the LDCs are facing. Now, let me respond to your question. Bangladesh has certainly benefited from these international support measures, you see. And Professor, you say it's not only about duty-free market access. Bangladesh has also benefited from the liberalization of the rules of origin requirement. You would remember that in 2011, the European Union gave us a derogation in the rules of origin from 3-stage validation to 2-stage for the woven garments, you see. And now, since 2011, everything has become 1-stage conversion. So Bangladesh can import fabrics and then make T-shirts and still will be qualified for duty-free market access. And that has actually led to the rapid growth of the garment exports to the European Union, and Bangladesh has done so well. But having said that, for me, the point is this. When it comes to international support measures, the issue here is that we need to think about, sometimes we say that the changes for the least developed countries should come from within. That's fine. But the problem is, do we have the support measures adequate? Whether what we see in terms of support measures, they are not being adequate, and I think we need to discuss that. Bangladesh did well in terms of participation in trade, but other countries have struggled, partly because for most LDCs, they do not have the bare minimum productive capacity to take advantage of the trade preferences that were given to this. And also, Professor, you would know that in most cases, the tariffs in the Western economies were already low. So the preferences that were given to the LDCs, the margin of preference was not great enough, to create that kind of a productive capacity. Now, in the 2 days of this conference, we discussed the need for, say, changes in our schools, education, training, skills. All these needs, investment. Now, the question is the global community supporting enough investment to take place in LDCs and other developing countries? Federico has given the statistics, but the fact remains is this. The amount of money that is available internationally is too low to make any change happen. And especially when you talk about the technological transformation, that is a kind of supreme limitation in my view. But there are ways of making some improvements. One is, of course, we need a bit more allocation, aid allocation. Even the commitment that was given, the 0.7% of the GNI that Federico has pointed out, has not been fulfilled. Even the commitment for LDC, 0.08% of developed countries' GNP, that has not been given, right? So that is the limitation we have. But I think something that we did not point out, when we had the discussion on technology transfer, there is an international agreement, a binding commitment that was given under the WTO's TRIPS Agreement 66, Article 66, where it was mentioned that developed nations, they will provide incentives, subsidies to their own firms so that they can transfer technology to developing countries. This is not something under negotiation. This is already a kind of a negotiated deal that exists. Now, my question is, I can see the disconnect, the great disconnect between we have the UN Technology Bank, but we are not talking about the technology transfer that we should have actually deal with. So one concrete suggestion that we have, let's bring together this UN Technology Bank and connect it with the technology transfer that has been committed under the WTO provision. That is a committed thing. with shall. Okay. So my final one thing that I would like to take is this. Sorry, I'm just finishing quickly. One particular comment that I would like to make is this. I cannot say, but sorry, just quickly on this. So overall, I would think that the process of technological transformation, one needs to understand that significant amount of investment will be needed. If that is not happening, then you see this digital divide will continue to grow, and eventually it will be so difficult for LDCs and graduating countries to even compete in the longer term. I think that is one consideration that we all need to sort of keep this in mind. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. It was very... The case of Bangladesh is very fascinating, but I cannot not refer to the presentation this morning by Professor Felix, because one thing I've written from this morning and linked to the help given by the preferences given through EBA and the export of garment is the proliferation of small enterprise. And it's real a structural transformation which has been maybe supported by these measures, transitional, of course, because you are to be graduated, but there will be some advantage still remaining. And I should have maybe in the discussion to have the link between these special measures and this very important transformation related to what explained by Jean-Michel Severino yesterday of the importance of this diffusion of small enterprise and the new industrial structure. It's structural that way.
And if I could add on to say you raised an important experience of how the technology deepening has pushed out the women, and it's affecting the demographics. That's an issue of demographics, and you know most of the LDCs have high demographic dividend, the youth. And how are the countries that are graduating, those that have graduated, capitalizing on the demographic dividend of the youth? Because to me, the youth need to be supported to create the industries, the local industries. And they need to be supported. So the support measures need to find ways of supporting local industries that are being led by the youth, by the young generations. And we can learn from China, which made use of their demographic dividend. Because of that, the youth went into more of innovation and technology transfer took place. Thank you.
Thank you. So we can move now to a graduated country, Bhutan. It was what's striking in the case of Bhutan, it was a rather soft graduation because there was no voice to say we are threatened by graduation. The graduation has been accepted rather quietly. And why? And what is your appreciation of the international support measures? Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think for Bhutan, having graduated, I think we see graduation as part of the process. And while we celebrate it, I think still there's a long way to go. But USG Rabab Fatima, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Allow me to convey my sincere appreciation to organizers of the LDC Future Forum, the Government of Finland, and the UNOHR LLS for the invitation and the opportunity for Bhutan's continued participation and engagement at such forums focused on LDC. The discussions over the last 2 days were very enriching and also most relevant, not only for the LDCs, but also for the recently graduated. For this session, I've been asked to share our experience as a newly graduated country. While this is going to be a challenging task, as it has only been 2 months since graduation, nonetheless, it is my privilege to share briefly our development experience as a least developed country, some perspectives and thoughts on this graduation, and our expectations going forward. Excellencies, Bhutan has come a long way since being inducted as one of the initial 24 countries of the LDC category in 1971. After being a LDC for more than 40 years, Bhutan was first found to be eligible for graduation at the 2015 CDP Triennial Review, fulfilling the GNI per capita and the Human Assets Index criteria. After having sustained these criteria in the subsequent 2018 review, Bhutan was given a 5-year preparatory period for LDC graduation. The UN General Assembly adopted the resolution endorsing Bhutan's graduation from the category of the LDCs on 13 December 2023, and is today the most recent graduate from this category. On development planning, we have concluded our 12th 5-year plan, which was programmed to coincide with our LDC graduation, and the 13th 5-year plan, which will serve as our smooth transition strategy, will commence in July 2024. Bhutan's experience with planned modern socio-economic development has been one which is quite unique from other countries, in that Bhutan decided early in its development journey to focus not just on maximizing economic growth or gross domestic product, but also accord priority to other non-material needs like emotions, spirituality, culture, and our environment. In essence, Bhutan's development philosophy of gross national happiness, which was propounded by the fourth king in the early 1970s, provided a human-centric model that took into consideration not only the material needs, but also the emotional and spiritual aspects of individuals. It is in this context that I'm happy to inform that despite the unconventional path that Bhutan decided early in its development planning, we have been able to fulfill the criteria for graduation from the LDC category. While we have been fortunate to be blessed with strong leadership, good governance, and sound economic policies as a small, landlocked, least developed country located in the challenging terrains of the Eastern Himalayas, our achievements would not have been possible without the constant support and encouragement from both our bilateral and multilateral partners. The timely support from partners and the international support measures have greatly contributed in our growth and development. Therefore, we are fully aware of the significance of ISMs in ensuring sustainable development and progress in LDCs, and in particular the ISMs required during the transition phase for the graduated countries. So on providing some thoughts on graduation from the LDC category, I must share that there has been mixed reaction within the country. While graduation was welcomed as a collective achievement for both Bhutan and its partners, there was skepticism within certain quarters. The main reason being the continued impact of the disruption of the economy caused by the pandemic and the added uncertainty of the thought of loss of existing LDC-specific international support measures. There were also debates on whether Bhutan should seek a further extension, just as other graduating countries had done, given the above situation. However, the royal government had decided that the time had come for Bhutan to take on greater responsibility and move forward despite the looming loss of ISMs and the current economic challenges. The royal government believes that apart from our graduation being a significant milestone in our development journey, it should also be an expression of a deep appreciation for the support and partnership of all our partners in this journey. Just as highlighted by the UN Secretary General, we sincerely believe that graduation from the LDC should not be perceived as a punitive measure, but rather as a recognition of the progress and development. Therefore, as reminded by USG Rabab during her opening remarks, the lifting of ISMs immediately after graduation places recently graduated countries at risk of sliding back. While we are yet to understand the full implications of the loss of existing LDC-specific international support measures, our hope is that such fears will be unfounded. So what are our expectations as a recently graduated country? Having only graduated 2 months ago, the biggest challenge that we face currently is more on the psychological front, knowing that we may no longer be eligible for LDC-specific support measures, and the question of being able to sustain the developmental gains that we have accrued during the last 5 decades. For this, our expectation and the most important factor will be the continued assurances of goodwill and support from our development partners that they will be with us through this transition phase, so that the gains that we have made thus far are sustainable and irreversible. Additionally, since we have already crossed the halfway mark towards the fulfillment of the 2030 agenda, there is a serious concern on how our graduation will impact on the achievement of the SDGs. While there are 232 indicators under 169 targets of 2030 agenda that needs to be fulfilled to achieve sustainable development, graduation from the LDC category is determined by a limited set of indicators. Therefore, it is critical that the ISMs, including support towards participating in important meetings and seminars, continue to be extended to newly graduated countries to support them in their efforts towards achieving SDG targets, at least 5 years into their transition phase. Excellencies, Bhutan has always championed the climate cause and is one of the only carbon negative countries. However, as a mountainous landlocked developing country, Bhutan remains highly vulnerable to climate change impacts and disasters. These pose serious threats to our nature-dependent livelihoods, hydropower, and agriculture-based economy. In our efforts to maintain our carbon neutral status and environmental conservation, it will entail huge costs and additional burden on adaptation and mitigation. Therefore, access to climate finance, support for investment promotion regimes, economic diversity, exploring new financing mechanisms, and enhancing trade and transit infrastructure are particularly crucial and relevant during this transition phase. The Doha Program of Action for the Least Developed Countries clearly outlines the necessary support measures, including the iGrad facility, that are essential for graduating and graduated countries. We are hopeful that all partners and stakeholders will ensure its full implementation. Going forward, Bhutan is drawing important lessons from the pandemic, including the need and possibilities for long-term, transformative, and green solutions for its food systems, local economy, public service delivery, approaches to learning, data ecosystems, and preparedness for disaster and future pandemics. We're also focusing on the structural transformation, ICT and digitization, reforms in the civil service and education and finance sector, review of the FDI and tourism policies to attract investment, including the establishment of the first smart and mindfulness city in the country, designed to position Bhutan as a new economic hub in South Asia. Finally, we recognize the need to renew our partnership and adopt bold and innovative ways in moving forward. Our partners must adapt and innovate their approaches to ensure that graduated countries do not regress. It is imperative that we work collaboratively to safeguard the achievements made and pave the way for a more resilient and prosperous future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this presentation of Bhutan. Let me take 3 points from your presentation before giving the floor to Professor Daouda. First, in the case of Bhutan, we don't see very clearly what has been the impact of the support measure. So that's the reason why the graduation was so more easier than in other countries. But you have raised 2 points. Is the new vulnerability of Bhutan to climate change due to the risk of outbreak of glacier, the so-called GLOF. And that's a new challenge. It's not linked to the category of LDC, but it's a new challenge of vulnerability which can be addressed by special measures in another field. And third, let me collect your observation that one impact of the membership of the category is to be invited in meetings such as this one. And so bravo to the OHLLS to have invited you, and I hope you will still be invited in the future. Maintenant, laissez-moi passer au français pour donner la parole au professeur Daouda, Youssoufou Daouda, qui est le recteur de l'université de Niamey. Et là, on passe d'un cas très différent du cas du Bhoutan, qui a une croissance, un développement assez remarquable, avec une graduation facile, même s'il y a des défis climatiques importants dans ce pays. Tout le cas du Niger, qui a d'autres défis climatiques extrêmement importants et qui n'est pas encore sur la liste des pays graduables, mais qui a peut-être son opinion vue pas seulement de la capitale. Le recteur Daouda est recteur d'une université qui est à 600 km de Niamey, donc qui est une réaction d'un homme de terrain, en même temps qu'il est un économiste très, très réputé, et qui va nous dire, au fond, qu'est-ce qu'il attend des mesures spéciales de soutien pour l'avenir, si ce n'est pour l'impact dans le passé. Daouda.
Merci beaucoup, Patrick. Tu m'avais posé la question de savoir si les mesures ont été effectives. La réponse est non. Elles n'ont pas été effectives. Et c'est bien pour ça qu'elles n'ont pas eu beaucoup d'impact sur les pays qui sont loin de la graduation. Et ta troisième question était de savoir comment rendre ces mesures effectives. Moi, j'ai identifié trois importantes mesures à adresser à l'endroit des pays vulnérables qui sont loin d'être gradués. La première mesure, me semble-t-il, c'est faire en sorte que la technologie agricole ou les technologies agricoles se diffusent rapidement pour soutenir la productivité. Vous savez que l'accès aux équipements, l'accès à l'engrais, l'accès aux techniques d'irrigation sont des éléments, à mon avis, essentiels qui constituent un meilleur moyen d'accroître la productivité du travail, les emplois productifs et les revenus des agriculteurs. Vous savez, les études montrent que globalement, les paysans africains, notamment en Afrique de l'Ouest, préfèrent ou simplement adoptent la technologie. Et lorsqu'ils adoptent la technologie, il y a une forte corrélation entre le rendement et l'adoption technologique. Donc c'est important. Ce qui a manqué à ces pays vulnérables, c'était que les technologies ne sont pas arrivées à eux. Comme le disait Patrick, pour arriver à la capitale Niamey, je parcours 600 km. Mais je peux vous dire que je parcours des villages entiers où je rencontre des paysans qui continuent toujours à cultiver la terre avec des petites pioches. Ça va être très difficile au regard des changements climatiques, au regard des bouleversements en termes de déficit de pluviométrie, et même au regard aux défis démographiques qui se constituent des vrais challenges dans nos pays, de pouvoir transformer quelque chose. Et donc, c'est important que la technologie, notamment agricole, se diffuse assez rapidement dans les pays moins avancés, vulnérables, pour espérer en tirer profit. L'année dernière, nous avons mené avec des collègues de la FECDI une étude sur la compétitivité en Afrique, notamment dans les pays de l'UEMOA. Alors, ce que nous avons trouvé, c'était que pour des pays comme le Niger et la Côte d'Ivoire, on pourrait s'appuyer sur des produits à forte valeur ajoutée. Pour le Niger, on avait pris l'exemple de l'oignon. Je rappelle que le Niger est un grand pays producteur d'oignons et de viande, et que nous exportons vers les pays de la sous-région. Mais tenez-vous bien, l'exportation se fait de façon totalement artisanale. L'oignon, on ne lui apporte pas beaucoup de valeur ajoutée, et les paysans sont obligés d'écouler juste après la production. Donc, les paysans manquent cruellement de capacité de stockage, de capacité de transformation, et ceci limite justement la valeur ajoutée qu'on aurait pu apporter aux produits d'exportation tels que l'oignon. Hier, un des participants, un des présentateurs, s'indignait du fait que le Niger est un pays d'élevage, mais que nous continuons à importer du lait. Alors, pourquoi nos paysans, nos éleveurs n'arrivent pas à produire suffisamment de lait? Ils n'y arrivent pas parce qu'il leur manque la technologie pour conserver le lait et pour le transformer. Et donc, si on veut amorcer la transition structurelle dans ces pays vulnérables, il va falloir un fort soutien à l'endroit de ces éleveurs-là. Pour l'exemple de la Côte d'Ivoire, nous aimerions bien le cacao pour le café pour non plutôt le chocolat pour sa douceur. Mais vous savez que la Côte d'Ivoire est un pays extrêmement producteur de cacao, mais qui ne transforme pas le cacao. Et donc, si un Ivoirien devait manger du chocolat, il est bien obligé de l'acheter dans un supermarché européen, américain, ou de l'importer. Et donc, ceci est une aberration. Et si on veut que les pays moins avancés amorcent, il faudrait bien insister sur le fait qu'ils ont besoin aussi de techniques qui leur permettent de transformer. La deuxième mesure qu'il me semble important de promouvoir et de soutenir d'un point de vue des mesures internationales de soutien, consiste à... C'est l'énergie. Il faut promouvoir l'énergie pour soutenir l'agro-industrie et l'industrie manufacturière. Alors pourquoi je parle d'énergie? Parce que vous savez que l'énergie est très importante, à la fois pour les activités de production, mais aussi de service. Cela fait 2 jours que nous débattons dans cette belle salle, bien éclairée et même bien chauffée. Si ce forum devait se tenir dans une capitale africaine, à Niamey, à Bamako ou à Ouagadougou, il y a de fortes chances que nous ayons connu une coupure d'électricité. Pas parce que les États ne font pas d'efforts, mais parce que les financements manquent cruellement à nos États pour produire suffisamment d'électricité. Dans le cas du Niger, ça fait 60 ans que le gouvernement cherche à boucler le financement pour construire un barrage hydroélectrique. Et à l'heure où je vous parle, le financement n'a pas été bouclé. Bon, alors, vous savez bien que vous ne pouvez réussir à rien faire sans électricité. L'année passée, le gouvernement avait demandé un prêt auprès de la Banque mondiale pour financer la production de charbon, parce que nous en disposons à grande quantité. La Banque mondiale nous avait dit que non, il ne pourra pas investir dans le charbon. Bon. Alors on a dit, mais qu'est-ce qu'il nous faut? On nous a dit, il faut aller vers l'énergie propre, voilà, l'énergie solaire. On avait eu un prêt avec l'AFD pour produire que 30 mégas. Mais 30 mégas, c'est le besoin d'une seule entreprise, alors que nos besoins sont estimés à 600 mégas pour l'ensemble du pays. Et donc, nous courons derrière la production d'énergie qui reste assez insuffisante pour vraiment amorcer la transformation structurelle, pour permettre à l'industrie agroalimentaire de se développer et de créer les emplois dont nous avons besoin pour les jeunes, dont nous avons aussi besoin pour les femmes. Et à mon avis, ceci est assez important si la communauté internationale devait se mobiliser pour apporter les financements qui sont nécessaires à cela. La troisième et dernière mesure que je voulais aborder avec vous, très rapidement, c'est la mise à l'échelle de la révolution numérique. On l'a dit, mais en Afrique encore et dans nos pays vulnérables, l'Internet n'est pas accessible au plus grand nombre. Et lorsqu'il est accessible au plus grand nombre, le coût n'est pas abordable. Donc je pense que la communauté internationale pourrait faire des efforts pour non seulement rendre l'Internet plus accessible, mais plus abordable, en faisant en sorte que l'Internet soit utilisé à des fins de production. Pas simplement pour être utilisé pour faire les réseaux sociaux. Parce que pour l'essentiel, l'Internet manque dans les zones rurales et justement n'est pas perçu comme un outil de développement et de promotion du commerce en ligne, comme on a pu le dire ici. Donc, pour conclure très rapidement, je pense que les technologies et le numérique sont aujourd'hui essentiels pour réduire les vulnérabilités multidimensionnelles et faire face aux défis des peuples vulnérables tels que la sécurité alimentaire, l'éducation, la santé, l'énergie et la compétitivité. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, cher Youssoufou. Vraiment, c'était très intéressant d'avoir ce point de vue sur les mesures de façon très concrète et située dans une stratégie de développement. On voit bien qu'au-delà des objectifs, même pour l'aide publique au développement, les objectifs quantitatifs ne sont une chose, mais que les modalités et les conditionnalités, notamment la nouvelle conditionnalité environnementale, peut poser des problèmes très importants. Et dans l'appréciation des mesures de soutien, je crois que c'est une question qui est de grande actualité. Mais je vois que le temps passe et nous avons à entendre un répondant du pays qui est le plus emblématique des pays en risque de graduation, qui est le représentant de Tuvalu. Can you give him the floor? Mr. Faletu is here? Just, if in few words, if you can...
Testing.
You want to present him?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you so much, co-moderator.
Sorry.
I should begin by saying that I regret accepting the role of a respondent. It's very difficult to respond to comments or to presentation by distinguished panelists like our panelists in this session. But let me try to provide some comments. But first of all, Undersecretary General Fatima, esteemed senior officials of the government of Finland, Excellencies, distinguished delegates and colleagues, Talofa, and a very good afternoon to you all. Allow me at the outset to join previous speakers in thanking our host, the government of Finland, for the excellent hospitality extended to us since we arrived here in the beautiful city of Helsinki. And also, I would like to commend the whole HRLS for the excellent organization of this meeting, and also for extending the invitation to me, and also giving me the opportunity to participate in this final session. We have heard from our distinguished panelists who spoke eloquently about the thematic session 4 with these international support measures for least developed countries. The first presentation by Mr. Bondaglia of OECD in terms of rethinking of international support measures and partnership. I know that it is very important that international support measure should be focused on resilience building. This means that not just responding to crisis, but also to prepare through robust systems. For example, health system, social safety nets, and economic diversification, a topic that we also covered this morning. I suppose the COVID pandemic that we experienced underscored the vulnerability of LDC to global crisis. So partnerships should be based on mutual respect and a clear understanding of the unique challenges that faced by LDCs. The topic on enhancing sustainable production and trade, it is also important that LDCs should integrate into the global economy while preserving the their environment. International support must therefore facilitate access to green technologies and promote investments in sustainable infrastructure. Support for LDCs should include capacity building in sustainable agricultural practices or renewable energy or eco-friendly manufacturing, which require trade policies must be revisited to ensure LDC can benefit from fair and equitable market access. On the advancing sustainable graduation for LDC, Dr. Mohammed articulated well on the impacts that Bangladesh had on women employment. And this is graduation of LDC category should not be an end goal. Instead, the focus should be on sustainable graduation. This entails a gradual and support transition that ensures LDC do not fall back into vulnerability.
Because I was...
International mechanism must be provide flexible support that continues beyond graduation, accounting for economic shocks and setbacks. The presentation on the experience of Bhutan, while Bhutan accepted the graduation without resistance, there have been some important lesson learned from them, highlighting that lifting of ISM can cause graduating countries to slide back to LDC status. The situation of Tuvalu is one of those countries that have requested to defer its graduation because of what you refer to as a psychological challenge. So this is something that I suppose Tuvalu should consider, because we already passed two of the three criteria for graduation for more than 10 years now. I have been asked to round up because of time, but otherwise, all in all, it is important to note that the path for sustainable development for LDC is not a one-size-fits-all. It requires a concerted effort from the international community to provide tailored and flexible and innovative support measures. I thank you, co-moderators.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellencies and colleagues, now it's the time for interactive session. We'll have with you, I observe this. Then there are 3, 4 as of now. Yeah, 4th. Over to you. Yeah, number 3.
Ambassadeur du Sénégal.
Oui.
Ah, du Mali, pardon.
Je pense on aura l'occasion de remercier encore une fois notre hôte, la Finlande, et la représentante pour les paiements vers la fin de la session. Mais je peux dire déjà qu'en 2 jours de travaux, nous avons énormément appris. Pour gagner du temps, je vais aller très vite. M. Guillemot, vous avez posé des questions sur l'aide. Moi, mon analyse de l'aide, en tout cas pour des pays bénéficiaires comme le mien, est différente de ce que j'entends souvent. L'aide a été donnée à l'Europe à l'issue de la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, le plan Marshall. Ça a permis à l'Europe de se développer. Et on connaît les raisons. On n'a pas le temps de rentrer dans les détails. Mais pour les pays bénéficiaires comme le mien, on a le sentiment que l'aide n'est pas conçue pour que les pays bénéficiaires se passent de l'aide. C'est une forme d'assistanat en permanence qui est mise en place. Je pense que le débat doit être comment corriger cela. Et c'est possible de corriger. La plupart des pays qui sont en crise de nos jours souffrent de leur vulnérabilité endogène, souffrent de la pauvreté extrême. Et les mesures prises pour aider les pays à sortir de cette situation devraient être l'aide justement, l'aide publique au développement en particulier. Mais en lieu et place a été mise en place une forme d'assistance permanente qui ne permet pas donc aux pays bénéficiaires de se passer de l'aide. Et plus tard, on a vu que l'aide est assortie de conditions et de conditionnalités, en fait, qui ne favorisent pas le développement. Soyons-nous francs entre nous. C'est ce qui doit changer de mon point de vue. C'est ce qui doit absolument changer. Et c'est possible. Pour moi, les solutions se trouvent à deux niveaux. Au niveau d'abord national ou régional. Pour les pays bénéficiaires comme les nôtres, nous savons les problèmes qu'il y a. C'est la stabilité politique et institutionnelle qu'il faut assurer. C'est de l'amélioration de la gouvernance. Aucun pays ne peut se développer avec le niveau de corruption qu'il y a dans nos pays. Il faut qu'on soit franc entre nous. Mais nous avons tendance, c'est notre défaut à nous et c'est le défaut également des partenaires, à mettre beaucoup plus l'accent sur les défis que sur les opportunités qui existent. Mon frère du Niger parlait des potentialités qui existent au Sahel. Vous avez la terre, vous avez les hommes, vous avez d'abord les hommes, les personnes, des populations jeunes à plus de 70%. C'est des richesses pour nous en fait. Vous avez la terre, vous avez l'eau, vous avez le soleil. Si on a les technologies, si on a les financements, il n'y a pas de raison qu'on ne se développe pas. Et on a des ressources naturelles qu'on peut exporter. Donc si l'aide venait dans ces secteurs-là, avec la gouvernance locale, il n'y a pas de raison que ça ne change pas la condition de vie de nos populations. Le deuxième niveau de solution, et je m'arrête, c'est au niveau international. Je pense qu'il faut réformer aujourd'hui la Banque mondiale et les FMI. Ça, c'est des instruments qui doivent nous aider à nous développer. Aujourd'hui, quand vous voulez construire une route, c'est la banque qui vous dit que ce n'est pas rentable. Quand vous voulez construire des écoles, c'est elle qui nous a imposé les ajustements structurels, où on a abandonné les secteurs de développement aujourd'hui. Donc je sais que ce débat, on ne va pas le clôturer ici, mais ça, c'est des vrais problèmes qui empêchent le développement dans le pays. Nous, on ne parle pas de gradation, on cherche à sortir des crises pour créer les conditions du développement. Merci.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, can we keep our questions or comments for 2 minutes?
Yes, thank you very much. This is Selim Raihan once again. Just to highlight, Professor Patrick, you were asking about the question whether this ISM, to what extent they helped, export sector or development in the LDCs. In Bangladesh, in my deliberation in the morning session, I tried to focus on ready-made garments. Dr. Razak also elaborated quite a lot on this, but I think both me and Dr. Razak missed one aspect, is that our pharmaceutical industry also benefited quite a lot, especially from the TRIPS waiver. And so there is a risk that this graduation from the LDC status and this, if this TRIPS waiver is gone, then this pharmaceutical industry, which now actually Bangladesh exports to more than 150 countries of pharmaceutical products, and many of the LDCs countries actually are export destination of pharmaceutical products, and they are also benefited from Bangladesh's pharmaceutical products at a cheaper price. I think this is something we need to take into consideration when Bangladesh graduate out of the LDC status. To what extent international support measure can be there to continue support to this pharmaceutical industry in Bangladesh, as well as we talked about the ready-made garments industry in the morning. Thank you.
Lady.
You and you wider. I just wanted to thank the experts and especially Neil Bachin, and also this is partly a comment to the presentation on history of Finland. So I agree that we have very many good things in this country, and we have been lucky too. But if we think about the third aspect of sustainable development, our average carbon footprint is huge. And in fact, if all citizens of the world consumed like Finns, we would need 4 planet Earths. We have also been efficient in outsourcing our pollution to less well-off countries and using cheap resources we have gained from these countries. So in fact, I think we have many LDCs to thank for our prosperity. Also, our beloved sea, the Baltic Sea, is one of the most polluted sea areas in the world. And we have many similar challenges also in our economy as many LDCs face. For instance, on the mining sector, multinational companies have been able to take the resources, leaving environmental problems, but not a lot of tax revenue. Our forest industry still mostly exports pulp, which is not very upgraded product. And many experts are of the opinion that we are not using our forest resources in a sustainable way. Also, our agricultural sector has been in a deep crisis for a long time already. So I sincerely hope that no LDC in the world will follow our path exactly. And I feel there is a lot we have lost and that LDCs could maybe teach to us, hopefully, again. I also hope that the donors will have the wisdom to understand this when planning support measures. And it would be sad if the current LDCs ended up in an unsustainable path as we have taken. So I hope that we will genuinely learn from each other, because the developed countries also have a lot to learn if we are to achieve the SDGs. And I would like to hear from the experts your opinions. So what would be the efficient ISMs to actually achieve all the 3 dimensions of sustainable development? Thank you.
Just ahead of you. Thank you. Thank you very much. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Is it on?
Yes.
Thank you very much to all the speakers for a very interesting panel and all the commenters. I feel like my comment might be preaching to the choir a little bit because everybody here is about sustainable development, but I just wanted to say something with all the good measures that we're talking about, maybe just a reminder of having a more progressive trade policy or trade policies, to echo the comments of the respondent about having fair trade, because up to now, there's been maybe intentions for inclusive trade, but not really application. And we see, as just Anna just said, that there's always this kind of like reaping of benefits from trade, from natural resources or from whatever, and big corporations taking everything, leaving the ones who produce or the ones who suffer or bear the brunt of the exploitation with nothing. And I think everyone here maybe can influence a little bit more to ensure that this does not continue to be the way, that there is more inclusive trade policies and the benefits of trade as such that they are shared with, and the concerns for marginalized group are raised. So I think more trade doesn't necessarily mean that everyone is well off, as we've seen with the case of Bangladesh that has just been presented. So how can we ensure that there is actually inclusive trade and marginalized groups reap the benefits, because in essence, they're mostly the ones who are contributing to a lot of these things, especially in areas like agriculture. And as Dr. Neil has given us a little bit, just as the future is, as promising as the future is, without inclusive trade, I don't actually think all these potential areas will reach anywhere for LDCs. We really need a more inclusive trade agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please. And then you'll be the last one. Yes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the excellent panel. My name is Jussi Ojala and I come from FinChurch Age. We are an aid organization working in 7 LDCs. Alongside with Mr. Bonaglia, I had the pleasure of, I'm a veteran of the Future Forums, had the pleasure of writing one of these studies on SME ecosystem development in LDCs for the previous Future Forum, and we have been in Doha and very committed to the LDCs and supporting the LDCs. I hear from the panel quite clearly that there has been an evolution of the LDCs and evolution of goals, and of course with the Doha Program of Action, evolution of the proposed action and suggested action, structural transformation especially, and productive capacities. But then I also hear that the ISMs have not completely followed this evolution. And as it happens, we have developed already some time ago an ISM, a proposal for an ISM that would target especially the growth-oriented, sustainable, non-corrupt SMEs and the ecosystem support. So my question actually to the panel is how to go about. We have very well justified new ISM that is targeted, not like ODA that is all over the place, but very targeted. But how can we gain support in order this to happen and support the LDCs? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ambassador, you are the last one. If you can manage 1 minute, please, so that the panelists can respond.
Thank you. I just want to correct my identity. I'm not an ambassador. I'm Donnelly Mari from Tanzania, from a think tank. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be the last contributor. I think, as the speaker before last had said, I think it's one contribution to the ISM that will be very important, I think, is to rethink and how to streamline the global trade governance. Because we are told, and of course it's known, that one of the best ways for LDCs to transform is to integrate more effectively in the global value chains. But if you look at the global value chains, they are mainly dominated by large multinationals, which are extremely difficult to allow other actors, particularly producers, to integrate upwards, to upgrade upwards down the value chain. And one example is in the coffee industry, where almost 4 multinationals control the roasting market. And 1 kilogram of coffee beans, which trades at $2 for the farmer, produces $560 in cups equivalent. That is actually earned by the multinationals. It's very difficult for producers to upgrade unless global trade governance is reorganized. Thank you.
Maybe quickly, no more. The panelists. And yes, please.
Well, maybe
a quick one, a few seconds.
Yes, thank you. I don't know whether the mic is on. No, just a concluding word that this has been a very rich discussion, and I think that also listening to the intervention from the floor, there seems to be a consensus that we need to rethink international support measures to better take into account vulnerabilities, as Patrick was saying, to enhance resilience, as one of the participants also said. So building productive capacity is part of this resilience. It's an endogenous source of vulnerability. And I think that there is one additional element that I forgot to mention in my intervention, but is a new area where international support measures probably need to be adjusted, which is how do LDCs can be better equipped or can better equip themselves to cope with new rules, regulation, and standards that are being implemented globally as we move towards greener and more digital futures. There are probably some unintended consequences of the very good intended policies that we implement in Europe, in the United States, elsewhere. And I think that there should be some reflection when these policies are designed to take into account the possible spillovers of those policies, and to start thinking about the remedial that should be taken for those unintended consequences. This is something that maybe in the previous round of discussion about ISMs, international support measures, was not so clear, and I think that this is an area where we should go alongside what I mentioned about systemic issues like that. And again, let me recall for all of you who will be available to come tomorrow morning, 9:30 here, we will have a very interesting discussion about our effort to monitor this, and thanks to the government of Finland for the support for this session too, and I give you back the floor, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I think I would like to make two comments. One issue is the investment requirements, technological transformation or upgradation and structural transformation. They will require investment. And ideally, that investment should have been planned under the framework of Sustainable Development Goals, But we all know as days are passing, the gap between the requirement and what is being invested has increased from $2.5 trillion per year in 2014, and that gap has now risen to more than $4 trillion per year. So that investment, without that investment, transformation is not going to happen. That's number one. There are a couple of challenges that I would like to mention. We don't have money in the first place, and then we have the issue of both human capital flight and capital flight. I can't elaborate, but we understand the problem. And the final thing that I would like to mention, trade multilateralism is so important. Even the new technological breakthroughs that we are seeing and their governance and the participation of LDCs and other developing countries in technology-led trade, that is not clear at this moment. And without a proper multilateral trade governance, that discipline is not going to be established. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody with a burning one? Otherwise, we don't have much time. You have?
Yeah,
a quick one?
Very quick one.
Just a minute.
Yeah, thank you everyone for the useful comments. I just wanted to make one very quick comment, and that was, I don't think we necessarily have to reinvent ISMs and reinvent the wheel in all cases. Often it's just a case of trying to make sure that they're implemented and operationalized better. And I can think of two examples. The one is around technology transfer and Article 66.2 of the TRIPS agreement, specifically around incentives for developing countries to incentivize their firms to transfer technologies to LDCs. I don't think that's been working the way it was intended so far, so that's one area to look at. Another is around the LDC services waiver and the opportunities it's intended to give to LDCs to export services, particularly higher value services. And again, I think the implementation and the operationalization of that has fallen short of what's been intended. So it's not always a case of having to, start again with the ISMs, but maybe look what we are providing and how we could provide it more effectively.
Thank you very much. Final.
Okay. Oui, très rapidement, je crois que les PMA doivent être conscients que les choses peuvent être très compliquées en matière d'insertion dans les chaînes de valeur et de gouvernance du commerce. Pourquoi? Parce que actuellement, la géopolitique est centrée sur l'expression des souverainetés. Récemment, le gouvernement français a fait un remaniement. Il y a au moins 2 ministères de la souveraineté qui ont été créés, souveraineté alimentaire et souveraineté numérique. Aux États-Unis, pareil, ils investissent pour garder les souverainetés. Et donc, à partir du moment où les grandes puissances qui sont censées accroître leur partenariat vers les PMA se recroquevillent sur des concepts de souveraineté, nous devons simplement être conscients que les choses peuvent être plus compliquées et le rôle de la communauté internationale, c'est de veiller à ce que l'expression des souverainetés nationales n'empiète pas sur la souveraineté des États faibles.
Merci. You want to say a few words?
Can I just make a quick remark?
I
think it would be, sorry?
Yes.
I think it would not do justice since Professor Golomo asked me the question with regard to ISMs and climate financing. So for Bhutan, ISMs, while it has a very small footprint, the ISMs that we receive are very important. So like, for example, even for attending meetings or international seminars, these are part of capacity building. While the footprint is very small, even being able to participate in such meetings are very important for Bhutan. The other thing is on climate vulnerability. What you talked about not being, has anything to do with LDCs. But what in Bhutan we have is climate financing, LDC specific climate financing. So while we graduate from LDC, this will be lost. So therefore, it's very important that we'll seek alternative climate financing sources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists. And I just wanted to say data has come out to be very critical. And thank you for organizing tomorrow's event on monitoring and the issue of technical transfer. And I would like to say ISMs should consider the deliverables of the DPOA. And I would like to thank Qatar for offering already to support 2 of the deliverables that we have. And really, we should be focused. I asked earlier on the question, what specific measures should the ISMs take it should be through these deliverables. Then we'll be really very focused. And the technological transfer, we need to change completely the way things will be done. And another issue, very interesting, finally, I got from the team here, somebody behind there, is that developed countries and developing countries probably need to come together and do a sense-making session of the lessons learned so far and experiences so that we can learn from each other. So here it has been closed group of LDCs, but let's bring together next time developed countries and developing countries. I thank you all for your contributions and for discussion. You have something else?
Non, je ne saurais ajouter quelque chose d'important après ce que vous avez dit, mais peut-être un mot de conclusion en français, pour ne serait-ce que répéter votre point de vue. Je crois qu'il était très important de voir apparaître dans ce panel que les instruments de soutien spécifiques au PMA existent, et nous en avons vu toute la revue. Ces instruments existent, mais ils ont besoin d'être mis en œuvre effectivement, et ils ont besoin d'être évalués pour leur efficacité, afin que les nouvelles mesures soient plus efficaces. Et on voit très bien qu'ils doivent aussi être adaptés aux nouveaux défis que rencontrent les PMA aujourd'hui, dont il a été question durant toute cette réunion, de l'intelligence artificielle, de la digitalisation, du climat, etc. Et donc, on a les instruments, il manque la volonté politique et la capacité d'adaptation aux nouveaux défis, mais on est là pour ça, et c'est le rôle d'une réunion comme celle-là, de permettre de faire le point sur ces questions. Merci à OHLS de l'avoir organisé.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would really like to say that that was an excellent panel discussion. Thank you for the panelists. Thank you for these presentations. They were highly interesting and relevant and very rich in content. So, dear guest, I am sure you have enjoyed the 2 days of discussions. But now, unfortunately, we cannot avoid the inevitable. It's time. We can no longer delay it. All good things come to an end. And so it's really time for the closing session for this forum. And it's a great honor and a great pleasure to invite His Excellency, Mr. Ville Tavio, Minister for Foreign Trade and Development of Finland, to deliver his remark to the stage. The floor is yours.
Distinguished ministers, Under-Secretary General, permanent representatives, dear friends. It is my great pleasure and honor to close the second LDC Future Forum in Helsinki. I have been briefed that the sessions have been interesting and discussions have flown actively through these 2 days. You have gone through many concrete examples and case studies. Besides some Finnish souvenirs and winter memories, I hope you will take with you also new ideas and solutions. The topic of forum has been the role of innovations in transforming the economy and society, for innovations can truly accelerate development. Scaling up is much needed to reach the sustainable development goals. Innovations have also been one of the cornerstones in Finland's own development story and taken us to where we are today. Finland has a strong interest in using technology in new ways to provide services for citizens and make their daily lives easier. Finland has a strong interest in using technology in new ways to provide services for citizens and make their daily lives easier. Fast telecommunication networks, universal connectivity and high-quality digital services make a difference for citizens living especially in sparsely populated areas. We should remember that innovations are not only about new technology and or digitalization. Social innovations are also important. From free school meals to maternity health clinics and maternity boxes for expecting mothers. As we have discussed, digitalization is leaping forward, but we also see digital gaps still being wide. We need to pay attention to digital gaps which prevent women and girls from accessing online data. The digital economy holds many promises, but apart from the private sector, we also need to enable institutions, citizens and civil society organizations to fully benefit from it. I hope that the forum has given inspiring ideas on how to tackle these challenges. Finland is committed to stand beside you also in the coming years while we implement the Doha Programme of Action together. Dear participants, we have an important year ahead. I would like to wish the best success for the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States in May in Antigua and Barbuda, and the 3rd UN Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries, which I will personally attend in June in Rwanda. I want to thank the Office of the High Representative for the hard work for organizing this forum, and all the partners, UNO-WIDO, Verdi, OECD Development Center and UNICEF, for contributing to a successful forum. I also want to thank every one of you for taking your time to come to Finland to discuss and share ideas and to learn from each other. Luckily, we do not have to say long goodbyes as we will meet again next year. I'm very much looking forward to the next LDC Future Forums. I hope that in the forums to come, we can build the concrete ideas developed in this week in Helsinki. I also want to express my thanks to Zambia and especially His Excellency Minister Felix Mutati, who has kindly offered to host the next Future Forum in 2025. I hope to see you again in the future forums and other occasions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Tavio, for those important words, and thank you very much also for the support that you have given and made this possible. The forum is made possible with your support, so thank you. Next, it's my great honor and pleasure to invite Undersecretary Rabab Fatima, UN Undersecretary and High Representative for the least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states, for your concluding remarks. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Heidi. His Excellency Mr. Ville Tavio, Minister for Foreign Trade and Development of Finland and host of the LDC Future Forum. His Excellency Mr. Felix Mutati, Minister of Technology and Science of Zambia. Professor Marwala, Rector of the United Nations University. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. At the outset, I would like to express my deep appreciation to you, Minister Tavio, and to Team Finland for your strong commitment and tireless efforts to make the second LDC Future Forum such a great success. And I thank you again for reiterating your strong commitment to continue to implement the Doha Programme of Action. Thank you, sir. I thank our other partners for their support in organizing this event. We greatly value our partnership with them. I thank all our distinguished moderators, presenters, and respondents of the different thematic sessions for their invaluable contribution to the entire spectrum of discussions. I thank you, honorable ministers and dear permanent representatives, for sharing your valuable insights and important directions to harness the power of innovation for structural transformation in the LDCs. I also take this opportunity to thank the chair of the LDC group, Ambassador Lok Bahadur Thapa, for his leadership in keeping the LDC issues high on the UN's agenda. I thank you, Ambassador Elina Kakku, for sharing with us the incredible journey of Finland to emerge as one of the most advanced economies in the world. It is truly inspirational and aspirational. The factors that contributed to Finland's progress, strong institutions, good planning, gender equality, stability, education, innovation, and inclusion, are as relevant today for the LDCs as it was for Finland. So thank you for sharing those with us. I also wish to take this opportunity to thank Ambassador Heidi Schroeder-Fox for a pivotal role in the creation of this forum. Thank you very much, Heidi. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, we have had remarkably rich discussions over the last 2 days. And please brace up, my statement is going to be much longer than the very smart statement made by our Honourable Minister. My office will prepare a summary capturing the key takeaways and recommendations from our discussions, but allow me to highlight a few specific points. We have heard of the critical importance of capacity building in LDCs. We all recognize that the LDCs need well-educated and skilled workforce to tap into the new and evolving opportunities of the global market and spur innovation. The universities, vocational training centers, and other educational and training institutions in the LDCs have a critical role to play in this regard. They can pave the way to advance locally led research and development, enable the youth to integrate into global job markets, and support entrepreneurs to create their own businesses and make a real difference on the ground. There is a clear need to invest more in developing the necessary infrastructure and curriculum to meet global standards. The Doha Programme of Action had recognized this gap and envisaged establishment of an online university for LDCs. And I would like to thank my dear brother, Professor Marwala, Rector of UNU, for his strong support to this initiative, and we'll count on his and UNU's advice to take this forward. We also heard about comprehensive and targeted approach to tailor education and skills development programs to meet the specific demands of growth sectors such as the green economy, AI, and ICT. Bridging gender gaps in education and skills development also featured prominently in our discussions. We heard the inspiring story of the Asian University for Women, which is paving the way for first-generation women from some of the most disadvantaged countries and societies to fulfill their dreams to become professionals and business entrepreneurs. Second, we heard about some practical solutions to address the challenges to structural transformation in agriculture, production, and services sectors. We heard about the contributions of agricultural incubators to bring the locally led innovations and technologies such as the mobile irrigation system to small-scale farmers. We heard about smart agriculture and precision farming. The real change in the agriculture sector can indeed come through the upward economic mobility of the smallholder farmers. They need enhanced support to increase productivity, to fully integrate into agricultural value chains, including agribusiness. Innovation and growth in MSMEs also received a great deal of attention in our discussions, especially in the context of better integration into global and regional value chains and to harness their full trade potentials. We discussed how digitization in e-commerce can help businesses in LDCs to overcome traditional trade barriers and reach a broader customer base. I'm also pleased to note that you have identified practical solutions to the challenges for service-led growth in the LDCs, including through targeted support to startups and incentivize other growth sectors such as ICT, tourism, and fintech. But nothing is more important than to undertake a comprehensive strategy for sustainable structural transformation. Minister Mivedor Sambiani shared how Togo adopted a three-pronged strategy based on the pillars of inclusion, job creation and modernization of public infrastructure to overcome its structural barriers. And we heard the importance of broad-based and proactive industrial policy to overcome the institutional and structural deficiency in the context of Bangladesh and Nepal. These are important food for thoughts for the LDCs as they pass through, as for other LDCs, as they pass through similar phases of development trajectories. Third, the challenges and solutions relating to export diversification of LDCs were also discussed at length, especially in the context of sectors with high potentials. The critical question that came up is, how do the LDCs cope with a situation where the frontiers are fast moving with the advent of AI-led frontier technologies? The stark disparity in startup initiatives between LDCs and the rest of the world also came under sharp focus. The LDCs, for example, now have less than 1% startups. So how do we scale up the huge potential of startups in LDCs, especially only when 54% of the youth in LDCs have access to internet? I believe that the UN Technology Bank for LDCs can play a critical role in this regard by supporting the LDCs in their efforts to co-create new business opportunities in technological fronts, including through technology transfer. My office is working with relevant partners to reinvigorate support for the work of the UN Technology Bank in this regard. We also heard that most LDCs rely on a limited range of low value-added goods and primary commodities for export earnings. They suffer from acute shortage of financial and human resources, technological constraints, institutional deficiencies, and lack of international support for implementing trade facilitation measures. It is important to focus on long-term solutions to these challenges. We heard of the importance of developing conducive ecosystems in LDCs, including institution building, regulatory environment, and access to financing to foster private sector development and entrepreneurial ventures. There are some very good examples from the ground. Yesterday, we heard from Minister Mutati how his government has created a robust partnership with the private sector to have a common strategy for transformation to ensure private sector growth in Zambia. The businesses in LDCs indeed need more cross-sectoral collaboration, innovation in product and services, and stronger linkages with foreign companies to enter new markets and create positive spillovers to the rest of the economy. Integration at regional and sub-regional levels is also important in this regard. Excellencies, and lastly, the effectiveness of international support measures, the very vibrant last session that we had, ISMs, for LDCs in the areas of trade and development, cooperation have come under very sharp focus in our discussion, and rightly so. UNCTAD's World Investment Report 2023 shows that FDI to LDCs fell by 16% from an already low base. It was $22 billion in 2022, which is less than 2% of the global FDI flow. Only 6 DAC donor countries met the target of disbursing 0.15% or above ODA to the LDCs in 2021, down from 10 a decade back. And the LDC share of world commercial services exports declined as well, from 0.53% in 2020 to 0.49% in 2021, while their aggregate share of exports of goods and commercial services stands at only 0.93%, under 1%. Many LDCs are also suffering from growing debt burdens, limited fiscal space, and increased cost of borrowing. The average external debt of LDCs rose from 41% of their GDP in 2011 to 54% in 2022. As of November 2023, 6 LDCs were classified to be in debt distress, while 15 were at high risk. Reinvigorated global partnerships at all levels will be critical to enable the LDCs to benefit fully from the ISMs and to put them back on track to achieve sustainable graduation. We heard from Bhutan, the very newly graduated country, and congratulations, Bhutan, on that, Bhutan's expectation in this regard. Stronger support from the development partners, IFIs, MDBs, and RDBs will be critically important for LDCs. In this regard, I echo the sentiment of Foreign Minister Elina Valtonen on the critical importance of upholding the values of multilateralism to conquer the most pressing challenges of the LDCs. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, our discussions here over the last 2 days provide us with important directions and recommendations to support the LDCs in their efforts to leverage the power of innovation to accelerate the implementation of the Doha Programme of Action and to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. As we move forward with our shared vision to support the LDCs in this journey, we count on your continued support and collaboration to generate knowledge-based and practical solutions to these pressing challenges. I would like to conclude by thanking our interpreters and technicians for their patience and tireless support over the last 2 days. I wish to also thank our teams here in Helsinki and at OHR LLS for their hard work and tireless efforts over the past months to ensure such a successful forum this year. And finally, I would like to end by thanking Kelvin for sharing his story with us, a story of the tremendous talents and potentials of the millions of youth in LDCs who have the power to transform their amazing potentials into prosperity for their countries. Thank you, key ethos. I wish you all a safe return back home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Under Secretary General, for your excellent remarks and the excellent summary that you have made of our discussion. And we are also thank you for your kind words. And we are all looking forward to receiving the summary in due course from OHR LLS. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor and a great pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Felix Mutati, Minister of Technology and Science of Zambia, to deliver closing remarks.
Thank you. The Honorable Foreign Minister of Finland, the Undersecretary, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking you, Minister, and the people of Finland for your kindness in hosting this LDC Future Forum. It was cold, but you are coming from Africa. But the warmth that was given to us by the people of Finland, we never felt the cold. Last night, Minister, I had the occasion to test one of the original innovations of Finland. I went to what is called the sauna, and it was great. In this forum, Minister, we shared a number of lessons. And from the Zambia perspective, we have 5 pillars in terms of structural transformation going forward. We are doing many things, but we have emphasized on 5 pillars. And the 5 pillars that we have emphasized on as a country is to deal with the deficit in the provision of education, dealing with the issue of access. So we took a transformative decision
as a new government from 2021 that we're going to eliminate school fees for all children going to school. In consequence, we're able to get 2 million kids going into school. So you need to deal with the issues of access. And beyond access, then you can begin to deal with what we learned here yesterday, the issue of learning. But first, access. Supporting this particular transformative policy, we also last year, Minister, recruited over 40,000 teachers, the highest that has ever been recruited by Zambia in the 60 years of independence. Again, you can't achieve structural transformation without having the teachers. There's a lot more that we must do, but we have said, let us pick on key pillars to try and achieve the structural transformation. The second pillar that we have focused on is how are we able to reach that crucial connectivity, last mile connectivity to our people. Conventional technologies have proved to be too expensive to reach the last mile. We are now, Minister, deploying satellite technology to minimize the cost of connectivity and therefore increasing access, availability, and affordability to the people of Zambia. The third pillar that we have focused on is what we're calling public-private dialogue. In here, we're dealing with the issues that are slowing down the turning of wheels of the economy to create the necessary resource that will drive transformation. So we are breaking down administrative barriers from government, regulation, simplifying it, changing the legal framework, again facing the private sector and facing the citizens in order to create the atmosphere where the private sector becomes truly the engine for creating prosperity and wealth, for creating the jobs, for creating the taxes that are necessary to grow our economy. And the fourth pillar that we have embarked on is what we're calling the public-private partnership, PPPs. Here again, Minister, we are addressing the infrastructural deficit. Having limited resource, we could not be able to take and deal with those crucial roads, borders, and other physical infrastructure. So we are working with the private sector under PPP. And Minister, just last year, close to $1 billion was galvanized with the private sector to invest in infrastructure. Because we think that infrastructure is key to transformation, to innovation going forward. And the fifth pillar that we have undertaken is what we are calling physical credibility, consistency, and structural adjustment. We were inundated with debt. When we came into government, we were a defaulting nation. We have restructured the debt, and I'm pleased to announce that as a consequence of restructuring the debt, our annual payment of debt, which was around $750 million per annum, through the restructure, we are now paying only $75 million per annum. And that difference is crucial to anything you call structural transformation. So these are the key 5 priority pillars that we have put in place in order to drive our innovation and structural transformation. Undersecretary, I look forward, and the people of Zambia look forward, to hosting you next year on the LDC Future Forum. What I can assure you is that by the time you come, we shall add another 5 pillars in the innovation and structural transformation. What I can assure you is a good stay and the hospitality that is ever present in the people of Zambia. We are a simple and generally happy people because we believe that what drives innovation and transformation is a happy people. The rest they can do. I thank you.
Minister Mutati, many thanks for your excellent remarks, and thank you very, very much for your kind offer to host us next year, LDC Forum 2025 in Zambia. It's a really exciting prospect, and I have to say that my mind is already racing towards Lusaka. Look forward to being there. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we close, just a couple of short announcements concerning practical issues that I've been asked to make. Tonight, you are all very warmly invited to closing dinner at a restaurant called Persi. We have a delicious 3-course meal waiting for us and a very special guest, Her Excellency Tarja Halonen, former President of Finland from 2000 to 2012. And the first female head of state of Finland. She will join us for the dinner. The buses will depart right after this closing and take you to your hotels for a quick refreshment. And then they will depart again for the restaurant at 6:30 sharp. So I'm asking you kindly to be on time. The Ministry for Foreign Affairs has invited the permanent representatives for a special program tomorrow. We have an early morning, but I assure you that it will be a very exciting program ahead of us. The buses will start at 8:15 in the morning from Crown Plaza and Hotel Marski. Please have your breakfast and also please check out before that time. And you might want to consider checking out already tonight. Very importantly, please bring a photo ID with you. You should have received a program. If not, please turn to our colleagues from the Ministry for Foreign Affairs in the back of the room. They can help you with that. For those participating in the LDC 5 Monitor event, please turn to our colleagues of OHR LLS for further information about that. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to wrap up. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude for a successful forum to everyone, all the speakers, all of you participants, and everyone who played a part in the preparations of this event. The team OHR LLS at the UN side, Undersecretary General, have done an excellent job. The Ministry for Foreign Affairs has done an excellent job. all the technical staff, interpreters, those who prepared our delicious meals. I really want to thank everyone. And to everyone who traveled from places near and far, I hope that you have enjoyed your stay in Helsinki. It's been a genuine pleasure to host you here, and we very much hope to see you soon again. I wish you a safe and pleasant trip to wherever your journey takes you next. And with this, the LDC Future Forum 2024 is closed. Thank you.